cleaning. They've already helped you tidy up all the nooks and crannies of your body's basement, but this year, Manscaped can help you get the perfect presentation on that beautiful face with the new Beard Hedger Pro Kit. Make sure you look your best this spring by using code BELLYUP20 to get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. It's time to tame your mane with the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. The sun is peeking back out, which means you'll have to show your face in the daylight again. So use the kit to make sure your scruff looks award-winning, whether you got glorious beard flow or some smooth, sleek cheeks. The kit starts off with the Beard Hedger, a waterproof cordless trimmer with a rotary wheel that gives you 20 hair cutting lengths, all with one guard. So no more messy drawers full of add-ons. It also comes with the titanium-coated T-blades that are tough on hair but smooth on your face, leading to a single-stroke efficiency that brings satisfaction one stroke at a time. The Beard Hedger is a high-tech piece of art in a travel-sized package with a long-lasting battery, universal charging, and a strong motor. So what are you waiting for? Save 20% off and free shipping when you use the promo code BELLYUP20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the promo code BELLYUP20 at manscaped.com. Focus on the face and use the Beard Hedger Pro Kit for the cleanest look in the game. Well, hello and welcome into the MD's Fantasy Football Show NFL Draft coverage for rounds 2 and 3 on this Friday night. I'm your host, Dan Mater, joined here with Adam LaRue. We'll have more people joining us throughout the show, don't you worry. Presented today by Belly Up Sports. We had a great first round. I want to thank all of you who tuned in for that. I hope all of you come back and enjoy today's show again. It is the most complete draft experience you will get out there because we cover NFL, fantasy football analysis, and we're going to have some bets for you before we get into that second round. Because once we get into the second round, the sports books, for the most part, they do kind of close up once they start the live betting because it's really anybody's guess at that point. I understand why. They want to win money. They don't want to give us the advantage. It's the only time we would have the advantage. It's unfortunate, but we do have some bets we can make before we get into it. However, before we do that, there's narratives we want to talk about, and I need to introduce Adam LaRue here from Belly Up Fantasy Live. Adam, thanks for joining the show.
Oh, I am excited. It's the first time in a while that I've been able to care about football on a Friday night. Been a few months, so certainly, stoked to be here, stoked for the draft, and a lot of interesting developments last night, and excited to see kind of more of those today.
Well, today is the spotlight because when we came into this draft class from the get-go, there's been the narrative the entire time. It's questionable how many first-round grade talents are even out there, and that the real strength of this draft is actually the value when we get to day 2. Even day 3 tomorrow. We won't be on the air for day 3 tomorrow, but the back end of this draft is where we can find value pieces that have traits that could translate into being really great starters, but maybe they need a little bit of a longer learning curve to go than you would typically see out of a first-round draft pick. We got a lot of guys we do like on our list today, but before we get into all that, Adam, what's some of the big narratives that stuck out to you? What are some of your favorite players that are still on the board?
Well, first of all, of course, we have the Will Levis narrative, which is certainly one that we'll be keeping our eye on. Also, Hooker available. But yeah, the fall of Levis, or the perceived fall of Levis, for me, again, we talked about this last night. I'm not a big mock draft guy, but on my board, Levis was always closer to a second, third round talent anyways. So I'm not going to say that for myself, this is the craziest shock in the world. But certainly the narrative was going into this draft that he was heavily connected to my Colts. He was heavily connected to, he was expected to go top 10, and it was going to be hard for Tennessee to pass him up by the time they came at 11. And obviously still sitting here as we are awaiting pick 32 here in about half an hour. So that's certainly the big one. As far as favorite players, I'm intrigued. Once we get into the second round, didn't consider him a first round talent, but Julius Brents, certainly his landing spot, depending on where he goes, is certainly interesting. Obviously, we have Joey Porter. Obviously, we have our tight end out of Georgia, Washington. Has a lot of athletic traits, similar with Musgrave. So there's certainly a lot of second round, the fringe first, second round talents. There's a lot of those. There were never a bunch of guys who, you felt comfortable with the value in the teens, but a ton where, now that we're in the 30s and 40s, it's real interesting.
A lot of intriguing traits. And this is where the nerd in us is going to come out, which is why this is the best place for you to watch, because this is all we do. This is all we live for. And even though you and I are, in particular, fantasy football backgrounds, we pay attention to all the teams, because how teams do on both sides of the ball dictates our projections on what players can do. So it all matters. It all ties together, which is why we can give you all the analysis that we possibly can. You mentioned Hendon Hooker and you mentioned Will Levis, two guys I did want to bring up here that you can potentially bet on right now. So if you go to DraftKings and you go through Belly Up Sports, make sure you plug in the Belly Up Sports promo code if you're going to get signed up for the first time, get a dollar for dollar match and all that good stuff. But if you go on there and you look for teams that Hendon Hooker and Will Levis could potentially land on. Let's talk about Hooker first. Right now, the top four teams, Tennessee at plus 300, the Raiders at plus 400, Minnesota at plus 450, and Seattle at plus 650. I have a few shekels right now on Seattle. That's been the team I've had Hendon Hooker tied to the entire time. I love the value at 650. And Minnesota, also intriguing to me, as they talked about yesterday, that they are very much in the mindset that they need to find a replacement potentially for Kirk Cousins. As this thing develops, it sounds more and more like the Vikings may look for reasons to move on from Kirk Cousins after this season. So definitely things we want to check out then as well. What do you think about the value there for Hendon Hooker with those four teams I just listed?
I don't mind either of those. And the other one I want to throw out there is Detroit. I think Hendon Hooker's skill set, at least the skill set that he's shown so far, because I don't want to limit it to just what he's shown, but certainly what he's shown, he would fit fantastic with Ben Johnson there in Detroit. And while certainly he's someone that could be on the move soon, so you don't necessarily want to be making crazy long-term personnel decisions specifically with him in mind, one would presume that the offensive coordinator that will succeed him would be similarly minded. And I think he would fit incredibly with the weapons that they have in store. Because I think you can kind of figure out something, not necessarily what they were doing at Tennessee, but very similar. And you can kind of let your receivers lead, your Amon-Ra St. Brown, once you get Jameson on the field. I mean, that feels to me very similar to a Tillman and a Hyatt. And then obviously getting your running back yesterday, as well as having David Montgomery. I think you would have a really similar situation as to what he had in Tennessee.
It is an interesting landing spot. And Detroit actually comes up in my Levis bets. So now this is the top ones we have for Will Levis. And this is where I think we can get some more value. They do have Tennessee at plus 200, the Rams at plus 400, and the Raiders at plus 500. So those are the three favorites. I don't buy any of those teams for Will Levis. You and I talked about off the air how we don't think Mike Vrabel is really a Will Levis type of guy. He likes guys who are efficient and take care of the football. That's not Levis's MO. I don't see Tennessee making that move. The Rams have so many needs that I don't know if they're going to sit there and McVay is going to want to develop a boom or bust project like Will Levis is, at least in my opinion. And be clear here, I am not of the same mindset a lot of people were that Will Levis should have been a top 4 pick. This slide to me is not surprising. He does have a lot of red flags. There is a lot of reason why you would not want him to be in that top group and why he is a boom or bust project. McVay needs so many things to revamp that offense. I don't see him wanting to spend his time on a Will Levis and having to develop him when he needs so many other weapons. So I don't buy the Rams. The Raiders, maybe in theory, but again, Josh McDaniels is, similar to a Mike Vrabel. Who they just signed? Jimmy Garoppolo. Who's their quarterback before? Derek Carr. They like guys who are more game managers and take care of the football too. I don't see Will Levis landing there. So I disagree with the books on those being the top favorites. Now, here's where it gets interesting for me. Detroit and the Bucks. And this is where I'm putting my money where my mouth is. Detroit right now, plus 1,200 for Will Levis, and the Bucks at plus 1,400. I have money on the Bucks at plus 1,400. I have a few shekels, half a unit, let's say, for Will Levis going to Detroit at plus 1,200. Detroit has 3 second-round picks. They can afford to get cute. We already saw them get cute yesterday.
Yeah, I agree with both of those. The 3 teams I'm looking at are those 2, and I want to throw out one more, and that's the Commanders. I feel like he fits very similar with what you have in a Howell, with what you tried to get in Carson Wentz. That seems to be the archetype of quarterback that they are looking for. You can certainly run kind of that same RPO around them, the kind of the volatile, big-armed guys. I actually think he fits, again, really well into what they've been looking for in that position. And I do believe that kind of the quarterback position, until you know you have one, you have to keep trying. So for them to take a quarterback rather than just, sit on their laurels with what we got out of the one game of Howell, I don't think it would be that shocking. I believe they're at plus 1,000 over on DraftKings. I think that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and just FYI, Commanders at plus 1,800 right now. I'm going to throw a few shekels on that because I like that too. Hey, let's welcome in Chase Thornton, also of Belly Up Fantasy Live, usually mans the Sunday show. Chase is going to be on with me, Adam, and whenever Chris actually gets his Wi-Fi figured out, he's been hanging out in the green room kind of sort of the entire time here.
Is he going to come in upside down again?
I'm hoping so. Make an entrance one way or another. But it's going to be the 4 of us all night long. We will have a guest later on, Drew DeLuca, from the quarterback list, Eagles guy, Fantasy Pros guy. We'll have him on the cap out the end of the second round. But other than that, it's going to be the 4 of us just going full nerd, giving you all the analysis we possibly can and having a wonderful time. Chase, what are you drinking tonight?
Tonight, I have a New Glarus Spotted Cow. You can only get it in Wisconsin. It's you do not pull it over the border. That's not allowed. So, yeah, I've got a bunch of those. It's one of my favorite beers. It's kind of one of my house beers here at the Mott and Bailey Basement Bar. So, and it should allow me to, pace myself and not get too ridiculous toward the end of the round.
It's going to be a long night. We hit the 4.5-hour mark yesterday of our stream. We will likely hit similar, if not 5 hours, between the second and third round today. That's right.
Yeah, I got a couple of spacers here too. So
well, you might need a bucket below.
I got a sink right
2
here.
2 beers in the water is like
it's a wet bar. So if the screen goes blank, you'll know I'm pulling it old school.
Gonna have to one of these Manscaped little intermissions may have to run over.
Right, yeah, it may be a sprint.
You guys just hold up the 1 or the 2, and then I'll know. Okay, we got a Manscaped break. Hold on, bow out. We got a 1 or 2 situation on our hands.
We got to get the pitch count. What do they call pitch cast or whatever? On the arm, like Ohtani wears it.
Yeah. Shout out Scott Hansen. This is a talent. It is a talent.
I don't know how he does it all the time, especially every single Sunday, but we love watching him, that's for sure. Well, Chase, we got you on. We had you on during the middle of the first round. What was something that stuck out to you coming into today, now the first round concluded?
Well, we were told again and again and again, and we wrote, some of us again and again and again, about how deep and how awesome this tight end draft class was supposed to be. And then everybody's like, okay, great. Let them be good. And we get one guy that goes to a team that really I didn't think needed tight end to worry about, with Kincaid going to Buffalo. So I think that, I don't know if everybody thought because it was so deep that they didn't need to worry about it. Because this is not a positional scarcity kind of thing, or it's not necessarily scarcity, positional like devaluation kind of thing. Like teams want to have that tight end that they can attack with, and when we're told about how good all these guys were, I think it's a position teams say that they want in theory, but in practicality, in actual appliance, you look around the league, that really hasn't been the case. Very rare is it more than one tight end that ever goes in the first round, regardless of how good the class is. Oh, I agree. But look at the teams who do have a guy. We know it from playing fantasy. We know it from watching in fantasy how sporadic the production, the offensive production can be from there. But if you get that guy like a Kittle, like a Kelsey, that you can attack the seam with, and that can kind of do everything like that to make sure that your other receivers can run their routes clean and don't have to worry about double teams from the safeties and that kind of thing. I just think that if this tight end class is supposed to be that as good as we've heard, I don't understand why there wasn't at least a little bit more about it. Maybe some of these guys that they're talking about that are so athletic maybe aren't quite as NFL ready, maybe in their eyes.
I think to a degree it is kind of what you were saying earlier, where the more quote unquote premium positions, there were only a few guys. So if you wanted them, you have to get them early. And now there's probably 4 or 5 tight ends with second, third round grades. There's, 5, 6 corners, a bunch of interior offensive linemen. So outside of corner, none of those are really premium. So I think those are going to kind of be the story of what we're going to be talking about tonight. Obviously, of course, the quarterbacks, but even Branch has been one that I was really surprised that he fell, because while safety isn't typically seen as a premium position, there's not much after him. There really isn't.
No, there's not.
And so to have the one guy that can both play nickel and safety, which has tended to bring guys' value up a little bit to where they could be drafted in the first round, to see him not go, especially given what's beneath him, was a little shocking to me.
Branch is that guy that really got hurt from the combine. And that's pretty much what it boiled down to. When we ran that 4-5-8, people started to really question, can you actually play that corner, that nickel position in the NFL? And that really affected him. You watch him on tape, though, and the guy has a game speed much faster than what you saw at the combine, instinctual, anticipates. I'm with you. I'm actually a big Branch fan. I've always been a big safety fan, even though it does get devalued, as it is one of those positions that gets devalued in today's, at least I will say, a prototype box safety gets devalued today's day and age. If you're a safety that can play corner too, then that might be a totally different story. We do have a couple of those guys in the opposite direction. There's a few guys that I like at cornerback or listed at cornerback that I think could be really great hybrid safeties coming through the back end. We'll get into all that as this goes on. But let's get back to the books a little bit, because we still have about 13 minutes or so before the second round officially kicks off. And so a lot of the other bets in place were about the teams that didn't get the draft in the first round. The Miami Dolphins obviously had the 4th, 3rd pick. The Cleveland Browns through the Deshaun Watson trade. The Denver Broncos do the Russell Wilson trade. The Rams, because they haven't had a first-round pick since I was born. The 49ers pick. 49ers haven't been picked in the first round either. So these are the teams people want to know, okay, what's going to be the first position they take when they finally get to go? So we'll start with the Dolphins. The top 4 teams, or the top 4 positions, tight end was actually pretty heavily favored at plus 150, and running back was number 2 at plus 350. I disagree with both of those. First of all, Miami showed you that they only want a tight end who can block. They don't really care if he can be part of the team because they have so many other weapons. Running back, they brought back Raheem Mostert. They brought back everybody. They brought back Myles Gaskin.
Literally the whole team.
Jeff
Wilson, go ahead.
If I said it yesterday, if a Kane is there, I think that one's interesting, and it's interesting for them specifically because he is. I know he's not someone that can fit in every single scheme, but he would be incredible in that scheme specifically.
And I don't disagree with that, but the question here is, and we're placing this bet, is that the first position they address with the first pick they have available to them in the second round?
I mean, I think it depends on how much your boy grasped from the head coach that he was working under previously. Are we talking someone that learned a lot from Shanahan? In which case, yes, we will be picking a running back pretty early.
It's hard to argue that. It's definitely hard to argue that point. I do have offensive line at plus 350 is what I have circled. Defensive line / edge is at plus 500. So I think that's also intriguing as well. But the one I got circled is the offensive line. Given where they're drafting in the second round, which is later on, I think around the 20th spot for the second round, the interior offensive line is going to be the value at that standpoint. They desperately need interior offensive line. I would just be a little bit surprised if they didn't wind up going in that direction. So I do have a few shekels on that. I don't know what you guys think about that. Go ahead, Chase.
Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second here. I've got a kid.
Yeah, do your thing.
Go to Adam.
Yeah, interior offensive line, I think, would also make a ton of sense for them. I mean, obviously, especially given what happened with Tua in kind of recent memory. I think everything that they can do to protect him makes a ton of sense. And certainly that's one of the positions where there is going to be value here early in the second when they go at 51. So there's going to be value there. That value could theoretically start flying off the board rather quickly as we get going today. So for them to go offensive line, I think makes a ton of sense. And then defensive line, again, it's a position where there's still some talent left, but how long said talent stays could go rather quickly.
I agree. And keep in mind, this is for the team. So if the Dolphins do trade up, this would still count for that. This isn't like yesterday with the picks. Hey, Chris, do we actually have you? You've been sputtering and spazzing in the green room. I wasn't sure to bring you on or not.
I'm not sure. Can you guys hear me okay? And
Yep.
I think I can finally hear you. I was sounding like I was watching like one of those 1920s movies where everything's just silent and I'm trying to read lips. Guess what's happening? I didn't see any action comedy or anything like that going on, so I was kind of lost. But hopefully, if you guys can hear me and I can hear you, and no bad feedback, we should be okay.
If you can hear me and I can hear you, we're gonna have a good old time. Yeah, we'll be all right. All right, so Chris is with us. So this is gonna be your foursome for the majority of the night, ladies and gents. So we were talking about, and this is for Chris and anybody who might have just tuned into the program now. We're talking about some bets on some teams that did not get the draft in the first round. We talked about the Miami Dolphins already. Let's move to the Cleveland Browns. The top two favorite positions of which one they could draft with their first opportunity today would be defensive line and offensive line. Now, not a huge amount of value, but when you start to look at the other positions like corner and wide receiver, they have such long odds because, well, it's not really areas I think they're going to address. They already traded for Elijah Moore. They've had some depth in the secondary for a while. The line of scrimmage on either side seems to be a prominent place, and it's still decent value. Defensive line is plus 130, offensive line plus 200. The Browns, though, keep in mind, they don't draft as of right now until the third round. So which one there, Chris, will go to you, do you think has the most value, is most likely for the Browns?
Yeah, I'd probably go defensive line. I think that they made some acquisitions this offseason. They definitely spent some money on free agency trying to upgrade that defensive line. But there's still room to be improvements. They have their linebackers kind of in place. They like some of the young guys that they have. They have a decent secondary. What they continually miss is they don't have any guy that stops the run or guys who kind of pair up with Garrett on the other side. So I think defensive line is one of the best I would look at. Offensive line with bringing back Willis, bringing back Conklin. They have their guys kind of set. They could maybe use some interior guys, but there's they have some depth there with Harris and Forbes. So I'd probably push from the third round. I would look for them to move defensive line. Maybe even, I'm not sure you said it, but maybe an offensive playmaker, because I know there's a lot of talk about them adding another weapon as well.
Well, in particular sorry, I thought I saw something here. In particular for the backup running back to Nick Chubb, I think I could see that. We'll have to see exactly what happens with the Browns. So there are a lot of depth at running back. But right now, I have that penciled in defensive line at plus 130. So let's kick this over to Chase, and we'll move to the Denver Broncos. Who are they going to go with first? Right now, the favorites, looking at running back at plus 250, is actually the favorite here, which doesn't make any sense to me for that to be their first pick that they make in today's draft. But defensive line plus 300, that does make some sense to me. Sean Payton always about trying to clog the defensive front and win the line of scrimmage on that side. And being that they address the offensive line in free agency, they do have a lot of weapons already on the offensive side of the ball kind of in place. I wouldn't be surprised if they went that direction.
Well, what's their first pick today? When does Denver pick first today? I don't have that.
Their first pick today, I believe, is also not until the third round.
Okay, because they do need enough to me. Early third. Okay, yeah, because to me, they still need to concentrate on that offensive line a little bit. I mean, I know they brought in McGlinchey in that, but I think they need to look specifically at center, and with them picking not until the early third, there's a shot. I don't know that there will be one of those guys there, but the top three guys on the interior, not right now, the Avila and Tippmann and Michael Schmitz from Minnesota, those three guys, they'll all go tonight. I think every single one of them will. Now, whether one of them is there for them at the beginning of the third is another story, but I think an upgrade to center would really help that offensive line kind of gel and come together. I don't think that running back is a direction that they need to be that concerned about with their first pick. Like, they don't have to jump on it right away. Javonte Williams, it's a bad injury, but he's still young. if
And
he,
they picked up
if he comes,
Samaje Perine.
and exactly, they pick up P. Ryan, and so now they've got a guy that they know, at least for a short period of time, can be the guy. I mean, we saw him perform very well whenever he was in for Mixon in Cincinnati. They've also, I mean, there's still talk about Latavius Murray and other guys there too, but I don't think they have to worry about that as much as shoring up that line. And then, addressing on their defense. I mean, they've already got a solid defense. If they could boost it up front a little bit, then we're talking they could make some waves. Maybe not quite the waves we all thought they were going to make last year when Russell came to town, but I think we all overblew that anyway.
Offensive line, just for the record, is at plus 350. Cornerback at plus 450. Any of those values strike you there, Chris?
I might look at the cornerback situation. I know they have some good players, but they have some depth issues they could definitely address, and some guys in the last year's deal. Surtan's is a stud, but the rest of the secondary is getting a little bit older. Jackson's older in the safety slot position, so I could see them maybe looking at a slot that's something, or a corner that's something Sean Payton kind of notoriously did in New Orleans. They had lots of corners, lots of defensive ends. We saw yesterday maybe the defensive ends or / defensive end, defensive tackle guy, that projection guy, maybe that's the GM's Loomis's more thing. Maybe we're seeing Sean Payton move to his corners, or I could even say, like you talked about earlier, the offensive line. I think that's a good call. Luke Whitepier from Ohio State's another center that could be also on the board around third round. So there's definitely options in the interior offensive line that you can look at for this team.
I'm throwing half a unit on the defensive line and half a unit on the offensive line. So we'll mark that down as we go through here. All right, we got two more teams before we kick this off. We got the Rams and the 49ers and who they're going to draft first. Let's start off with the Rams. The top favorites right now, or at least my top favorites right now, offensive line at plus 300. They have nobody who can block anything. So that makes a lot of sense to me if they're in that position there. And then also wide receiver at plus 500. I cannot tell you how many times I've heard Sean McVay is going to have his way from here on out, from what I'm told. He wants to rebuild the offense and the hell with the defense until a later date and time. I do believe that to some degree. I would not be shocked if the Rams decide, you know what, we're just going to go with another wide receiver to find a pair-up buddy with Cooper Kupp, and I like the value at plus 500 for that. So that's the way I'm leaning. What do you guys think?
First of all, I mean, we talked about it earlier, and I'm not going to discount it as a possibility, but the plus 225 for a quarterback feels like not great. not great at all. I can't rule it out, but to have it be the favorite certainly is shocking.
That's why I skipped it. There's
yes.
no way in my mind that's going to be
the favorite. Now, what I will say about offensive line, as much as it's the logical decision, there's a reason they're in the place that they are, and it's that they just seemingly ignore that position. So that just kind of, I struggle to put my eggs in that basket as well. Not if I was in that position, offensive line is far and away priority number one, but they have just not seemed to agree with that sentiment.
Well, I like them to go for wide receiver too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Chris, a step on you, but I think wide receiver is a position they do need to go to. I mean, they performed absolutely terribly last season. I mean, and I know Stafford was hurt, but nobody could get open other than Cooper Kupp last year. And Allen Robinson, is he washed? Is he not? Is it a matter of how they used him? Van Jefferson, I mean, and Ben Skoranek, like I don't really want to be counting on those guys to take that step up if they actually want to try and do anything this year. I like the idea of taking a wide receiver, even though I know it's a little chalky. But yeah, that offensive line, they've been hurting ever since, when Havenstein left, and they just kind of fell apart. So they're just not, they can't block anybody. They can't stop anybody.
Chris, what are you going to say?
I was going to say, there could be a cheat here, Dan. Can we check what the Patriots have on top of their board for the first round talent? Because that's the Rams who are probably going to take in the second or third round, and we can kind of guess off of that. So if there's anybody the Patriots have on top of their board that should not be on top of their board in the first round, that's probably who the Rams have right now on their top, looking at that second, third round. No, but I think everybody had a great point. I like the shekels on the receiver position, Dan. I think we talked about a lot of receivers, coming into this draft on the draft shows and MD's fantasy football show, and we definitely have been looking at the receiver core, like the depth of it. So I think when you look at Sean McVay needs to do, add more playmakers. You need more weapons, as Chase pointed out. It can't just be Cooper Kupp and nothing else. They moved on from Allen Robinson. Ben Skronik, or how you want to say his name. I think he's a bum, so he just needs to get off the field. And sooner than later that happens, the better for the Rams. The offensive line thing, it sounds great in theory. This is the Rams, though. They just seem to kind of ignore that position until they have to. So they have guys got healthier as the season progressed. They probably think they're okay again. So I think playmaker is the play. The receiver in particular, I think, is a nice bet, plus 500.
They do have 11 picks today, or not between today and tomorrow. They've I mean, for a team that F them picks, they've got a ton of them. And these are prime rounds to spend on offensive line later if they want to. I don't think it's something they address right away.
We'll have to see that. We're going to find out quickly because they have an early pick here in the second round. All right, last team that did not have a first round pick and doesn't have a second round pick as of right now either, but does pick in the third round 3 times. And that would be the San Francisco 49ers. So the odds that I have written down here that I want to decide between: offensive line at plus 200. That makes the most sense. But safety,
quarterback, running back.
Yep.
Safety at plus 800 is intriguing to me. The 49ers do love their safeties, in particular, their hybrid safeties. So anybody that they deem that can actually go down, play the nickel, take over that Jimmy Ward type of role, wouldn't be surprised they went there. So I do have that plus 800, and then cornerback at plus 300. Right now, I'm leaning towards just making the favorite pick of the offensive line at plus 200. Still not shabby odds. That should be the pick that they address first, but they do have 3 first-rounders, or 3 third-rounders, excuse me. So they could go in a few different directions while still addressing it in the same round. What's the value here for you guys?
Well, I think that, yeah, like you said, the offensive line makes the most sense. And if I had to put money down, I'd say they probably look there. But I do like the idea of a safety for them, too. I think that's their second biggest need. I think, they had the number 7 ranked offensive line last season by PFF, but losing McGlinchey and that, they didn't get particularly strong play out of their guards. They could use either a tackle or a guard, doesn't matter which one. So I like the offensive line pick. But safety, if you're looking to make a big splash, yeah, I mean, put something down on safety. That's their second biggest need to me.
As dumb as it is, there's worse ways to spend a quarter than the plus 3,000 on running back.
I hate you, Adam. Don't even put that in the universe, man. Well, you're not wrong. Okay, guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, the Pittsburgh Steelers will be on the clock to kick off the second and third round. So everybody stay tuned to the MD's Fantasy Football Show. The NFL Draft live stream is here. Spring has sprung, and our friends at Manscaped have the best tools for some spring cleaning. They've already helped you tidy up all the nooks and crannies of your body's basement, but this year, Manscaped can help you get the perfect presentation on that beautiful face with the new Beard Hedger Pro Kit. Make sure you look your best this spring by using code BELLYUP20 to get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. It's time to tame your mane with the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. The sun is peeking back out, which means you'll have to show your face in the daylight again. So use the kit to make sure your scruff looks award-winning, whether you got glorious beard flow or some smooth, sleek cheeks. The kit starts off with the Beard Hedger, a waterproof cordless trimmer with a rotary wheel that gives you 20 hair cutting lengths, all with one guard. So no more messy drawers full of add-ons. It also comes with the titanium-coated T-blades that are tough on hair but smooth on your face, leading to a single-stroke efficiency that brings satisfaction one stroke at a time. The Beard Hedger is a high-tech piece of art in a travel-sized package with a long-lasting battery, universal charging, and a strong motor. So what are you waiting for? Save 20% off and free shipping when you use the promo code BELLYUP20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the promo code BELLYUP20 at manscaped.com. Focus on the face and use the Beard Hedger Pro Kit for the cleanest look in the game. to the draft coverage here with the MD's Fantasy Football Show, presented to you by Belly Up Sports. It is the second and third round tonight. It is the same as last night. We're giving your NFL analysis, your fantasy football analysis. We already talked about some bets. I will keep an eye to see if they reopen any books after this thing has started. Sometimes they do random picks here and there. When we get closer to the end of today, sometimes they'll pop up the Mr. Irrelevant pick up there, so maybe we'll throw that in and keep you guys up to date there as well. But we got tons to talk about, all kinds of things in football. This is the time. It is, I guess, Christmas in July. Yesterday was Christmas Day. The first round has to be Christmas Day, so this has to be like whatever's next after that. Your birthday, Christmas, July, whatever, whatever you want to do. Yeah, however you want to splice it. But we got Chris Dowhauer with us. We got Chase Thornton with us. We got Adam LaRue with us. And, of course, I'm your host, Dan Mater. And we're going to be here with you guys for the entirety of tonight. And I officially want to say that the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. So how about the Steelers? They kick off the second round, but really in most years, this would actually be a first-round pick. So this kind of worked out a little okay for them, right?
Well, I mean, when so many teams didn't have, I mean, we've heard over and over again that, yeah, there was a limited amount of first round grades on guys. But yeah, I mean, that's true most years. There's not 32 guys that actually get a first round grade, even though 32 guys have to get picked.
Or they were some years.
Yeah, like this year. But yeah, I mean, you're usually getting somebody pretty good at the beginning of the second round anyway. The big difference is obviously that fifth-year option goes away from being picked in the first round, which is, I think, why a lot of people were surprised that if Levis goes in the first half of the second round tonight, I'll be very interested to hear if anybody tells us why they felt they didn't want to move up for that fifth-round option if he goes early tonight.
Well, there are a lot of reports, and how true they are, we'll have to see. But the Titans, the Raiders, the Falcons, and the Vikings, quote unquote, were desperately trying to trade up and back into the back end of the first round last night. Now, I don't know how desperate they must have been, because a lot of trades I saw involved 1 4th-round pick to move up a few spots. So, how much you want to take that for a grain of salt, that's up to you guys. But we'll have to see exactly how this thing plays out. What should the Steelers do here, Chris? They did get Broderick Jones, the offensive tackle, yesterday.
I was going to say, this has got to be Joey Porter Jr., is it not? I mean, this is what we thought in the first round. Joey Porter Jr. there.
Doesn't have
the most
to be
clear pick, I think, that we'll talk about tonight.
It's sentimental, but it's not. Yeah, it's sentimental, but it's not a given.
I mean, it's a position of need. It's
a value that was
legacy.
Considered one of those first round guys that potentially could be on the board up there. As far as guys who have fallen, he's similar to what we've been talking about in Levis as far as how far he's fallen.
100%. And I was talking about Joey Porter all last night, how he was actually the number one corner on my board overall. I had him over Witherspoon and over those guys. So, yeah.
I had $5 for him to go top 10. So that's the type of guy that we're talking about here.
And yet he wasn't able to do it. So we'll have to see, but they are on the clock, and we'll see exactly what pick that they make. Now, Chase, we didn't really get the chance to talk to you, towards the end of the first round. We talked about our fantasy picks and who we became most excited for. Who are you most excited for after the first round yesterday? You're looking at Dynasty or you're looking at redraft for next year, either one.
Most excited, probably 3 guys. But I think that if you're in Dynasty, especially if you're in a Superflex Dynasty, I think that Anthony Richardson needs to be the top quarterback on your board because he's got that crazy athletic upside. If you might as well take a swing at it, take a shot at it in Dynasty. I really like Richardson landing there with Steichen as the new head coach and coming in and bringing hopefully some of the same concepts that he ran with Jalen Hurts. We know that a mobile quarterback playing for Shane Steichen can score a ton of fantasy points. So I like that. I like that fit. I like Bijan, but I like Bijan just about probably anywhere he went. It makes me a little sad for Tyler Algier and his owners, but it is what it is. And then after that, I loved Addison to Minnesota. I think that he's actually I think he's not only going to be fantasy usable in his own right, I think he is going to, if anything, somehow enhance Cousins' value and Justin Jefferson. I loved that. I thought that was a great pick. It was something that I had said I thought they should do. And so I think that those three guys there will be real fantasy gems, especially, like I said, dynasty format. And I play a lot of dynasty superflex. So I've got Richardson pretty high on my board just because, you know, he isn't the sure thing, but none of these guys were sure things. That's all we heard the whole pre-draft process. So why not take a shot on the guy who's got that crazy athletic upside and might be able to, you know, run for as many touchdowns per year as Jalen Hurts did last year.
Well, let's have that debate real quick because Chris, you talked about this, and I think I brought up during the show. It might have been afterwards. I don't know. It was a long night last night. But when we look at that, when we look at Richardson, and you brought up Stroud was your guy, when a dynasty standpoint, are you looking for the guy that, look, fantasy-wise could be a cheat code in Richardson, but maybe doesn't wind up lasting as long because of how many red flags he has as a passer than a CJ Stroud would be, who maybe doesn't have the unlockability of an Anthony Richardson, but should be set up, at least from his passing skill set, to last longer in this league? Which direction are you looking to go?
Was that, yeah, Chris? Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, for myself, I'm looking for the guy that I can have for long term. I think quarterback's one of the harder positions to kind of lock up a dynasty, and it's one of the keys. And you talk about cheat codes. Now, mobile quarterback's always wonderful to have, but we have lots of mobile quarterbacks coming in and out of the draft. A lot of people probably invested some, heavy draft capital in Malik Willis last year, thinking just what you're talking about. I have a rushing cheat code, a guy who can run the ball wherever he wants to. Well, as we saw, it doesn't be on the field for a game, maybe 2 games, and then your coach is ready to yank you out because you can't complete passes like they need you to move the ball. So I have legit concerns about Anthony Richardson as a quarterback in general. I do think the skill set, very interesting, but we've seen other quarterbacks being, challenged to change positions, such as Lamar Jackson, for example, who were way better throwers in college than Anthony Richardson was. So I look at a guy who I don't wonder if he's not asked to change positions or if he struggles, gets kind of pushed off the quarterback position, because I just don't see a guy who's going to easily transition to this quarterback, and especially for a team that doesn't have a lot of playmakers around him either.
Well, let's flip the conversation. What about just for this upcoming year? Which one would you go with?
I still go with Stroud, because I think Stroud's going to start from day one. I think Gardner Minshew is going to be a starter for the Colts early on. I think that Richardson will probably get brought along. Is he the guy right off the bat? I don't know. I mean, Jonathan Taylor didn't necessarily get the keys to the kingdom necessarily his first year. So is Richardson the quarterback going to be just, this is your job? I kind of doubt that, especially if he flames out early, and he doesn't look good in preseason or look good in camp. I think this is going to be Gardner Minshew at least 4 to 6 weeks, and then after that, maybe you see the guy come in and take over. But let's not forget, Justin Fields is a way better thrower coming out of college as well, and Justin Fields had to basically save his job by running around this past year, because there are a lot of questions about what he could do at the quarterback position. And like I said, he's way more polished than Richardson was.
No, I don't disagree with any of that. I think our take last night was that we thought Gardner Minshew would be the starter week 1. I know mine. That was my line of thinking. They wouldn't rush Anthony Richardson along. The more I thought about it today, and when you take into consideration as a 4th pick, and Minshew's a flat out nobody, I think they're just going to go full in. We got to restart our full offense now, restart the culture now. I think Richardson's going to be the week 1 starter. And with that mindset, I would have Richardson over CJ Stroud from a fantasy standpoint for redraft leagues for this year. Now, Chris, I'm with you dynasty-wise. There's too many red flags for me to think Richardson's going to be able to do enough to be a starter 3 years from now. This year, maybe next year, they have to do it. They have to put him get some more weapons. That 3rd year, I think, is going to be key, and that's where I question. I don't know if I'm banking on that long term. I'm going CJ Stroud, but for this year, I do think Richardson's the week 1 starter. I am going to go with Richardson. I think that's something we're going to be talking about and watching closely through the summertime, because if he does start to make waves in training camp, like he's pulling away, or at least they're going to go that direction to start off the season. And then we're going to be looking at a guy like, well, are you just Lamar Jackson on the ground, at least in your rookie year? Because remember, Lamar Jackson's rookie season, when he only played 8 games, he threw the ball only 22 times. But he ran a ton, and it was a fantasy gold mine and actually won a lot of leagues. I think it would be very similar to that. I don't know. Adam, what do you think?
I the more that I've sat with it, and mostly after watching the presser for Ballard and Steichen, introducing him, or not introducing him, but speaking to the indie media afterwards, it certainly sounds like for both of
All right, the Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in, and they do go Joey Porter here. So Adam, we got to cut you off. You get to react first.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's exactly what we thought. The last few drafts, I mean, they took the Pittsburgh kid and Kenny Pickett last year. We have Freiermuth from not that long ago. They definitely like drafting people regionally close. They definitely like drafting players who have connections to the Steelers. To me, especially it also being a positional need and also this being a player that fell, this again was the most obvious, like, write it in pick that we will talk about tonight. The least shocking pick that potentially of the draft after Bryce Young.
Great story. You get the legacy story here, Pittsburgh, and that's usually what they're all about the family, all about the legacy. Plus, Joey Porter's awesome, so it's a great pick. And I'm going to tell you, Porter, I know it's technically second round. It's 32. I'm going to say you're a first-round pick.
Yep.
Chris, your reaction here?
Yeah, I think it's the pick that we expected it to be in some senses, but also a good pick for Pittsburgh. Look, just because they're related doesn't necessarily make it a great pick. What makes it a great pick is he fits what Steelers do. He's a guy that can tackle, a guy that can play zone or man. Steelers have to kind of mix it up with you, especially the new coordinator. They kind of use different fronts. So he's able to kind of do anything in transition for this team and fits well with Mika Fitzpatrick. Some other guys, they already have that secondary. And I like to pick with the paired up last night or their first rounder. So they have, Steelers are kind of getting back on track. The other quarterback still, but I like what they're doing around the rest of the team.
Yeah, defensively, they like to mix it up. Offensively, not so much, but I guess that'll be a different story unless we talk about that throughout the offseason here. So the Cardinals are on the board. Chase, this is, what do you think they should do here? They went offensive line, their first pick. They have a ton of needs. Really, there's no need that could be a wrong direction here for the Arizona Cardinals. So what would you do?
And that's part of the problem with the whole franchise is that, they've got so many things that they have to fill. If I'm in Arizona, I think that they need to look at the defensive front, defensive tackle, interior defensive line, or an edge rusher. They lost J.J. Watt here to retirement. So, if I'm Arizona, I'm looking defense. They just brought in the new head coach. He's going to be the one that's kind of calling the defensive scheme there, I think, and dictating what they want to run for that defensive scheme there. He likes to run that kind of almost like that 5-1, Okie, like old school defense, 3-4 base concepts, but with his guys outside walk way up. So I think that getting an edge rusher or getting a defensive tackle should be their main focus here.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, and not surprising, there's a lot of talk that the Arizona Cardinals are looking at trade possibilities, which I think ultimately with a team like this, that's what they need to do. They need to try to keep trading back as much as they possibly can. We'll see if they actually pull the trigger on that or not. They are still on the clock as we speak. I wanted to get back to some of our dynasty and fantasy football conversations that we were having, though. And, I like having that debate of who do you take in dynasty, but who you think might be better for this year. And sometimes that can have an effect on who you draft, depending upon what your situation in your dynasty league is. Adam, we were talking about the wide receivers yesterday. That's the conversation I want to have. Now, you said Jordan Addison becomes your number one dynasty rookie wide receiver now that he went to the Minnesota Vikings. Is that just for dynasty, or would he also be your 2023 number one rookie wide receiver?
Well, actually, I have him and Quentin Johnston in the same tier in dynasty, and what for me pushes Addison above Quentin Johnston is this year, because to me they're neck and neck.
All right, the Tennessee Titans have moved up. The Titans are on the clock. They made a trade with the Arizona Cardinals. And I do not, as of this, here we go. Cardinals trade their 33rd pick and their 81st pick, which is their third round pick. The Titans trade their 41st pick and 72nd pick. So basically, that doesn't make, I hope there's more to it because that's all they got. That's ridiculous.
That's really hard trying to trap in their first round yesterday, Dan. That's some bullshit reporting we're getting earlier then.
Well, because according to this right now, and this is Field Yates reporting this right now that he put out there. Pretty much they just did a swap where the Cardinals move up in the third round and move back in the second round, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So we'll have to see. But I am getting a pick. Is Will Levis Will Levis going to the Tennessee Titans is who they traded up for. I have to say I'm surprised by the pick. I'm on the record saying I did not think this is the direction Vrabel would want to go for the Titans. It doesn't really fit in my mind. Chris, but you did think this was a possibility. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you have a new GM, a team trying to find their identity. We talked about this after the show yesterday, off the air. We were just kind of commenting about where's Tennessee going with this team, and it's obvious that they're kind of in transition period. They're in between where they can be, a younger team or an older team. I think look at the Vikings as kind of a model, a team that maybe you can try to maybe buy a year or two, see if you're a competitive team still. If you're not, now you have a quarterback in the waiting. I don't love the fit necessarily. I don't love Will Levis either, but I think what I understand is they're trying to figure out what they're going to do with Ryan Tannehill and that $37 million albatross of a contract he has moving into next year. Derrick Henry has some big money on his contract as well, so Tennessee's got to kind of figure out the cap space moving forward. I think this is going to be a way to kind of do that.
So I finally got some more details. It is the Cardinals did trade their 33rd pick and their 81st pick for the Titans, 41 and 72. The Titans also gave up next year's 3rd round pick to make that 8-9 moves jump up in the 2nd round, which just seems a little underwhelming.
Comment real quick that the whole trade chart that everybody loves to use seems to be null and void this year. Agree? Because that seems
maybe they came out with a new one instead of memo out and didn't tell anybody and say, you know what, these picks are not actually worth this. Everything's worth a hell of a lot less. Because I have been incredibly underwhelmed by the value of trade that we've seen so far today. And late yesterday, really everything after the initial trade.
It goes to show how little they value this draft class, or at least, in the early rounds. Again, I think the depth here is fantastic. There's a lot of players that are going to make impacts in spots situationally in this draft. But as far as stars go, as far as the trades, like your Trey Lance, where you're throwing 3 first-round picks to move up, or the crazy moves, outside of Will Anderson, there really weren't a lot of players who warranted that type of move. You saw it with Bryce Young. We saw it with Will Anderson. I could have accepted it for a Jalen Carter. Outside of that, I feel like I would be shocked if anyone did spend big to move up, just because why? You didn't need to. The gap between a lot of these players isn't really that large. Even with Joey Porter talking earlier, if he was your number 1 CB, how big was the gap between a Witherspoon, and some of these other guys, and Gonzalez, and we can go on the list. I think the gap between, for instance, at corner, top guy number 1, guy number 6, 7, really wasn't that big. So even in the stronger positions, the gapping just isn't really that crazy.
I don't disagree with that at all. I'm just surprised. I'm still surprised because it's just been very underwhelming. So now the conversation, Chris, you mentioned this with the Ryan Tannehill contract. None of that money is guaranteed into this year. So I think we're going to have this convo. Chase, I'll go to you. Is it Will Levis or Ryan Tannehill week 1 for the Tennessee Titans?
Well, I think it depends on how they see themselves. If they still see themselves as any kind of contender, I think they need to stick with Tannehill. But the way I see that AFC South division, the Jaguars are ascending. They're on their way up. And I think that they were much better than the rest of the division last year. Where is Tennessee? And you know that you're facing 2 other rookie quarterbacks in the division. So that your top 2 in that division probably right off the bat if you keep Tannehill around. But he's expensive as all hell, and if they can save some money, they might cut him loose. I think for my purposes right now, I would still have Tannehill as the starter. Levis may supplant Willis as the second stringer, but I think for my money right now, they do not want to have to go into next year with Will Levis, this season, I should say, with Will Levis or Malik Willis and say some veteran backup presence to play third string. If they have any aspirations of trying to compete at all for a wild card or otherwise, Tannehill has to be the guy still.
Do we agree?
Derrick Henry stays on that roster, there's no way it's Will Levis. The only way I see them moving on is if they're cutting bait completely and starting fresh.
I tend to agree with that. I think we do have another pick in here. I can find this guy for us, but it looks like the Detroit Lions are going with Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta coming off the board here early in the second round, a tight end who good pass catcher, questionable as far as what his blocking ability is going to be in the next level. They did trade away TJ Hawkinson last year. Chris, I saw your face. Your face kind of shows my emotions on this. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Look, I like Sam Laporta, and I think the guy can ball. I just have no understanding how you're taking him in the second round. Detroit must have thrown out, their draft board completely out the window when it comes to value, and just decided to pick them backwards. Maybe they're using the Patriot model. I'm not really sure what's going on right now, but there was no way that you needed to take Sam Laporta. I would have rather had an extra fourth round or whatever, whatever you're getting in a sense to move back would have been worth it, because this just makes no sense to me. The guy is a decent receiver, gets the ball, is decent blocker, but doesn't do anything particularly special. There's better tight ends on the board, in my opinion, like Washington and Musgrave. And when you look at what Detroit's doing, they're still forgetting they need defensive players. So I do not like this move at all.
I'm with you. I have Michael Mayer ahead of him as well. Tight end is definitely a need for the Detroit Lions, but Sam Laporta, that's the last thing you need. You have a ton of weapons. It's all you have now. You need guys who can help out and block up front and be dual threats and be red zone threats. What's Laporta going to do in this team? This is a team that utilizes two tight end sets but needs those guys to block. And you spent a high second-round pick on Sam Laporta? You can find a bunch of guys, Chris, to your point, who can give you athleticism, yards after the catch, and who are more freak athletes if you don't care about the blocking aspect.
But I think that's where Detroit. I mean, the three guys that are on their roster right now, Zylstra, Wright, and Mitchell, they're a bunch of, I call them tackle eligibles that they split out occasionally. Laporta can be their receiving tight end, and I mean, I realize that you're telegraphing somewhat if you're always putting one tight end that you're throwing to and another one that's blocking. I think they'll be smarter than to rotate.
We do have a trade. The Raiders have traded up with the Colts, and now the Raiders are on the clock as we speak. So we'll see what they just trade up for. Maybe it's Hendon Hooker. We'll have to find out. Chase, go ahead. I don't have that yet.
No, I'm saying that if Laporta, his strength is supposed to be his route running ability and his catching. He's supposed to be a receiving tight end. He's a move tight end. The three guys they've got right now, I think, in my opinion, are not as big of threats. The three of them, all weight combined, didn't put out terrible production after they got rid of Hawkins.
Interesting for the conversation. The Raiders didn't waste any time. They go with Michael Mayer here to trade up for him. So they replace Darren Waller and get their complete tight end package. And the run of tight end has begun. And to your question there, Adam, the picks were the Colts trade their 35th pick for the Raiders' 38th and 141st for this year's draft. So they pick up an extra fourth round pick or so and move back 3 spots. Go ahead, Chris.
I'm just going to chime in real quick. I appreciate what you're saying, Chase, about having the pass catcher, but Sam Laporta had 5 touchdowns during his whole entire career. 1,700 yards and 5 touchdowns. So that's what you're basically banking on, being that's weapon as a tight end. When there's other guys, like I said, that are definitely on the board that I think would be more productive for you, or bringing other guys to be more impactful for your team in general. It just kind of surprises me that you're going after a guy who hasn't really been overly impressive or really done anything to stand out necessarily. Like I said, I like Sam Laporta, just no way in the world second round.
Yeah, those guys I think that are valued later on that you could have gotten there. I think that's the overall point that we're trying to make. And just clearly the Lions, who I've been very impressed with over the past couple of years, their draft, this is starting to feel like the Lions 10 years ago.
Is there a Patriot in the house? That's all I want to know. Is it somebody who's stuck in?
There's always a Patriot in every house. What are you talking about? There's a sabotage spy somewhere lurking about in every organization.
People in every coaching staff subverting the system.
So the Rams are now on the clock. They'll be making their first pick. We talked about them a little bit, so let's go and. I see I had the bet right here. What did I circle? Oh, yes, wide receivers. Let's go for the Rams getting a wide receiver so I can get that plus 500 action, hopefully, with this pick. Assuming they don't trade back. Now, they have so many picks today that I don't think that they would, but they also have a lot of needs. So wouldn't be totally off the board if they did, in fact, do that. We're going to get some more action coming in, too, because the second round is definitely going to move a hell of a lot faster. I want to get back to our other conversation here. So with the Lions and going Sam Laporta, let's switch gears. Let's talk about this from a fantasy standpoint. They definitely need a pass catcher at the tight end position, but does he set himself up in a position where he's going to get enough of a target share? There is Jamison Williams, there is Amon-Ra St. Brown. They just drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, who, by the way, I don't know if you guys heard the story today. There was reports, I don't know if I believe this, but that the Lions were thinking if they got stopped at 6, they weren't able to trade back, that they would have taken Gibbs over Bijan Robinson because that's how much of an athlete they think he is. You can tell me what you think about that too. But does Laporta even get enough targets with all those weapons on the field?
Well, I was saying it when we got interrupted, but this is a team that wants to throw to the tight end. If you look at the combined output between Mitchell, Wright, and Zylstra last year after Hockenson left, they want to throw to a tight end. And so if Laporta ends up being that guy that they can put out there and throw to, and if he can show that he belongs as the starter, I think there's no reason he doesn't get enough of a target share to be a consideration.
I just got some confusion. I think. Go ahead, Chris.
So just to chime in, I think that's the case if there's absolutely no second receiver on this team. But you just named like 3 or 4 weapons that are going to get fed before him.
Jamison Williams is
going to get the ball. St. Brown's going to get the ball. Different guys will be involved. The tight end's the position for this offense in particular. You've seen Higbee have decent games. You saw Everett have some decent games with the Rams. But usually they weren't good consistently until somebody was injured or somebody was out for a considerable period of time. These teams struggle to feature the tight end position because they use such short passing attacks, and a lot of times the St. Brown's routes and the running back routes are going to be exactly the same routes the tight end like the Sam Laporta is asked to run. Sam Laporta's not a great guy running down the seam per se. He's not going to stretch the field on you. So I'm really interested to see what you expect him to kind of produce. Now in the red zone, I'm with you, Chase. The red zone, you saw tight ends definitely get used in the red zone. They use from Zylstra, they use Mitchell, they use different guys that 1-2 yard touchdown pass. But is that what you're going to bank on for fantasy wise? Maybe. Hopefully this year is actually some good tight ends coming into this draft class, we think. And there should be more options at the tight end position. But I just really have a hard time figuring out if you didn't eat T.J. Hockenson and you couldn't feed him, how the hell are you going to feed Sam Laporta?
Well, and I'm going to put this out there, too. If you actually look at the target distribution share for the Detroit Lions last year, it never featured more than 3 guys. It would usually be St. Brown plus whoever was healthy on the other side plus the running back. And maybe that would be a tight end, but that would also, to Chris's point, that would depend on who was healthy that day. And it never spreads out to anything more than that. Yes, Jamison Williams will be suspended the first 6 weeks of the season, but Laporta is still a rookie tight end. So what impact does he even have early on? We've seen time and time again, tight ends not have that rookie tight end impact. Again, we're harping on the Detroit Lions pick, which is from a fantasy standpoint to an NFL standpoint, it didn't make any freaking sense. Let's talk a little bit. We'll throw this to Adam. Adam, talk to me a little bit about Michael Mayer going to the Raiders. What's your reaction to that?
Makes sense. I think they've put Jimmy Garoppolo in a position to actually have a pretty decent little output here.
The Rams do go offensive line, and they go Steve Avila. A good pick on the board. They needed this desperately. So the Rams actually stay put, and they make a smart pick here. So, Adam, wrap up your thoughts about Michael Mayer and then move into your reaction here for the Rams.
I was just going to say that I think they're putting Jimmy Garoppolo in a really good position. They've surrounded him with some good weapons, and Mayer, he makes sense as a Josh McDaniels tight end. He really does. He feels very Hunter Henry-esque in a lot of ways. So it checks a lot of boxes for them. I think it makes total sense. And as far as the Rams, I am proud of them for finally deciding that the offensive line matters to some degree. And this is a great pick. He's a great player. I think this was certainly their number one problem all of last season. I know the receiver position certainly had its fair share of issues. There is going to be plenty of that in this draft. There's a lot of good receiver 2, receiver 3 types remaining on the board. And that, to our point earlier, they do have a lot of picks in this draft. So I think they'll be able to manage that as well. But right now, I think there's a ton of value in the interior offensive line for them to grab it right now while it's there. I really like the pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good zone blocking tight guard. He fits the scheme perfectly. Chris, you've been shaking your head. You look very on board with this.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, look, I think I had the Florida kid hired. I think he's the best guard on the board still. But Steve Avila is not far behind, and a guy that I think is an absolute steal. A guy who I think is a starter day one. And as Adam alluded to, finally, Sean McVay realizes offensive line does matter, is extremely important, and particularly if you want to keep Matthew Stafford upright, you need to keep protection from hitting him in the face. So you need to be able to protect that middle. You need to be able to run the ball. Cam Akers had a nice little stretch at the end of the season last year. Adding another guy who can open holes for this guy is also going to be helpful. So I think this is a great home run move by the Rams, and thank God they finally addressed this offensive line.
Let's put a bow on the tight end conversation that we're having for now, and let's go to it from a dynasty standpoint. So now you have Dalton Kincaid, who was drafted in the first round by the Buffalo Bills, late in the first round. A few picks later, we get Sam Laporta to the Detroit Lions, and we get Michael Mayer now to the Las Vegas Raiders. Who is, based on just that of those three, who is the number one guy and why? We'll start with Chase.
Mayer for me, because of where he is and how I think that they're going to use him. We know that Garoppolo is coming from a system that likes to use a tight end and can throw it there. Plus, he's got Devontae Adams, who's going to be sucking coverage away from him. I just don't think I don't necessarily disagree with our takes on Laporta not being the correct pick there, or that he went too high. I'm just saying I see why they went with a pass catching tight end there. But again, like you said, they may not be able to target him enough with their route tree. And
Derek Hall comes off the board for the Seattle Seahawks here, so they go with an edge rusher to come on in. So, Chase, go ahead, finish your thought there, and then we'll get your reaction to Derek Hall.
My problem with Dalton Kincaid to the Bills is that Dawson Knox he's not a usable tight end unless he's scoring touchdowns, and he only scores red zone touchdowns, and they don't target him in the red zone. So if they're going to continue that pattern of tight end usage with Kincaid, even if Kincaid becomes like their move tight end and Knox becomes an inline, if they're going to continue not throwing to the tight end in the red zone, then he's not going to see enough to push him over the top. He'll be usable, but it's tight end. Almost everybody in the league is usable.
The Colts have traded back again, and now the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. So, yes, Adam's very happy about that. We'll get that into you in just a second as soon as I can get those details. Okay, let's switch gears here. Derek Hall, Seattle Seahawks. Adam, give me what you got on that one.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think that they've been needing to start addressing the front seven. They've done a really good job last two drafts addressing kind of the back half of that defense. But certainly the front seven has not gotten the same amount of love. At this point, I do think that the interior is a little bit more of the issue that I would have liked to have seen them begin to resolve, because this is still Derek Hall doesn't change the fact that this is a team that you can run at very easily up the gut. But nonetheless, it seems they are starting to move into the direction of getting the defensive front to where it needs to be, so that the rest of this defense can really thrive, because they have a lot of talent on that back half. They really do.
So here's the details that I'm getting for now. The Colts traded the 38th pick, and they moved down to 44 where the Falcons were, and they get the number 110 pick, which is a fourth-round pick. So they are collecting third through fourth-round picks as of right now as we make this thing go on. Chris, you were nodding your head with Derek Hall. I think he was one of your guys that you really enjoyed. So how do you feel about this one?
I think it's a home run pick by Seattle. Derek Hall is an outstanding pass rusher and is able to set their edge as well. This guy's not just a one-trick pony, so to speak. Played well to Auburn, all SEC the last 2 years. A guy who brings it, has the multiple moves on the edge. 255 pounds, could add some little bit of weight if he needed to, but he ran a 4.53 at the combine. He's explosive. He can stand up. He can put his hand down on the dirt. So I think for a team that can kind of use your hybrid front like Seattle, he fits in perfectly. And while I agree with Adam, they still need some girth in the middle. This is a guy that can help set the edge for them and also help get some sacks opportunities, which they need to get, so they get pressure on the quarterback with those two corners they have now. I think this is going to be a really good move for them, and is a guy that I think people are going to regret not taking in the first round, or some other edge rushers. So I love Derek Hall. I love the pick.
Yeah, he had one of the higher true pass set pass rush grades from PFF, which if you guys don't know, that means in actual passing situations where teams know that they have to be ready for the edge rush, he still had one of the higher grades in that front. So it's kind of a tip of the cap for them. Here's what I am going to say about that, though, as far as Derek Hall is concerned. Chris, maybe I don't have him quite as high as you do, but I did not have him rated this high in the second round. I had him more towards high in third round, late second round. So not too much of a reach, but I did have some other guys on the board that I did like a little bit more. So it's kind of curious to see them go in that direction. But in this class, when you get to this stage, they're all kind of in the same tier. So I can see if you have a guy that you just like, you just go ahead and go for it. It's not a huge reach for me, but I did have him a little bit lower. Just wanted to put that out there. Now we got the Atlanta Falcons who just made their move up. Hendon Hooker still on the board. I don't know if they really be going quarterback direction. What do you think they're going to do, Adam?
That is a good question.
Well, yeah, never mind. Go offensive line. They go Matthew Bergen. He's I like this guy a lot, actually. So he's somebody that people have been talking about. He either play either tackle or he can even potentially move into guard, especially in his own scheme. And Arthur Smith's scheme, I see them more trying to have him play at tackle myself. He's listed as both, but that's the direction I see him going in. A very balanced guy, doesn't necessarily have the tenacity to finish off blocks that you maybe want to see in the run blocking game, but he can pretty much be a plug-and-play guy at almost any position along your offensive line, and right now they need so much offensive line help, I can see why they go in that direction. What do you think, Adam? I had to cut you off, sorry.
Yeah, no, I know, maybe not the best run blocker in the world, but I'm sure he'll be an upgrade over whoever he's replacing, because to your point, this is a very weak offensive line. So for all intents and purposes, I think this is just continuing to allow Bijan Robinson create a gap between him and the rest of the field when it comes to dynasty rookie drafts, which, I mean, I'm starting as early as this weekend up into next weekend. And once we get into redraft season, I think it's Bijan Robinson solidifying himself as a top 5, top 6 running back on the board. So certainly a big win for him, a big win for Atlanta, good for Desmond Ridder, of course. So he's not needing to think about nearly as much when he drops back. So I think that makes a ton of sense for them to go ahead and address the position.
Okay, Chase. So now the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. Chris, what are you going to say? Go ahead.
I was just going to comment. I was curious, you guys, talking about where they're going to play him on the offensive line. I think this is a clear shot at Jake Matthews. That Jake Matthews is making $22 million, I believe, this year. They re-signed Caleb McCurry for big money at the right tackle. They signed Lindstrom at the guard for big money. They like the other center they had. They like their center. They added a guard last year. They had rotating dudes. So I think this is a big, it's a salary cap movement in some senses where Jake Matthews is getting at the end of his deal, where you can get out of this deal, and maybe they move on from him sooner than later. But I think that's where Bergeron fits on the system. Sorry.
I agree with that.
Yep, very much could be a real possibility. Chase, we got the Carolina Panthers up. They went with Bryce Young with their first pick yesterday. So what do you think they do here? Do they get him some weapons? Do they get him some protection? Do they go on the other side of the ball?
If I'm them, I think I'm getting him some weapons, some young weapons, because they already brought in, all the aging weapons they could in free agency. I actually like.
Are coming in fast and furious. Jonathan Mingo. So they go with a weapon. They go with Jonathan Mingo there early in the second round. So that's the guy they go with. Chase, go ahead. You had the reaction there. Go for it.
Well, I like how they set him up to succeed by surrounding him with veteran guys that are going to know what they're doing, so that he's got as big a safety net as he can get there in Carolina. I mean, bringing in Sanders, who can be a reliable running back if he's healthy, and all of their and that Adam Thielen's going to be where he's supposed to be. DJ Chark, same thing. Bringing in Hayden Hurst. I mean, they've got weapons around him. They're not going to be the most explosive, but he's going to be able to know where these guys are. He's going to be able to complete passes and get some confidence underneath himself in that first year. And bringing in a young guy now that can grow with him, that can be your long-term threat. Plus, Mingo he's a good sized threat on the outside. I like him. I like the pick. I thought they did very well with that.
I like Mingo too, and I'm intrigued by Mingo, and I like his size and his ability after the catch. However, There's a lot of fine tuning that needs to go into his game. He is what you call a quintessential I round my routes out type of guy, and I liked him as a deep sleeper. Chris, we had the wide receiver episode with Pat Fitzmaurice, and we talked about him as a deep sleeper guy. I had him ranked at 15th. And not just from a fantasy standpoint, when it comes to prospects, I had him behind guys like Marvin Mims, like Rashee Rice, like Josh Downs, Cedric Tillman, Jalen Hylett, Tank Dell. I had A.T. Perry ahead of him. I had Trey Palmer ahead of him. So I like Mingo, but this is not where I had this guy rated because there is a bit of a rawness to his game that I don't know if I trust Frank Reich to bring it out. What do you think?
I don't think that he's going to be running underneath. I think he's a deep threat. I think they're going to. I think they're going to use him vertical. They can use Thielen and Chark underneath.
I think differently. I think this is a guy who can make plays after the catch. I don't think they're going to require him to run anything complicated. I think this is about letting Bryce Young be the point guard. This is a guy who can create for him. So for me, I think where Bryce Young's strengths are process, quickly get the ball to the outside. So that's where. Get ball, throw to Mingo, let him make the play. Because to me, that's Young's game is not going to be the one to make the plays down the field. It's quickly get the ball to your playmaker and then let them do the work. This is a guy who can make plays once he has the ball in his hands.
Chris, what do you think? You like the pick here? You think the value's fine?
I don't like the pick. I mean, you talked about the different receivers on the board. My question for everybody, and I understand the point guard idea to getting the ball in the guy's hands. And Mingo can be a guy that can make you with the ball in his hands can make people miss. But what is he really different than Laviska Shenault? And I have some questions about what the Carolina team has right now, weapons-wise, where you're kind of being very repetitive, and you have guys that you kind of struggled to figure out how to use in the past. Now, the different coaching staff, of course, Laviska Shenault's a guy who can do all these different things, can run a similar route tree, and as Dan alluded to, struggled because he can't run any other routes other than just kind of the bubble screens, the cross, and teams kind of sit on some of those things. So I do have some concerns where he fits on his team. I do think he could be a yardstick to the catch guy, so I understand that thought. I just think in the second round, the other guys that are kind of out there, particularly what you have at your receiving skill set, doesn't really kind of make sense to me of going this route. But I do think there's somebody that do need weapons. They do need to help Bryce Young make some more plays down the field and make guys make me miss after he gets the ball in their hands. I just don't necessarily think this is a great guy because he struggles with separation, and Bryce Young does like to pull the trigger unless he sees separation. So that's where I'm kind of curious to see how this kind of unfolds.
Well, and that's where I disagree with Adam, because on underneath and shorter routes, unless it's a bubble screen, something like that, like you said, if you're trying to scheme him open underneath, if he's rounding routes off, those are quicker, shorter throws. You don't have time to let that develop. The ball is going to be in a specific spot at a specific point, and if you're not running your route precisely, you're not in the right spot when the ball gets to where it's supposed to be. So I think that rather than just trying to, unless they're bubble screening him, like you just said with Shenault, these deeper routes are going to be where he has more time to let the thing develop, show the separation. If he's rounding off a post route, it's a lot different than rounding off, an in and out type thing. So here's
my other thing. We talk about this all the time because Chris, like you like to say, wide receivers coming out of college don't necessarily run a full route tree to begin with, but what we look for to see if they can do it is the hips. And that was why I had Mingo rated so low. This wasn't a guy who sunk his hips very consistently. I question if that's something he can really do. I question how much better his route running can truly become if he's not just a guy who needs to be a physical threat and catching it out in space, catching on bubble screens in particular. So again, Mingo was a prospect I liked, but I didn't have him going until day 3. So we'll have to see exactly what happens. Maybe the Carolina Panthers know better than me. Right now, though, the Saints are on the clock once again. Adam, what do you think the Saints should do here?
I think the Saints need to – the Saints are another team where the identity for me is kind of lost. It feels like they're just continually refusing to accept the fact that they are past the Drew Brees era and that they need to rebuild. But so I guess what I think they should do is start working on a core that can kind of move them into a new era. But
Here's another guy I didn't rate this high, but Isaiah Foskey is coming off the board here for the New Orleans Saints, going back on that side of the ball, the defensive line, and getting an edge rusher. They did get a 3 technique yesterday, and now they're going to go with an edge rusher today. Adam, we had to cut you off, so go ahead.
Well, to finish the sentence, which I think ties in really well here, what I was going to say is I think they are realistically going to go for a high upside, probably either defender or offensive playmaker, because I think that's all that they're trying to do right now. They're just trying to take moonshots as much as they can and just hope they hit on something. They're really not wanting to kind of take safe maneuvers in the draft. They're just going for guys who have the traits and hoping that they can develop them into stars. I don't know.
They're trying to find that pass rush. And that's what they're trying to do. 100%. That's clear. They're going for the athleticism at the pass rush position. Chris, did you have Foskey here, or was this kind of a reach here?
No, I like Foskey, and this is a guy that I think is, you can argue, who was higher on your boards and some of the edge rushers, but this guy's highly productive in college. 11 sacks back to years from Notre Dame. So this guy's, has shown you that he can do it. Has done it against big time competition. Doesn't have this, outstanding physical skill set that, as I'm talking about swinging for the stars. I think what they're kind of doing is complementing themselves in a sense, where they swung for the stars from other defensive guys the last couple of years. This guy's an actual guy who's been productive. He's probably a solid pick. His upside might not be huge, but a guy who's going to get you probably 7 to 8 sacks a season for ongoing. And I think that we look at this team, they need some consistent players as well. So they add some consistency. I think Dan, you talked about adding edge rush. We always think that's important. More pass rushers always help. But Foskey's a guy who can slide in once in a while. He's a bigger dude. He's not like a little guy out there. So he can do a little bit of versatility as well. Cam Jordan, as I talked about yesterday's show, is 34 years old. He's got a huge cap number as well. So this New Orleans team is kind of transitioning from, what they had in place to what they want to put in place. And I think this is a good move for them, because they continue to build that front, and they kind of balance it out with a guy who's a consistent guy versus just kind of swinging for the upside guys, as Adam talked about before.
He does have upside, though. Let's not underrate his combine. 265 to run under 4.6 is pretty damn fast.
That's
His
6'5".
splits were, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a behemoth of a man with pretty good athleticism. Wasn't the best in the bench, but for his size, he is very quick.
So here's what I want to see for his size. This is what I want to see for his prospect, I should say, is that he routinely only used a bull rush move. And that's where I have a little of an issue, because at his 265 size, he's going to also need how to use that lean as a pass rusher, because he's going to be on the edge. They're not going to move him on the inside of the 3 technique. They're trying to get underneath the guys. So my question is going to be, are you going to be able to pop and rip through something I haven't seen him do, something I question about the hip explosion that he has? He's straight line speed. He can bash into a guy really fast. But I do question his hips and being able to use lean as part of a repertoire that he's going to have in order to be effective at all. Because in a lot of ways, and Chris, you know this, he reminds me of Drake Jackson, who I was not a fan of, because while he was size and fast, he just smashes in off the edge and doesn't really do much outside of that. You guys,
I think different on
the camera.
No, I was going to say Drake Jackson to me is a little bit different, because he's more of a hybrid outside linebacker, a guy who was more of a linebacker build. I think this guy's definitely a defensive lineman, and while I agree with you, Foskey has limited power, limited moves. The power move might be okay for him, because I think his body can still add another 10, 15 pounds of muscle. I think that's what you're going to see the difference with him, is he's not going to play at 260 moving forward. I think he'll be like a 275 defensive end, and I think that's where you're going to see that he can use that pass rush. He can use his arms. He can use his length a little bit. And maybe he will never be dominant, like I said, but I think he'll be a guy that can bring it and get you consistency between that 8 to 9 sack range. So I don't disagree with you, Dan. I think he's not an elite pass rusher by any stretch of the means. But what I think he does do is he has the body, as Adam kind of talked about, in the athleticism, you can kind of pack on 10, 15 extra pounds, and he can be kind of that guy that can just use his rush and be a disruptor.
Yeah, being.
Now, this is who I like better. BJ Ojulari going here. This is who I had rated higher, and this is kind of why I was dumping on the Foskey pick a little bit, but he goes now to the Arizona Cardinals in the second round. So this is kind of what I was looking at. You guys go ahead and react.
Well, I was just saying it's 6'5" for Foskey. Leverage, if he can't learn how to, do something other than just try to power rush people. If he's to try and get that leverage on the outside, you've got to be able to play low and get low. And he's going to have to add more tricks to his bag, kind of thing. And he's not a heavy guy for being as tall as he is. So if he's not getting that leverage on a tackle to begin with, they're going to be able to move him wherever they want to move him out. I like the BJ Ojulari pick. I had him ranked a little higher. And Arizona, like we've said, they needed to. They've got so many holes to fill, but this was their top need for them. I think they did better between the two picks.
I will say this though, I question what Ojulari would do with his size in the Saints defense specifically, and if that might be the reason that they go Foskey rather than Ojulari.
And that's fair.
I agree. I like Ojulari more in a vacuum. However, for the Saints, for what the hole they're trying to fill, I don't know if that's Ojulari's skill set because of his size.
And that's fair. And the Saints typically will go with the bigger player guys because they want guys who can go both ways, both have pass rush and run balance skill sets for sure. So
and we are talking about a 4-3 defense versus a 3-4 concept defense as well. Like you just said,
yes.
Maybe he just doesn't fit what they want to do with their front.
Home run for Arizona though. Agreed there. Certainly.
Because they need to speed into the edge rush, and come from the end. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say that's kind of built on Chase's point earlier. You talked about the coaching staff and kind of defense they play, like 5-1. Ojulari is going to be kind of playing that Hassan Reddick role where his job is going to be able to just be pass rush, use his speed, use that edge, get that thing where the Saints have been asked to kind of take.
Well, I'm glad it was Chris we cut off here because your boy Luke Musgrave just went to the Green Bay Packers. So, Chris, you can go ahead and react here. This is number one tight end on your board.
Boo. No, I'm excited. I love Luke Musgrave. I'm not happy he's going to Green Bay. Pot to defer to Chase on that one because I'm not a Packer fan per se. But I do think this is a very smart move by the Packers. You give Jordan Love another guy that can target, a big, tall target, a guy he can use in the red zone, a guy who can stretch the seam. I love Luke Musgrave, a guy who I think is just kind of scratched his potential, had some injury concerns, but really shined out in the Senior Bowl, really shined out during the combine experience. He's smooth, he can catch the ball, and for his height, he can get down low. And I think that's the key thing for me with tight ends when they have a radius, they can actually get down low and catch the ball beneath their knees or be able to adjust to the ball in the air. That can be a separator for who's just a guy versus a guy who can be special. I think Luke Musgrave can be special in this league, and I love with the weapons they have in place with Dobbs and some other guys who can kind of stretch the field. I think this is a great piece for them to kind of add to this offense.
Where does this put him now in the conversation that we were having with the tight ends earlier? We never really got to finish it because we were getting, picks are coming in fast and furious. But now you got, Dalton Kincaid and Michael Mayer and Sam Laporta and now Luke Musgrave. And I still haven't really had my near and dear tight end to me go off the board yet. Not that I'm too surprised about that. But I have to say, if Jordan Love were to work out, I like Musgrave's situation the best. Mayer, the reason I worry about Mayer is because he might get asked to block far too often on a really bad offensive line. While he'll be on the field, I don't know how many fantasy opportunities he's necessarily consistently going to have. We've seen tight ends fall into that problem time and time again. In Musgrave's case, you're drafting him to be an athlete. You're drafting him to go along with Christian Watson and be that red zone targeted guy. Now, Dalton Kincaid, very intriguing with the Buffalo Bills as well, especially if they move to more of a 2 tight end set. So I think as of right now, I still have Kincaid 1, especially with where he got drafted at because of what he's going to be asked to do. But Musgrave would actually be my number 2 amongst the tight ends who've gotten drafted so far. What do you think, Chase?
Well, you have to look at the fact that, everybody bemoans the idea that they never got Rodgers any early picks. They never got him any first-round picks. They always got guys in the second round. They've always found tight ends who are capable. All right, but he still didn't throw to them all that much. He threw to Bob Tunyon because he's friends with Bob Tunyon and he likes him. Outside of that, he doesn't use his tight ends enough, in my opinion. He never used his tight ends enough. I love the idea of Luke Musgrave in this offense. Like you said, they can use Watson to take people deep. We saw Dobbs' flash ability last season. But they've needed this kind of tight end for so long, and they haven't had that. Tunyon was strictly a red zone threat. Mercedes Lewis was 837 years old and only a red zone threat. Josiah DeGuara is a guy I like more than I think the Packers do, unfortunately. This home run pick, as a Packer fan, I'm thrilled with it. As a fantasy guy, I love it too, because I think, like you said, if Love works out, this could be a high powered match.
I don't think I've ever gotten to ask you this question, but what is your take on Jordan Love?
I was not happy when they drafted him. I was not happy when they drafted him. The farther he fell, the more I thought, no, geez. But the guy just hasn't had enough opportunity, and he got screwed by having to be behind, the MVP, right? But I'm curious to see how he can play this year. The thing that I like about it is that, he has said and done all the right things. He has taken control of the team. Kind of the same thing that Rodgers did when Favre left. When Favre left, Rodgers was having the linemen over to the house, and he took control of the team and said, it's my team now. And Love has started to take that leadership role, and I think he takes it seriously. But his physical tools, they're great. We just haven't been able to see enough out of him because he just hasn't played.
Well, so, I'll the conversation to Chris too, because Chris was actually, if I remember correctly, Chris, you liked Jordan Love when he was first coming out. So I'd love to hear your take here on this situation with him finally getting his opportunity.
Yeah, I did like Jordan Love coming out, but I kind of echo what Chase said. I don't know if he's ever got the opportunity, and I do have some concerns, especially what we saw last year when he was kind of forced into starting for that Kansas City Chiefs game, and he just did not look good. He didn't look comfortable. Didn't look like he was consistent. He's got a good athleticism build, a lot of things that people like to do, especially when talking about the quarterback position, where he can bring to the table. He is mobile. He can make you miss. He can do the RPO things. He's got a decent enough arm. He can get to the ball to all different parts of the field. My only concern is how quickly does he process information and how quickly does he get rid of the ball. Both those things seem to have really improved since he's been a pro, and that's what's disappointing for myself. Now maybe that'll get better with more snaps and more opportunity to try to get be out there, but maybe it's something that he has to kind of grow into. Also have some concern about the coaching staff, though, with him. Let's not forget, Aaron Rodgers had back-to-back MVP seasons, but that was after his first season, which he was not good, and Aaron Rodgers was basically looking like he was done at that point, and Green Bay had a lot of questions what they were going to do that first year with LaFleur. They revamped their offense. They kind of gave the keys to the kingdom, in a sense, to Aaron Rodgers, let him do what he wanted to do, and suddenly they're back to MVP season.
Chris, we had to cut you off there, but the Jets go with Joe Tippmann. I love this pick for them, so go ahead and react.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick. I have John Michael Schmitz a little bit higher, but I think it doesn't matter. Both these centers are awesome guys who are going to be 10, 15-year starters in the pros. The Jets needed to upgrade a center. Connor McCowan is not the answer, and they needed to address the interior. I'm a big believer that guard and center is one of the most important positions in the NFL to make sure you have solidified. And if you have that, it almost guarantees you're going to have good pass protection up the middle, also a good running game, so the Jets will benefit from both of those. Aaron Rodgers has a nice big body in front of him. You're not going to get pressure in his face, which he's getting a little bit more older. He's more quickly to kind of get a little skittish, so I think it helps as well. I love this move for the Jets.
But yeah, it's Chris, you and I talk about this all the time. Interior offensive line, for whatever reason, is so grossly undervalued. And yet, what do they do for your teams? Oh, they create clean pockets up the middle for your quarterback to be able to see, and they are the lead in your run game in creating run gaps up the middle in which you need to succeed as well. Why guards are not revered the same way tackles are, I to this day will never really quite understand. But Joe Tippmann is a guy who plays center or guard heading into this team. He'll probably play center for the New York Jets, I would imagine so, but he can play either one. And when you can have guys like that, you can solidify that, especially a team that was desperate for offensive line help. And I'll give you this, not a guy with an injury history, something else the Jets desperately need on their offensive line, of guys who can actually be available. So love this pick for them, multiple different reasons, getting more and more excited about Aaron Rodgers and Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, and getting more excited about that team. Because we hate Nathaniel Hackett here, 100% hate Nathaniel Hackett. But if he has an interior offensive line and he has Aaron Rodgers calling the plays in the huddle, even he can't screw it up.
They are strong up the middle right now with Laken Tomlinson, Tippmann, and with Elijah Vera Tucker. They are strong up the middle right now.
What are you going to say, Chris?
I was going to echo what you're saying about the interior, especially a center. The two teams in the Super Bowl last year both have pretty good centers. Humphreys and Kelsey are very good centers. If you start looking at teams that are consistently pretty good, they usually have a good center. So I think this is something Frank Wagner in Detroit was a game changer for them. These are guys that don't just grow on trees. Having a legit top tier center is important, and I think that's where we saw just even last year. The quarterbacks are the guys who got all attention. But the centers are the ones stopping the ball.
Adam, what do you want the Colts to do here if they actually decide to make a pick today?
That's such a perfect segue because my wish list begins with John Michael Schmitz. I would also love to see Osiris Torrance, and I also would not be shocked at all for Julius Brents. I think he's like the most archetype Gus Bradley corner one could possibly create. So those are the three that are at the top of my mind. I'll also throw out, I think, Darnell Washington with the tight ends we already have, especially given how physical we're going to need to be up front. I think a tight end on both sides of the line and our two receivers and Pierce Pittman out there would make a lot of sense if you are going to go all in.
Well, how do you feel about Julius Brents instead for the Indianapolis Colts here to go ahead?
I said Brents. I said Brents.
Yep.
He's the guy that I think makes so much sense for a Gus Bradley corner. I mean, he's not my favorite corner on the board, but I think it's similar to what we were talking about with the Saints earlier. For the defense that they're trying to run and for the system that they're going after, I think it does make a ton of sense. Like, this is the archetype of corner that if you're Gus Bradley, you're like, this is the guy. And also for Chris Ballard, I mean, let's just be honest. It does seem that he's just reading off relative athletic score and going for the highest guy available. And the dude is a crazy athlete, a lot of potential here.
Actually, I'm looking at my list, and he is the top corner I actually have on my board at the moment. So I'm 100% behind this pick going with Julius Brents. Somebody's got to stop something over there in Indianapolis. You guys start turning the Detroit Lions over there with like, are you guys going to stop anybody? And with your team, we already talked about this. They might be running the old wishbone offense pretty soon there with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor, and not much else to do. So let me get your reaction because I think you're a Brents guy, no?
I think Brents is a good fit. I think he had to play in his own defense. I don't think he's a great man-on-man, but I think it's a perfect fit for him and the Colts. Adam kind of alluded to playing that Gus Bradley defense. You've seen them in the past have those taller corners right back in Richard Sherman's day. They like those guys they can kind of go tall, you can throw over in a sense. And I think this is a good fit for them. He's an outstanding athlete. He's got a great vertical. He's 6'3". He's been below the battle tested where he's played in the SEC for the last few years. So this guy isn't, just a bum out there. He's tall, he's fast, he's strong. He doesn't play the ball the best, in my opinion, where I think doesn't really cause turnovers, but he's going to be a guy that's going to be in the way. He's a willing tackler as well, so I think he fits the Colts well. He's not a game changer per se, but he's definitely a solid, good player.
Of course, as I say, the Packers are on the clock. This happened. The Lions have now traded with the Green Bay Packers to get on the board here. So the Lions moving up. I'll be getting the details as far as that goes. They did already have 3 second-round picks today, so I'll be curious to see exactly what they felt they needed to come up here and get. What do we think it is, Chase? Your team just had to trade with them. Are you happy about trading back for that?
I'm fine with them trading back, I guess. I mean, I'm at this point, I've got to trust in what they do because what other choice do I have? For Detroit, I think that this
sounds like a defeatist attitude, I just have to say.
Well, hey, I mean, I'm coming off of 3 decades of Hall of Fame quarterback play to Jordan the Unknown Love.
Here's the details, by the way. So the Lions traded, of course, their 48th pick. So the Packers are going to move back 3 spots to give up their 159th, which with the compensatory picks, I believe, is the back end of the 4th round.
Okay. It wouldn't shock me if this pick is Keanu Benton from Wisconsin. I know we just saw a Wisconsin guy go, but I think up front defensive line is where they need to be concentrating on right now because the defense is the problem on that team. It was the problem on that team last year. They got stronger towards the end of the season, but they need to start.
To the podium after the trade is made, and they go with Brian Branch. So honestly, this is the first pick I think actually makes sense that Detroit's made so far.
An argument to be made that this was the best player available, like outright.
Yeah,
and I'm okay with that line of process too. All right, so Chase, I had to cut you off. We'll go to you and then go to Adam because I know this is Adam's guy too.
No, like you said, there's an argument to be made that this is the best value on the board completely because it's the guy that everybody thought might go towards the tail end of the first round. I just think that they need to concentrate on the front end of things and get tougher up front. So I thought maybe they'd go defensive line. I think they still need to go defensive line today. But you took the best player left on the board, and you need somebody to face off against Addison and Jefferson and DJ Moore and Christian Watson 6 times a year at least, regardless of who else you play. So, no, I think it's a great pick. I agree. It's the first one that I'm not like, that was dumb.
Go ahead, Adam. This is your boy. You've been digging him all day.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it makes a ton of sense for them. Candidly, it seems they're going to be super aggressive, super fast-paced on offense, so it makes sense that you kind of want to shore up that secondary first, just in the reality that if you are scoring a lot, then the other team is going to need to score a lot, and that might mean that you find yourself in a lot of high passing volume games. So that safety position and a guy who can move around your secondary, can go out, play corner, can go inside, play corner, can go play safety as well. And for me personally, the difference for me in most cases between 4.45 and 4.6, I don't care that much. So for him to have ran on the 4.5s at the combine, I can just go ahead and throw that out the window. If your game relies on being athletic, then I want you to be athletic. But if you are a technician and someone who is really good at your craft, if you fall within, like I said, 4.45 and 4.6, I really just don't care. That's all I'm looking for out of someone like him. I think he plays the game well.
How ironic is it that it feels like they kind of drafted Branch to be able to guard TJ Hawkinson that they traded to Minnesota?
And they did it via all the division.
Another inside division trade. Yeah, exactly. That's...
Oh, man, how about that? So the Patriots are on the board. Chris, they actually made a non-Patriot pick. They actually got an athletic player who actually has some upside, who's young, not maybe a little bit raw yesterday, Christian Gonzalez. If you're the Patriots, you're Bill Belichick. What are you trying to figure out right now? What direction? Because the Patriots could go in a lot of directions. They're that team. They're that 8-9, 9-8 team that feels like they just need somebody who can make an impact. But who would that be?
I think offensive line is something the Patriots still need to address. You know, they were banged up. They lost some guys this offseason as well. They had to come guys who.
But the edge, Keon White here, 6'5", 285, play inside, can play outside, can play defensive end on a 3-4 or a 4-3. So very much a Patriot pick with the versatility that Keon White does bring to the table. Chris, we had to cut you off, so you go ahead and react.
Yeah, no, I think I can get to finish my point with the offensive line, but I was going to say defensive line is also where I think they could improve. Having a hybrid player, a guy who can put his hand on the ground, 280 pounds. Keon White has some upside. You didn't really see what he can actually do necessarily. He's getting a little older, though, even though the upside you're looking for. Did have, I think, 7.5 sacks last year. A guy that still has kind of raw when it comes to being able to get to the quarterback, but he's big, strong, fast, had a good combine. I think when you look at the defense for the Patriots, they're getting more athletic, which is very exciting. I think they had, the first pick they had, you talked about, wasn't a typical Patriot pick. This is another guy that, even though he's versatile like the Patriots usually like, he's much more of an athlete than an actual football player in a sense right now. And that's kind of interesting to see that they're going for more of the athletic types to add to this defense.
Chris, I think somebody on social media was listening to you when you were saying they threw out the charts because everyone's pointing to the fact that the Lions-Packers trade was exactly even according to the trade charts. So maybe they're using it for something somewhere along the way. Let's just kind of throw that into the mix here. I like Keon White was again, another guy who I had him right there with the jewelry as far as the top edge rushers or the top edge players going into the second round. I really like Keon White. Now there were some people out there. I think he was part of the green room yesterday. There were some people out there surprising him in the first round. That didn't shock me because I don't know how much upside he really has, especially as far as a pure pass rusher goes. This is more of a guy who can be a 3-down player, give you a little bit of both. Maybe not a double-digit digit sack guy, maybe a 6 to 8 sack guy who can also help you out in the running game. Again, I like guys who can move into that 3 technique on passing down situations where you get that extra speed on the edge and they can be versatile from within. So that's why I really like Keion White. We know the Patriots, know Belichick. We know that's the type of defense they like to run, that multiple versatile front. So yeah, 100% with you. I actually really like the pick here. We haven't had much fantasy-wise talk about. Go ahead, Adam.
I was going to say, don't forget the guy. I mean, I know he is older, but the upside kind of exists in the sense that he joined college as a tight end at like 220 at Old Dominion and then transferred over, gained some weight, and he...
Having trouble finding a guy, but the Washington Commanders took Jartavius Martin, who Chris.
Yeah, this is a guy that people, everybody's kept talking about Weatherspoon and what he brings to the table. This defense in general, Illinois, I like a lot of their guys. Martin and Brown, I love Brown, by the way. But Martin's another guy who's a guy who's was a good physical, has a good nose for the ball, is able to kind of, mix it up, has been taking on some of the harder coverage sometimes when he plays for Illinois. So I think this is a guy that is a sneaky good pick. Reminded me of McDuffie last year, where people were kind of high on McDuffie. The weirdness is a guy that we just kind of felt was a good player, necessarily isn't going to be a game changer or a stud, but is a guy who's going to be week in, week out, do his job, play well, not get exposed. Martin's a solid, good corner and has a little bit of upside to him. So I think this is a good pick overall.
Yeah, I had to say I'm a little pissed because Jartavius Martin, I was really kind of hoping he'd be there in that back end of the third round for San Francisco to have a chance to take him. So you're definitely not going to get an argument out of me as far as this guy's a pure cover guy who can tackle, by the way, is actually a two-way player in that sense. So, yeah, I'm with you. I like the pick here a lot. I think, Adam, did I cut you off? You were going to say something, weren't you?
I was still talking on
That's what it was. So you go ahead and react.
Yeah, no, I think it's, again, a really good pick for them. I think they've kind of Washington's been really interesting to me the last 2 drafts because I have been a fan of all the players that they've drafted, but it just seems like they're drafting them at kind of weird times, if that makes any sense. They're guys who you expect to be available, say, 15 picks later, but they're all players who I think are a little underrated. So they've been...
The Green Bay Packers have now traded back again, this time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So let's see what happens here with the Bucs jumping up to the clock. Adam, go ahead and finish your thought, though.
No, I was pretty much good.
Okay, good. Thanks for sharing.
Real quick, guys, do you think that this is Tampa Bay should definitely take Hayden Hooker here, or do you think it's something they should look at? Because for me, Baker Mayfield's not the answer. Tresk's not the answer. Hayden Hooker is the guy that you have that team that's kind of in the middle with the receiver, particularly that you don't necessarily want to rebuild.
Chris, here's my question to you off of that. There's my question to your question. Who's making the pick? Is it the coaching staff or is it the GM? Because the coaching staff's not going to be around next year, so they are not going to want Hayden Hooker. It doesn't make any sense for them. So I think this depends on who's making the pick in this situation. Is this ownership pushing in, looking towards the future? Maybe the GM's still around after the coaching staff. But if it's up to the coaching staff, there's no way they want Hooker here.
That's a good point to bring up, Dan, because I think right now we're seeing that the coaching staff's making a lot of the moves because you saw the running back position, you saw different positions they've been kind of targeting off season. It seems that they're trying to give more players to the coaches what they would prefer to have, especially with Leftwich moved on. So I think this is going to be Todd Bowles' kind of pick, so I can see that what you're saying. But I also wise to think that Todd Bowles doesn't want to lose, but I also think it's where Hayden Hooker's that happy medium in a sense because he's not some 20-year-old kid. He's a guy that he's going to be 25 next year, 26 going in the second year, and maybe you can still be competitive with him and have some upside. Maybe. So that's where I'm kind of curious to see. But I don't disagree with you, Dan. That does make a great point that the coaching staffs might want to just win now versus trying to punt a little bit.
Here's I'm gonna say here's the details of the trade real quick. We got the Packers went back 2 spots to the Bucs 50th pick and then picked up the 179th, which is a 5th round pick at this point. So we're just keeping those mid-round picks coming in to move up a couple of spots here and there. Go ahead, Adam.
I was just gonna say Tampa Bay is right in line with what we've been talking about with Tennessee, what we've been talking about with New Orleans, where they're one of those teams that are kind of in flux, kind of without an identity, obviously, having lost Tom Brady, where probably should be rebuilding, but the coaching staff has no incentive to do so. So I think the logical pick would be, yes, a Hendon Hooker makes a ton of sense for them, but the coaching staff maybe not incentivized to make that pick. So Dan, to what you said, it just all depends on whose decision it is right now.
Yeah, so we'll have to find out. I'm trying to get the details of that. But here's what we're going to do. We'll take a quick break. And then when we come back on the other side, we got a guest that we'll introduce here in just a minute. So everybody stay tuned to the NFL Draft Stream with the MD's Fantasy Football Show, presented to you by Belly Up Sports. Spring has sprung, and our friends at Manscaped have the best tools for some spring cleaning. They've already helped you tidy up all the nooks and crannies of your body's basement, but this year, Manscaped can help you get the perfect presentation on that beautiful face with the new Beard Hedger Pro Kit. Make sure you look your best this spring by using code BELLYUP20 to get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. It's time to tame your mane with the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. The sun is peeking back out, which means you'll have to show your face in the daylight again. So use the kit to make sure your scruff looks award-winning, whether you got glorious beard flow or some smooth, sleek cheeks. The kit starts off with the Beard Hedger, a waterproof cordless trimmer with a rotary wheel that gives you 20 hair cutting lengths, all with one guard. So no more messy drawers full of add-ons. It also comes with the titanium-coated T-blades that are tough on hair but smooth on your face, leading to a single-stroke efficiency that brings satisfaction one stroke at a time. The Beard Hedger is a high-tech piece of art in a travel-sized package with a long-lasting battery, universal charging, and a strong motor. So what are you waiting for? Save 20% off and free shipping when you use the promo code BELLYUP20 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping with the promo code BELLYUP20 at manscaped.com. Focus on the face and use the Beard Hedger Pro Kit for the cleanest look in the game. Well, we're back, and just like that, Cody Mauch is off the board to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So that's what they traded up for. A guy who's enlisted at offensive tackle, but also is considered someone who could be switched over to guard. We will react to that in just a second, but we do have a new guest joining us here today, Mr. Tyler Lawrence. He was with us for a little bit yesterday. Tyler, welcome back to the program. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, man. It's a fun morning, or fun, I guess, like last kind of part of this second round. So a lot of trades.
Basically, morning, afternoon over there out west. Is that what it is?
He's on West Coast time.
I'm on West Coast time.
Good morning.
We're all the night owls here, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just got my coffee. I'm just watching the draft now. It's all good." I actually got to get us caught up on a couple of picks here because a few things were made. On Martin, the Illinois safety, came off the board also for the Washington Commanders. So we had a couple of those things we got to get sorted out. Cody Mauch here. We did talk about that, yeah. I'm all screwed up. Don't listen to me. We're good. We did talk about that, and it's correct. So we're okay from that standpoint. Let's get our new guest in here. Let's get your reaction to Cody Mauch, offensive tackle, possibly guard, going to Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Whatever it is about North Dakota State, they've been churning out so much NFL talent over the last couple of years. For a Division II school to be able to do that, their coaching staff is top tier, and they've been pushing him out like crazy. So I'm not surprised. I think he fits more as a guard. He's not really got the length that a lot of NFL teams, I think, are looking for at that position, but definitely a player who's helped that school win a lot of football games.
Yeah, 100%. So this is the guy that I thought he had some added value because he could play tackle, he could play offensive guard, but still is a kind of a zone scheme plug-and-play guy with not a ton of upside as far as being special or elite in any kind of capacity. So I'm curious to watch him go in the second round when you have, especially if they wanted to play guard, but even Osiris Torrance on the board. Like, look at Tampa Bay and what they're going to be running this year. Does Cody Mauch really fit that? I'm not so sure because I think they're going to have to be a run and pound team. What do you think, Chris?
I don't love the fit, but what I think you're going to see him play is right tackle. They're moving Tristan Wirfs to left tackle. That's been so as he transitions, they have an opening at the right tackle position, and I think that's where he's going to easily slide in. He's probably one of the few guys left on the board, although I have other guys like Dawan Jones, for example, who I like. But you talk about the zone scheme system. This is a guy who can move around, bringing that Seattle/Ram system over. I think you're going to see them kind of, move the pocket a little bit more, utilize their tackles to kind of pull out. So this is going to be your right tackle, I think, moving forward for Tampa Bay. I'm with you, Dan. Upside's not necessarily huge. It reminds me of the picks they made, like Guke last year, Hainsey they have at center. So I don't think he's going to play inside because they have guys very similar to that already in the inside. I think he's going to be the guy that they think can play right tackle for them.
You want a guy that can pull from the tackle position.
It's all right, buddy. This is going to be one of your guys. Jaden Reed just went to the Green Bay Packers. So they take a wide receiver out of here at Michigan State. Kind of a slot guy, but was pretty good with contested catches overall. Not one of the top guys on my board. I don't dislike him, but definitely not one of the guys I had anywhere sniffing the second round. Frankly, I had him as a mid-day 3 pick. So I'd love to get your reaction here, Chase, both fantasy and for the Green Bay Packers.
Well, I still had him pretty high on my board, and he was one of the guys I was actually hoping that Green Bay might go after. The strength of this receiver class to me was in the slot, and the Packers, that's what they needed. With Dobbs and Watson on the outside, they needed a guy that they could plug into the slot. I like Jaden Reed. I like how he moves. I think he's a good crisp route runner, so I like that idea. And we've seen that Packers want to be able to throw to that slot receiver, at least they used to when they had Rodgers. We'll see what Love wants to do, but I like everything about Reed's game. It's just he's a solid player, and he fits well in that slot position for them. I'm psyched up about so far how the second round's gone. I kept wondering what are you moving back for? But hey, if they moved back, got a guy they thought they could get.
I mean, a lot of things you do get weapons for Jordan Love with Luke Musgrave and Jaden Reed, but I don't see the upside with Jaden Reed. He's not one of the more athletic guys. He is only 5'11". He's not the sharpest route runner. He can maybe help you out a little bit in special teams. This is a guy who just has a limited skill upset and strikes me more of a Dwayne Eskridge type, especially now that he's getting drafted in the second round. That's exactly who I'm going to be comparing him to, of just limited capacity of what I think he can actually contribute. I have him ranked as my wide receiver 24, so I see him completely different than you there, Chase. And anybody else want to chime in and kind of break the seal here?
Yeah, Josh Downs is still on the board, right? And he's kind of a better receiver. He's a better possession receiver. He offers I guess you're trying to get some special teams value, some returner ability. That's kind of why you do that. But I feel like there's a good 5 or 6 other wide receivers at his size kind of does the same thing he does that I have ranked over him as well. Josh Downs, Marvin Mims is still on the board. Huh?
Josh Downs is much more explosive than Jaden Reed is too, by the way.
I even have Tank Dell ranked above him, even though he's kind of small, right? But you're looking at another player who's 5'10", 187 pounds. He's got the 4.4 speed. He's fast, but I didn't see the same type of explosiveness from him that I see in other players, even like Parker Washington. So
the guy who jumps off of Marvin Mims. Marvin Mims would be a great compliment there to Christian Watson. So there's a lot of guys here. I don't know, Chase. I have my head scratched. What is it about him that you think matches up with those other guys we're listing off here?
It might come down to, like I said, his all around game. Yeah, he's not the most explosive as Josh Downs might be, but he's a good blocker. And they like to use their receivers as blockers. They have to replace Randall Cobb, who was an intelligent veteran and could block well. Alan Lazard was a decent blocker. They have to replace that somehow in that receiving core. And like I said, they're going to use him in the slot. They've already got Dobbs and Watson on the outside. I think maybe that's where they see the difference there, is that he's a more complete player. Maybe they have plans to use him all over the place, like we said, special teams as well. And the fact that he can do those kinds of things. I mean, I don't know why I don't know why they like him better than Downs unless they're going for something like that. But that's
good,
my
Chris.
take.
Yeah, I'm going to build on what Jesus is saying. I look, I think this is way too high for this guy to go. He's one of the guys I has as like a deep sleeper on my board because he is a guy who's willing to do all the dirty things. He will catch that 4-yard in between two safeties, take the hit. He will do all the things that you're asking for guys that necessarily or stars or smaller guys will always do. He will do the dirty things. He will play special teams. He will block. You can go up inside. He can go up outside. He gets off press coverage pretty well, so you can't put your hands on him like a lot of other slot corners. So I think what you're seeing is a guy who's going to kind of do the dirty work for this offense. You have some playmakers all over the place. You have Aaron Rodgers, Musgrave, Aaron Jones. You have A.J. Dillon. You have the running backs. You have tight end now with Musgrave. You have Dobbs. You have Watson. So you have the speed guys. What you don't have a lot of guys on Green Bay right now offensively is who's going to do the dirty work, who's going to run the pick screens, who's going to kind of do the underneath stuff and not complain about it, not worry about getting the ball all the time. He's not a diva any stretch of the means, so I think you're looking for more of a guy who's just going to kind of be the glue for this offense. Now, like I said, way too high for him, but is a sport I can rationalize in this what Green Bay is looking at.
And he's bigger to that point. If they're going.
The 2 picks come in while you guys are talking. Keanu Benton went to the Pittsburgh Steelers here, and we also had another pick by the Miami Dolphins when they went with the cornerback Cam Smith. Well, I do like his physicality there on the outside. Very interesting pick to go with him out of South Carolina. Now, Cam Smith, I'll talk about him. We'll get back to Keanu Benton in a minute. He had a much better 2021 than he did have in 2022, without a doubt. He had a rough year last year, was able to kind of got burnt deep a little bit too often, but he is a physical corner with a good skill set and fits what Miami typically wants out of their guys. He does compare to an Xavier Howard. He does compare to a Byron Jones. So it makes a lot of sense to me to go with a Cam Smith guy there, even though he wasn't as productive in 2022 as you would have wanted him to be. But if you look at his 2021 tape, I was impressed with this guy in a lot of different ways. Also, then just go back to the Steelers thing real quick with Keanu Benton. Excellent pick there. I love what they're doing on the defensive side of the ball now with Joey Porter and Keanu Benton. I even love the Broderick Jones pick. They're building it from inside out, something they desperately kind of need to do. Chris, I think we cut you off, so go ahead and react to everything I just threw out there.
Yeah, 100% agree with the Green Bay thing. I think it was very important, that Green Bay Pittsburgh thing. I think it was very important for them to add interior defensive line. This team, without Hayward out there, is basically Swiss cheese up the middle. So I think this is a guy to kind of ensure that. I like Ayuka and some other guys maybe a little bit more at the nose tackle position, but I think this guy can move his feet well. He's a great run stopper in Wisconsin, so a good pick by Pittsburgh.
No. I hope this isn't true, but this is from a pretty credible source. It's looking like the Seattle Seahawks are taking Zach Charbonnet here. I hope this is not correct. But this is from one of their insiders stating that he is that. Yep, nope. That we got confirmation. It is Zach Charbonnet to the Seattle Seahawks after they had Kenneth Walker last year with the great year that he had. Now they're going to pair him up with a second-round draft pick and Zach Charbonnet. This is a ton we got to talk about, especially all the fantasy guys we have on this panel. So, Adam, let's go with you. React.
I'm confused. Definitely an interesting decision from Seattle, who we talked about at their last pick, where liked the edge pick, but really need to see them go on the interior defensive line. This just seems like a luxury that they don't have, for one, and for two, from a skill set perspective, it just seems kind of redundant. I like Charbonnet, I really do, and I like Kenneth Walker. I don't really see much that one can do that the other can't. Maybe if we're splitting hairs, Charbonnet catches it out of the backfield a bit better, but that's about it. And that's not something that has really ever been a big part of what Seattle kind of focuses on anyways. Now, if we take this pick in a vacuum, I could be like, all right, well, you've got Geno Smith as your quarterback. Maybe you really want to be super run-centric. But on day one, you went after a wide receiver. So what is it? I'm really confused about the pick. I'm not going to lie. I think it kind of – I was excited about Charbonnet potentially going to a really nice landing spot because, as we've talked about ad nauseum over this offseason and on the show yesterday, the running back position across the league is in a really precarious situation where a lot of the best players are in that 25 to 27 range, and a lot of them are about to be out the door rather soon. So this is one of the few running back positions I thought was stable, and I thought Charbonnet could go to one of those unstable spots and be a value. But now a young dynamic piece gets hurt by another young dynamic piece who's never really going to get a chance. It's a very interesting move to me.
Yeah, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I was such a Zach Charbonnet fan. I love Kenneth Walker, and to just tank their value, like, because clearly this is going to be a 1A, 1B situation. I don't think there is going to be a passing down back and a running. This is going to be a series by series. This is going to be like a glorified Green Bay Packer, Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon. This is Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, when they were going through, like, that's what it's going to be now in my mind. And it sucks. It really sucks. Because I don't even
from
know
a fantasy
in those
perspective,
situations,
definitely.
yeah, like it totally blows from that perspective. And it's like, in those situations, at least with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, we knew that, well, Nick Chubb's going to get a little bit more of the work. With Aaron Jones and AJ Dillon, well, Aaron Jones get a little bit more of the work. Maybe Walker, because he's already been there for a year. I couldn't tell you who's going to get more of the work in this scenario. This is going to be a freaking nightmare. You're going to be sitting there with a guy that is going to blow up or give you absolutely nothing. And from an NFL standpoint, this doesn't, Adam, to your point, it doesn't make any sense for the Seahawks to go running back here in the second round with how much they need in the trench work. Go ahead, Tyler.
I think while they kind of wanted some interior offensive line help, a lot of those guys are off the board. I'm looking at an offense kind of like the Panthers had back with Jonathan Stewart and was the other back that they had there, that stable that they had?
D'Angelo Williams, yeah.
So I think they're going to go with that. If you look across the board on this roster, it's a really, really young roster, and it's kind of stacked. So I think that it's really kind of best player on the board, and they don't have any depth behind Kenneth Walker. They've got DJ Dallas, who's not going to be that guy. And I think that they saw a need for a backup running back, somebody that they can lean on, and if one or the other gets injured. Like I said, I think they wanted that interior offensive line. It just hasn't shaped out to be that way. I don't – maybe Osiris Torrance is still on the board, which would have made probably more sense. But this is kind of a drop-off in the running backs in the draft. Being one of those tier 1 running backs, now you're getting into other guys who are going to be on snap counts.
Here's the Bears doing bear-like things and reaching on Gervon Dexter, the defensive tackle, who I didn't even have him sniffing the top 3 rounds here. Chris, you want to react to your former team that you liked?
Well, I think the reason you might see him, he was maybe sniffing your first 3 rounds, but this guy was projected to be a first rounder for much of the season. He kind of struggled. Some of the Cam Smith, where he didn't really kind of produce the way that people thought he was going to, has a really quick first step, has the physical build. So you're swinging for the upside. Adam took the Saints kind of swinging for the upside. Right now, you see the Bears kind of trying to do the same thing, especially the defensive line. They have very few talent. They do need a guy who can kind of be that big, a Buckner type of player, a guy that they can kind of build their team around interior. So I don't necessarily know if he's going to be that guy, but they're swinging for the fences, hoping that he can be. And
yeah, the key you said there, not productive at all. He was shut out too many games. That's why I did not have him going anywhere in the top 3 rounds personally. Chase, I think you had a reaction.
I don't disagree with that. I was just going to say real quick. I think you had the Charger pick in, so I wasn't sure if that's what you were going to.
No, I was just saying the Chargers are on the clock.
Oh, okay. For the Seattle point, real quick though, Charbonnet, I just want to build on what Tyler was kind of saying. Look, there is a big drop-off. I think we all agree about that after this running back position. So after Charbonnet, there is a significant drop of who you kind of have the next on your board, and that's very debatable. When you're sitting in Seattle right now, you had Kenneth Walker, who they spent a first-rounder on, yes, but was already banged up at the beginning of the season, had been banged up throughout the season, and this team needs a running back, and they've shown you that in the past. They've shown you with Chris Carson, Rashad Penny, with Marshawn Lynch. They're always kind of rotating guys, bringing other guys in. Kenneth Walker was going to split time with Rashad Penny last year until Rashad Penny got hurt. So I think what you're basically making sure is they had the picks to kind of waste in a sense or throw at it. The best player on their board by far when it comes to running back position. And as Adam talked about, you're not really subbing in a guy for another guy. You're not going to miss a beat at all. So you keep both these guys fresh. I think that's what they're looking at, to have 2 horses in their backfield. Pete Carroll used to do this since USC days, so it doesn't surprise me that they're kind of moving that way. I hate
and
fantasy.
Pete Carroll loves running backs, too. His offense has always been structured around a heavy run game, so I think it makes a lot of sense from that perspective. I don't dislike that. I hate the fantasy part of it, but I don't dislike the pick there because I think he's a great back.
No, I don't dislike the pick either. Everyone here knows how much of a big Zach Charbonnet fan that I am. It just it's very annoying.
Yeah.
It's very, very annoying.
That's why, and it's part of the reason it's so damned annoying is that you're taking away a running back one now in fantasy, and I look at a lot of things for fantasy because that's what I do. I was hoping Charbonnet would follow somewhere to like
quite a few leagues too, by the way.
Cincinnati, because we all know that Joe Mixon looks like he's not long for the world in Cincinnati, and now the drop off after Charbonnet is so much. Can they still find a workhorse starter type in Cincinnati?
I'm really kind of hoping that Tajay Spears makes his way into the second round because he's one of my favorite backs in this draft.
Chase, maybe you could talk about it since you're a Packer fan. The Aaron Jones A.J. Dillon pairing hasn't been bad necessarily for fantasy or for the Packers.
Yeah, you've got to call the plays the right way for that, and you also got to hope that your hammer guy, which is what I see Dillon as. You've got to hope that your hammer guy like Nick Chubb.
And the Chargers go with Tuli Tuipulotu from USC, the defensive tackle / edge rusher guy. They're going to be able to go inside, outside. So that's what the Chargers go with here. Let's take it over to Tyler, our Charger guy. What do you think about this?
I'm actually stoked about this pick because I think it really fits what the Chargers they run this penny front, right? And they like having those edge rushers on the outside, but having a guy who can rush from the interior. And I think Tuli Tuipulotu is a better interior pass rusher than he is kind of an edge player. I'm interested to see if he's going to play a lot more kind of defensive end, playing in the B gap and stressing.
You can finish your thought in a second, but the Chiefs did just trade with the Detroit Lions, and they are now the ones on the clock. Go ahead and finish your thought there, Tyler.
But, I mean, he can play inside or out. I think he led the AA in sacks last year, which is huge, and he's a really solid run defender. Kind of one of the few bright spots on that USC defense.
Yeah, I like the idea there too. They do need edge rush. They go back to this trade real quick. So the Lions give up their 55th pick and 194th, which is their 5th round pick. The Chiefs, who give up their 63rd, 122nd, and 249th pick. So the Lions get back a couple extra picks here and move about 8 spots back. So let's see what the Chiefs are trying to trade up for here. What do we think? They need some weapons. They need some weapons. This is the number one wide receiver.
It's definitely Josh Downs. For sure, Josh Downs.
I don't know that it's Josh.
I don't think it's Josh Downs. I don't think it's Josh Downs.
Like
that would be redundant with Skyler. I don't think that's Josh Downs.
I mean, they were working out Zay Flowers like they're going to draft him.
That would be very. That's why I never bought into the idea they were going to draft Zay Flowers to begin with. People are underestimating how much they do like Skyler. Just because he didn't blow up as a rookie, they're trying to kind of write that off. But that would be very redundant for them to go in that particular direction. We'll see. I might wind up being wrong.
Cedric Tillman.
Did they pick up an edge?
I'm still on the Hyatt train. I was on it last night. I'm staying there.
Oh, Chris, we're going to love this. Rashee Rice going to the Kansas City Chiefs. I love this pick. You get your actual primary receiver. This makes way more sense to me than the Josh Downs would. Love Rashee Rice. Chris, go ahead and react. This has been your boy from the get-go. We've both been pumped him up, but you had him even higher on your list.
Look, I thought it was going to be Josh Downs because most people had him higher on the board, but I love Rashee Rice. We know that from the previous show we talked about. This guy does everything for you. Now, everybody knocks him because he played in the conference, but he was absolutely dominant this past year. He catches everything within his grasp. He can make people miss after he catches the ball. He's strong, he's fast, and he's going to love playing with Patrick Mahomes. I think this is a fantastic home run pick, and this is a guy that is going to immediately be on my dynasty ranking board because I think with Patrick Mahomes and Rashee Rice, and talk about the different weapons they have, he fits perfectly what they could do. You can run the formation, and he's a stud. He didn't have a great combine per se, and people were going to question what his speed is, but getting off the line the first 3 yards, one of the best guys at doing it, that's when it matters. They're getting open. It doesn't matter if you can run, down the field necessarily because that's not how the NFL works. It's getting open quickly. Can you get into your routes quickly? This guy can do it, and he can make you miss after he does it. High points the ball tremendously. He's going to be a fantastic fit for this offense.
I know it's a second-round pick, and those other 4 guys all went in the first round. But I'm gonna be looking real hard about who I have ranked where when it comes to this thing. I'm gonna be looking at him right in the same tier with a Quentin Johnson and a Jordan Addison as far as who's gonna be my top 3 and how is that gonna shake out. I'm gonna be pulling out hairs because Rashee Rice is right there. I know rookie wide receivers in the Andy Reid offense have a history of not necessarily going off, and that's where I don't know exactly how well he does this year right away. But he fills a need that they desperately need on that perimeter wide receiver. This isn't a Mecole Hardman. This isn't one of those. He's not a Marquez Valdes-Scantling. This is the guy who comes in day one and can run routes and be where Mount Holmes wants him to be right
This
away.
is their Juju Smith-Schuster replacement. He's replacing Juju Smith-Schuster. He's almost literally the same size.
I don't even think he's replacing Juju Smith-Schuster because he can actually on the outside like Juju could not. Sky Moore is going to fill that role. Rashee Rice is going to be that X factor they really haven't had because they've never had a guy really like Rashee Rice, frankly. And I'm going to be very intrigued by that to see if he gets in there right away. And he's going to be up there in my top 3 dynasty-wise. You guys can react to that.
Dynasty-wise, he's landing in the right spot. He's landing in landing in the best spot for anybody.
Well,
he's got the MVP thrown to him.
Anytime anyone lands at KC, it shakes up dynasty boards. But Rashee Rice is a good player, and I think people, again, I harped on this a little bit earlier. People really overestimate the 40 specifically when it comes to the combine. I thought he had a really good combine. He had one of the best verticals for a receiver in recent memory. The dude's very explosive, great couple first steps. He's going to get off the line of scrimmage really quick. Got pretty good size, can move laterally really well. So for someone like him, that's what I care about.
So the Bears just made a trade with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars trade back again, and now the Bears are the team on the clock. Adam, go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, he's more athletic than people give him credit for just because the 40 was not the best, but 4.5 is perfectly fine for a receiver. There are plenty of receivers that have gone on to have Hall of Fame and Pro Bowl careers at 4.5, and the rest of his combine was pretty good. So I don't want to underestimate how athletic he is because he's no slouch in that category. I mean, he's got a 9.5, I believe, relative athletic score. So 95th percentile, certainly very solid.
The trade details I'm seeing here, the Bears gave up, of course, their 61st pick with the Jaguars 56 and also their 135 to move up those 5 spots. Tyler, I want to get your reaction here because you were a hellbound on Josh Downs. So what do you think that they made the pivot to Rashee Rice instead?
I think, like you were saying, it kind of gives them a different dynamic on offense, right? They've got so many like speed threats. That's kind of what they built their offense around, is being able to use misdirection and get these guys out in space and utilize that. I'm really kind of interested, outside of this, like O'Cyrus Torrence is still on the board. We thought so many people had him as a first-round draft pick. What's going on with that fall, that drop from heaven?
Well, that's the guard position in general. Chris and I talked about this earlier, that position, for whatever reason, sometimes just gets undervalued as a whole. And you see guys just fall flat as a result to that. But I don't think it'll be long before I say, here's the problem now. Now we're getting to the back end of the second round, right? We're getting to the good teams. One of these good teams, one of these playoff teams is going to wind up with O'Cyrus Torrence, and it's just going to be like, of course. Like, it's just going to be the perfect pick.
The Bills need one, right?
Bills could use. There's a lot.
Cincinnati could use it.
100% here. I'm just trying to make sure we're all up to date on everything because after this trade, usually the pick comes in pretty quick. I haven't seen it just yet. So yeah, I mean, anybody else fantasy wise, redraft wise, Chris, I want to hear your take from fantasy perspective. Rashee Rice compared to those other guys. Where do you have them right away?
Who we
Can
going
you hear me, Chris?
I know you're talking to me specifically. Yeah, I think I have him as my number 2 right now. The thing I'm going to have a struggle with is, while Adam talked about this at length yesterday, I love Quentin Johnson, but the Addison fit in Minnesota is just such a clear-cut, like, perfect opportunity for him. He's going to probably be on the field right off the bat. He's going to have a lot.
Bears apparently traded up to go ahead and get Tyrique Stevenson. So, Chris, finish your thought and then react to Tyrique Stevenson goes to the Bears.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like Adam was talking about, these guys is going to be somebody that's going to kind of be around doing different things. Tyrique Stevenson is a good corner, a guy who's got a lot of physical skill set, can play man-to-man, makes some mental mistakes here or there, but he can definitely be a guy that you can kind of groom and continue to get better at. Play good at DU, can play a little safety if you need him to, can play inside, but primarily a guy that is a good athlete, got a really good speed, big, strong, and a guy that you can kind of hope grows into become a better corner and fits the system pretty well. Where I don't think he's going to be a man-to-man guy. He's going to play pretty well in the zone because he's going to get physical and he can backpedal pretty easily.
Tyler, let me get your reaction to Tyrique Stevenson, and then I want you to tell us where we can follow you at, what you guys got coming up as we get you out the door here.
So I like Tyrique Stevenson a lot. If I remember correctly, he came over from Georgia, and he was kind of like their star money kind of safety, right? And he comes over from there, goes to Miami, becomes more of a physical corner, somebody who bumps guys off the line of scrimmage really well. He's got really good run and chase ability. Probably, I want to say he's not the best at tracking the ball in the air. I think he's all physical, little grabby, but that's kind of his MO. That's what his style of play is. But I mean, we're talking about a guy who hasn't missed very many games. He's only missed 2 games over the last 2 seasons, no games in 2019 or 2020. And he gets a lot of pass deflections, 24 over 4 years. So he's an animal. And I like his
that
size,
term,
6
little
foot,
grabby.
200 pounds.
We got to find a different term, I think, because that term just makes me laugh every time. Like, hey,
Grabby.
Are you a little grabby? Are you a little grabby? Are you a little grabby underneath there? That's all it makes me think of every single time. We got to find a different term for that.
Little grabby.
Sorry, Tyler, but so where can we follow you at? What do you got coming up, man? I want to thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah, so you can find me. You can obviously LAC Masterville, LAC Shock Therapy, Chargers podcast running for a couple years now. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm writing a magazine every year. I write an annual magazine on the Chargers. Something that I've done for quite some time. Takes a lot of time. 60 pages. I write every word myself. I create all the graphics. I'll get that out to anybody. I literally give it out for free. The PDFs of it are free. If you want a physical magazine, I can get those out to you too. Ironically, this is a picture of my magazine that was cut up into pieces that we went and created, which is kind of cool.
Awesome.
Very nicely done. I like it. All right, Tyler, thank you so much for coming on the show, man. We'll be sure to be checking you out, and we'll see you again real soon.
Thank you
Thanks,
guys so
Tyler.
much for having me on. Bolt up.
All right, the pick is in. The Giants take one John Michael Schmitz, a hell of a pick. So a hell of a pick and a hell of a way to introduce our next guest, Mr. Drew DeLuca, Fantasy Pros and quarterback list guru. Drew, thanks for coming on to the show, man. How you doing tonight?
Great, my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
So let's get your reaction right off the bat here. Giants, going with one of our top centers on our board. We'll be talking about pretty much all night long.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pick for them. They need some help, obviously, up front for Daniel Jones. Give him that franchise quarterback money. You got to protect the guys up front. That's been a struggle for them, I think, for a long time. The offensive line. As an Eagles fan, you watch a lot of Giants, Cowboys, Commanders as well. That's definitely something they got to shore up to. It benefits Saquon Barkley as well, obviously, having an upgrade right in the middle of the offensive line there. But yeah, Michael Schmitz is clearly the best center on the board at this point by far.
It's a desperate thing in my mind. It's desperate for Daniel Jones to have a clean pocket because he's a guy who does panic if he does not see exactly what's in front of him. He can't step up. And also it's a desperate move because, well, there's going to be a lot of pass rushing coming up the middle there from the Philadelphia Eagles twice a year at the very least. The Cowboys aren't going to be that far behind with some of the moves they've made on defensive line. And don't forget the Commanders, who were pretty banged up last year. If they get their guys back and playing, that's a formidable pass rush as well. So a great pick by the Giants there just for their own division's sake. I mean, Chris, go ahead. This is one of your favorite guys we've been talking about all night, so I want to get your thoughts here too.
Yeah, Dan, I think you make a great point. Like, you look at the Giants, how they're constituted right now. You have a guy who's going to help Saquon Barkley actually
Finish your thought, and then the Cowboys here went with one of my favorites, Luke Schoonmaker, baby. Yes, told you guys he's going in the second round. Go ahead, Chris, finish your thought.
And then you add into the 2 tackles that they already have. Spent the draft capital Evan Neal, who I still think is going to be a stud in the NFL. They had good play by Jackson last year, the other tackle. So they have 2 really solid tackles, which is hard to find in the NFL. You have a good center now. I talked about this, off the air last week. You have 3 good linemen in the NFL. You're going to be a good offensive line. So I think you have the guys to work with for this team, and now the Giants actually could be contending with a good team. They could contend with some teams. You talk about the front fours and give you something out there, the offensive line. So I love this pick for the Giants.
Go ahead, give me your thoughts on Luke Schoonmaker, since I had to cut you off midway through.
I like Luke Schoonmaker. We had this discussion on the MD's Fantasy Football Show when we had a tight end show most recently. Go back and check it out. You always get it on YouTube. But this is a guy that is a little high for my opinion. Dan, I'll let your review, because you talked about him. You love him going second round. I think he's got a good skill set. I think he can block. I think he's got a little bit sneaky ability when it comes to physicality. You didn't really get to see him be unleashed necessarily in Michigan because he wasn't asked to do too much. But he is a guy who could do a little bit of everything. The guy can catch the ball, could be a red zone target, can make you miss a little bit after the ball. Isn't a great athlete per se, but does enough to kind of be a mismatch if he needs to be. So I think this is a guy that is a good, solid football player, just not a second round grade for me.
He graded out to be the second best blocking tight end in my book, right behind Washington, just in front of Michael Mayer. So that's why I had him as far as that goes. So he's a guy, to me, who's going to be on the field all the way. But I disagree with you with him not being an athlete. In fact, he actually ranked 5th as far as athleticism score goes, ran a 4.63 40. Now, here's where I do see what you're saying with the athletic part of it. When this guy runs routes, he's got no hip. He's a full robot. But I comped him to Zach Ertz, who was also a full robot, and he was still pretty productive as long as he was able to manage that way. Go to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not a believer in Jake Ferguson. I think Luke Schoonmaker can come in and make a name for himself pretty much right off the bat. Dak Prescott, we know he loves his tight end if he solidifies to one guy. If Schoonmaker can be that one guy, and I think that will be the question as far as the training camp battles are concerned. We might be talking about Schoonmaker just as a fantasy guy, not just an all-around good NFL tight end, and probably sooner rather than later, too. I think his athleticism is actually one of the most underrated parts of his game. I want to get some other reactions here for this pick here. And we haven't had Darnell Washington come out yet, so I won't have the full tight end conversation just yet. Hopefully Darnell Washington will come off the board and we can have that conversation. But Chase, let me get your thoughts here.
Well, as a guy who owns a lot of Jake Ferguson in Dynasty, I'm not real thrilled to see Schoonmaker go to them. But yeah, he does block well, and he is a
Finish your thought, but the Bills just took O'Cyrus Torrence. I told you it was going to be somebody that was going to be blowing us up here. So, yeah, go ahead. Finish your thoughts there, and go ahead and react to that, because there's going to be a lot to talk about with that one.
Unfair. But, yeah, no, I do think that Ferguson could have been the guy to step in. They drafted him, and they brought in Peyton Hendershot last year. They already had a couple of young guys to work with there. But, yeah, Schoonmaker is such a good all-around player that I agree with you. He may find himself on being the starter and being the guy that's on the board all the time. But I think that Ferguson can be brought in and still be a good receiving tight end. But I agree. I think Schoonmaker supplants him on the depth chart right now. As far as O'Cyrus Torrence goes, man, you're talking about a team that didn't have a whole hell of a lot of needs to begin with, and then they plug in the biggest, baddest man at the guard position that we had in the draft. The rich get richer. It's sad and unfair, but pretty cool and pretty exciting to see at the same time.
Drew, what does this do in your mind when it comes to like Damian Harris and James Cook? And because this dude's going to move guys, especially when you get down to the goal line. They've talked about not wanting to have Josh Allen have to run it in so often. I would imagine Harris at this point would be the goal line back. They haven't addressed it in the draft yet. What do you think this does there?
Oh, it's a tremendous pick for the Bills. I thought the Cowboys actually might look his way there as well. And I was hoping, as an Eagles fan, he was going to fall just a little bit further. He would have been terrific in that offensive line. He'd been a great piece. So I actually looked at him potentially in some mocks. The Eagles may be taking him at 30. Yeah, obviously Nolan
Finish your
Smith.
thought, and finish your thought, and then we'll get your reaction to this. But DJ Turner just came off the board to the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay, finish your thought and then react to Turner.
Yeah, sure. I thought that would have been Osiris Torrance would have been a terrific pick in the late first. I thought by the Eagles or a number of other teams, but yeah, put him in that offensive line with he's just going to move people. I agree. That really lifts Cook's profile for me. I think you nailed that. So that's a terrific pick for the Buffalo Bills. And at Turner, you got to love this. Michigan. I'm actually married into a Michigan family. My wife, both of her parents went to University of Michigan. So between I'm not a big fan. I don't like seeing him go to Dallas, obviously, as an Eagles fan. But I like Turner. I think he's a good player. I think it fits a need. So solid pick there.
Yeah, Chris, could DJ Turner? So he's not going to give you much as far as tenacity downhill goes, but this dude can fly. There's nobody's going to burn him deep at all whatsoever, and he can get in your face and backpedal and recover with the best of them. So he's going to be able to play a multitude of coverages. I like to refer to you. You usually have a good eye for the defensive backs. What's your take on DJ Turner here to the Cincinnati Bengals, who don't have a lot of speed in that secondary?
They don't, but I'm a little surprised by this move. Like, I know people like DJ Turner, especially after the combine and the 40 that he ran because he was so fast. But I think he's pretty much a slot corner. Now, he played a lot of outside in college, but he's a shorter guy. I think 5'9". Is not the biggest guy either. So he was willing to kind of tackle, but he isn't really great at setting the edge per se. He's going to be a guy who's going to kind of have to be hidden in some senses, I think, at the corner. So I think he's going to be a slot corner only in the NFL. I think that he does have, pretty good hips. He has great speed, but I think he's more of a zone guy. I don't love him in one-on-one matchups. He seems more reactive versus having a fluidness to him. I don't love his backpedal either. So I think this guy's a pretty, solid player, but living a little more off the 40 than actually you kind of seen overall talent. Overall skill set wise. But it's still not a bad pick. A guy that we look at the upside that you could hopefully get, especially when it comes to locking down some of these 5'10" and under corner slot receivers that we have in the league. He can kind of keep up with those guys. He can match up with them. So it's an interesting move. DJ Turner's a guy that a lot of people were high on. I just not as high on him because I don't love the height and I don't love the kind of the ability to play outside.
I will argue
DJ Turner's 5'11". He's not that short.
And 5'11" with a very good vert and a pretty good wingspan.
And the fastest guy at the combine.
640. Yeah, the 40, like not just a good 40, but like an
can't teach that.
40.
Yeah, I think when you look at the Baltimore Ravens taking Zay Flowers, and this kind of like is an answer to that in a way. You're looking at in the same division. I think that's a particular player that matches up quite well there.
Yeah, they gave him 5'11", 5'9.5". They gave him 5'11".
A little over 5'11".
Yeah, he's just like slightly less than 5'11" is what he measured in at. So this isn't necessarily. That's why I disagree. He's not just a slot corner in my mind from that standpoint. But we'll have to see here. Right now, we got the Jaguars are actually on the clock. We'll see if they actually stay there. They've been making a habit of trading back all night long. We're getting close to the end of the second round. Drew, let's get to you here. What's been one of your favorite picks from a fantasy standpoint so far in the second round?
Okay, second round. That's a good question. I guess probably Rashee Rice. I mean, I think going to you got to anytime there's a player, you get a new toy for Mahomes. I think that grabs your attention, and there's really nobody there that's an alpha that just. I mean, I guess Kadarius Toney has that upside, but I mean, do we all trust Kadarius Toney? I mean, do we trust that he's going to be the guy there? We know. I like Rice's profile. I kind of feel like he's the guy right now that just really intrigues me the most. I mean, we say about Charbonnet and that offensive line. And in Seattle, This is
a terrible reach here. Jaguars, they draft Brenton Strange, the tight end out of Penn State. So they went back and back and back and went, in my opinion, is an awful reach. Drew, I'll let you finish your thought, and then you can go ahead and react.
Yeah. What are you doing there, Dougie P? That's my reaction. So, yeah, that's my reaction to that. But I mean, you can make a case for Charbonnet, I guess, in that offense as being a good pick. But the presence of Walker, I know some of us are down on him, but I don't know. To me, it's Rashee Rice. That's the guy I'm really the most interested in so far.
Yeah, he's definitely been the guy I think we've all got the biggest reaction from so
Mhm.
far in this
Yep.
second round. Chris, we got you back. How about Jaguars, Brenton Strange, man? Did you see that
Who
one?
did they take?
Brenton Strange, the tight end out of Penn State.
Oh,
Not
wow.
Darnell Washington, not Zach Kuhn, not yeah, they went Brenton Strange. Yeah. Oh wow, that's definitely the reaction I was looking for there.
I'm gonna guess Trent Baalke's still the GM, and that's probably why they went there. He's their new Bruce Miller. I'm gonna guess because Dan knows, as a 49er fan, how much I used to make fun of Bruce Miller back in the day for the 49ers. This seems to be
5-yard pass.
yes, 5-yard passes. Ingram only has a 1-year deal, so obviously they're looking to kind of add some more options to the tight end position. But this is not the guy that I would have definitely not looked at. There's many other tight ends I've hired on my board, and a guy who hasn't been very productive in college. So I'm very shocked by this pick. But once again, I said Trent Baalke's the GM, so I shouldn't be.
Yeah,
Adam, let me get your reaction here. Sorry, Drew. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't disagree with pretty anything Chris said. I think the gap between him and Darnell Washington on my board alone is very large, and he wouldn't be next behind Darnell Washington. The gap between Darnell Washington and anyone else that we can talk about for the rest of the night as far as the tight end position goes, for me, rather large. But next, I mean, easily, like you said, Kuntz. Yeah, doesn't make any type of sense to me other than what you said about Bruce Miller. That's about all I got. I guess if you're trying to fill that role, you can almost argue
Strange
it.
to my
But
13th tight end. 13th tight end right now.
Yeah.
So not even close. Drew,
it is
Drew,
a strong
you
tight
got-
end class, and that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I have 4 kids, so I'm allowed to make the dad joke that it was a strange pick. So,
I need to bump drop.
Yeah, right.
Somebody
There you go.
remind me of that later.
Yeah, sure. But I have him as my tight end 10 in this draft. It's just way too soon. I agree. I think Washington obviously makes the most sense as a tight end, and I also like Tucker Kraft from San Diego State, or excuse me, South Dakota State. I think that would have been a better pick there as well. That just seems like a huge reach in the second round.
Chase,
Very
I've heard
early
you
to
a
take a
lot.
blocking tight end.
Yeah,
Pretty early to take a blocker.
it's like
because you've already got
Drew
Evan Ingram.
Stample. Yeah,
Yeah, you've already got Evan Ingram. You don't.
Well, especially when you're the Jaguars and you're in a position where you can really cement that you are much better than every other team in that division. Instead, you take what to me seems a lot like a luxury pick when you can really just continue to make the gap between them and everyone else just
But
so
then they didn't
large.
even
To
take the
Chris's
luxury.
point-
yeah.
This
No,
is their,
yeah, exactly. To Chris's point, this is a quintessential Trent Baalke pick where I just do something that makes absolutely no sense, even though I have a playoff team and he watches them run into the ground. This is why the Jaguars will never stop being Jacksonville.
This is
I think I
also
cut somebody off.
I was gonna say this is also a Peterson thing where you've seen him, load up a tight end for the Eagles before. Brett Selleck is the guy. This guy just reminds me of so much, and it's basically they got their Brett Selleck basically.
The Houston Texans traded into the Eagles pick here. I'm still getting the details on what that's going to be, but we also have the pick. Texans traded up and then went with Juice Scruggs out of Penn State, the center there. That's who they drafted up to go get. So let's react to that. So it didn't really. I mean, I know I didn't have him graded there, but let's see. Did somebody do? Did somebody have him there? Chris, go ahead.
Whoa.
Chris' faces looks like he's ready to have a meltdown.
Yeah, you should be. That is a dumb pick. Like, there's no way that you take this guy this high, and he's not a center. There's definitely way better centers. The kid from Michigan's better. Luke Cipher from Luke Whitepier from Ohio State's better. There's plenty of other centers that are still on the board that are way better than he is. This guy is not impressive. He does nothing that jumps off at you, and I'm shocked by this pick.
Yeah, because I like Alumwami a lot more too. If you were going to go that direction, kind of the same similar style of player, but just a better productive player all around, and traded up for it no less. And that's what I'm doing right now. Actually, I'm still trying to get the details as far as what the Eagles got in return for trading back a few more spots. Hey, Drew, if you want, you can just hang out with us until the Eagles pick comes through. We got
Sure.
nowhere to be. Yeah. I think you're our last guest for the evening anyway. So if you want to hang on, you can go ahead and do so. All right, so we got that going on. The Houston Texans had a great draft until that point. I think we can all agree with that. We were all fired up for it until just that little sauciness right there.
That was the
Detroit
most
Nick
Lions
exciting
Casario was
part.
sent back into the room, I think, right there. Nick Casario was like, I gotta make a pick right now. They're like, all right, go ahead, make one. And they're like, oh, geez, why would we let him pick again?
You trade up for it, and you had to take that guy. This is why we keep you locked in a box.
Basically.
While we do things over here. Adam, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say that as a rival in division fan, that was my pick.
Hold that thought. The Denver Broncos just traded up with the Detroit Lions, so now the Broncos are the ones on the clock. Go ahead and finish your thought, Adam.
That was pretty much it. I was just making a joke about. I like it when the Texans and Titans do dumb things, especially in Jaguars rather, and Texans make dumb decisions in quick succession.
So the
Makes me
Broncos
happy.
are about to make their first pick of the draft. What do we think they just traded up for? We talked
I
earlier.
hope
I
I'm
think
wrong,
what did they
Dan,
have-
but A-Chain, you think A-Chain could be the guy they're targeting right here?
I hope not, because I put the money on the defensive line being picked, not the running back. So I need the defensive line at plus 300, and the running back was plus 250 and was the favorite, and I didn't think that was going to be the pick, but I hope you're right.
That wouldn't be
I'm
that
hoping defensive
crazy
line.
though. For them,
Wouldn't be crazy.
for Sean Payton to make that decision.
Especially with Charbonnet off the board at this point. It wouldn't be crazy. And now that you know what, Seattle screwed me up because they took Charbonnet. I don't question anything being possible for the running backs anymore. Like, it could totally not make sense and it totally not even matter. I'm trying to look at some of the guys on the defensive line, though, that I think would fit pretty well. I do like Andre Carter II a lot potentially in this spot. I think Byron Young, for the way his style, it would make a lot of sense here for the Denver Broncos as well. So maybe they'll go in that type of direction. Also like some of the defensive tackles that are still left on the board, like Ojomo. So we'll see what they go. There could be some options here for them to look at. May
about
not have to
Ringo?
speculate too long. Yeah, that's a good one too.
Ringo.
The trade details. The trade details, by the way, the Lions go back to the 68th pick. They also traded their 183rd pick, and get the Broncos 68th and 139th pick. So they're moving up in that fourth round, is what we're looking at here. And don't
Okay,
quite
here's
have the
the-
pick, Jeff.
Here's the details for the Eagles Houston trade. Eagles sent 62 to Houston for 65, 188, and 230.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, because I still hadn't seen those details, so I'm glad you caught that. Thank you for that, Joe.
Speaking of Ringo, that should be our next little Eagles pick if he makes it there.
He very well could
Continue
be.
to add
Yeah.
our Georgia offenders.
I see a pattern developing here. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So-
So,
We're just going to take the best college defense over the
Yeah.
last
Wait,
3 years. We'll take all of their
Keep
players.
adding them.
I will tell you this too. I
Mix
would not
one
be
little Alabama
yeah,
player.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Eagles also go Washington or Tucker Kraft, because there was a massive drop off when Dallas Goedert got hurt between him and Jack Stoll
Huge.
and Grant Coppershare. It was a chasm. It was awful. When you think about Zach Ertz being at the pinnacle of his career, that's when Goddard was drafted. So Goddard was kind of brought in when Zach Ertz was in his prime. That's when they drafted him in the second round. I would not be surprised to see if they see them go with a guy like
I love
Washington.
this pick.
Oh,
I hear the Broncos traded up to get
There we go.
Marvin Mims.
Okay.
Marvin Mims to go to the Denver Broncos. I love that pick. You talk about a guy who can definitely fit in right away with the Jerry Jeudy and the Cortland Sutton, but also gives you some flexibility because maybe you're not going to look to pay Jerry Jeudy after this season too. So from that standpoint, it'd be kind of interesting. But I love Marvin Mims. He was a guy that I had as a borderline first round. If there was going to be 5 wide receivers, I thought it was because Marvin Mims went into that first round. He's 5'11", but he also has the burner speed. He can play inside or outside. I actually like his route running ability. He has very good hips. Very excited about this pick. The only thing I'm scared about is Russell Wilson. I swear to God, if he can't bounce back in some kind of way, I'm going to pull my hair out. But who else has a reaction to this like me? Chase, we haven't heard from you in a while. What do you got? Oh,
well,
Chris, go ahead, Chris,
I
go ahead,
thought
Chris.
that wide receiver was a direction that they could go with this pick. And we've heard all the rumors. Yeah, they're not sold on keeping Sutton long term or Jeudy long term.
Yeah.
Either or. I thought they might go more of like a Cedric Tillman direction, somebody big and tall, because Russ loves throwing to tall guys. But hey, I agree with you. Mims is one of the best guys left on the board anywhere, let alone the receiver. And I think they'll be able to plug him in and take off from day one. I think that if Wilson can actually still throw the ball, and if he hasn't fallen off the cliff completely like it looked like at times last year, this is a big win for them. This is a big help for their offense.
Yeah, I think Mims could be his Tyler Lockett 2.0 potentially
right,
if it all shakes out. I really do. I think he's got that particular profile. He's just a great all around receiver. He made caught a lot of buzz in recent weeks, but I could definitely see that happening.
What were you gonna say, Chris?
I was going to say, I like the move more if they make another move. You still have Hamler. You're going to get Tim Patrick back this year. You have Cortland Sutton. You have Sam. I'm not Sammy. You have the other receiver. So they have a decent amount of guys that are ahead of him already. I like Mims' talent. I like his skill set. I'm a little surprised where Denver is as a team in a sense that this was the pick that they went. It makes more sense to me if they're able to dump one of those guys or get some kind of draft capital back for one of those guys. But if you're going to bring all the receiving core back from last year and you add Tim Patrick back healthy again, you have a lot of money spent on that room. But B, Russell Wilson did struggle last year, as you pointed out, Dan. How are you going to feed all those guys? So that's the only question I have about this move. I like Marvin Mims, just a guy that where do you really fit in the grand scheme of things?
I really thought Judy might get moved
about
during this round. I thought he might get moved during the round to jump up. I really did.
Yeah.
I agree.
We'll have to see. And I guess that could still be a possibility, but I don't think they're sold on KJ Hamler. I think they're done with the whole KJ Hamler experience. He can't stay. It's like Kadarius Toney out there. He can't stay healthy for more than 3 snaps anyway. So that's where I think he's kind of out of the equation in this. Now, to your point, Tim Patrick, how he does recovering from the ACL injury and coming back, because that is somebody they did give a decent contract to. They did have plans for, but now this is a new regime too. Does Sean Payton feel the same way? I think that's also a question here as well that we'll have to take in consideration. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that maybe he's sold on Tim Patrick either.
Yeah, Hamler, I think, was out as far as their future decision making. I think he's way out of it. He didn't have any kind of repertoire with Russ. But still, I did consider Patrick, Sutton, and Judy to be that top 3. So that might be a little difficult to break into. But yeah, I think if, Chris, to your point, if there's a subsequent move, I think it's a great pick. Because I think the value for Mims here is fantastic.
Also,
I think they could move Sutton.
Russell Wilson's no more
I
excuses.
agree.
I think they can move Sutton because I'm a guy, and I took some heat for this last year, but I liked Patrick better than Sutton coming into last year. And Patrick coming off the ACL, if he can be healthy, big, tall receiver, like we talked about, Russ loves him. But now you don't want anybody wanted to take on the money that they're going to give Judy. So you've got basically you're redundant between Patrick and Sutton. You're not redundant between Mims and Patrick and Judy. So I think Sutton is a guy who might get moved.
Well, Mims and Judy can be considered redundant. Absolutely, Mims and Judy absolutely could be considered redundant because they're going to operate in a very similar fashion as far as inside-out players who run really good routes and can be explosive on the perimeter of the field. So that's the part where I disagree with there. However, we're seeing more and more teams want to be versatile in that standpoint. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. Go ahead. Sorry, I was asking about Sean Payton. Sean Payton's going to be the offensive coordinator. So when you look at Mims, for example, where do you see his role in a Sean Payton offense?
I think we're going back to old Sean Payton. I think that's what this tells me. When he had 3 receivers, when he had the Hallworth, the stretcher field, and the outside, and he had the slot guy, and he went more 3 receiver set than 2 tight end set, and what he became at Drew Brees' end of career. I think that's what it tells. Sean Payton's looking to get explosive again. This is what that tells me.
But now, to your point earlier, Chris, and what we've all been tossing around, they've got 4 guys now for those 3 slots. Plus Dulcich from last season to take on that 1 tight end role. It wouldn't shock me to see a move made at some point, but I do like the pick because I had wide receiver. Yeah, this means that KJ Hamler, they don't have to even think about him anymore. And neither do we in fantasy,
I'm going to throw this out there, and I have to look up exactly when the Denver Broncos draft again, but wouldn't they be a great fit for Hendon Hooker now with all those weapons? Because if Russell Wilson can't cut it, You drafted
I
Hendon
don't
Hooker.
agree, yeah, but they gave Stidham that decent deal where they gave him enough money for the next 2 years that he
Right.
seems to be that guy
To be a
just in
backup,
case.
to be a backup, not to be a starter. That wasn't enough money for me to be like, yeah, you have to be the starter if if Russell Wilson goes away. That wasn't enough money for that.
That's
At least
enough
not
money
mine.
that we went to here for 2 years.
I think that's more saying we need to make sure we had a backup for the next 2 years, not that I need a guy. I need you to
And
come
a
in
solid
and start
one that knows
for
what he's
Russell
doing.
Wilson. Right.
Yeah.
That's what that indicated to me because what's his face can't stay healthy at all. Oh, finally the pick is in. I was waiting for this. Well, the Bears sticking with that defensive front and go with Zach Pickens, the 6'4", 291 mammoth out of South Carolina. What's our reaction to them going defensive front again?
I think they have to. I mean, I don't like Zach Pickens per se the pick, but they definitely have to continue to add bodies to that defensive line. They had nothing left. They traded most of their entire linebacking core and defensive line last year away. This team's been rebuilding and trying to emulate the Colts in a sense, so they had to continue to add some bodies to that front line.
Here's a good one. Drew, you'll appreciate this. We got some memes out there. Philly building through Georgia and the Cowboys building through Michigan.
yeah. I speaking of Georgia, we could see Ringo go here, or Washington. There's two guys on the board right there that make a lot of sense for the Eagles. I could totally see this trend continuing.
You go both. The Eagles have back-to-back.
They could go both. They're back to back here.
Yeah.
So why?
I mean,
why not both?
why not? Why not?
If they do Washington, just give it to the Eagles right now. Like I will just cash it in.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. We can't rule out running back either. Honestly, Miles Sanders was a second round pick years ago. He's now obviously gone to Carolina. Penny came in on a 1-year deal, prove it deal, $1 million and change. There's Tank Bigsby makes a lot of sense. Tyjae Spears potentially. You could get a player like that here. I don't know that that's the route I would go, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did that with one of these two picks. They haven't done anything yet on the offense, but yeah, I think Washington makes a ton of sense here. And Ringo, I think, is probably where I'm leaning, or a linebacker, because I mean, there's Drew Sanders, Henley, Trent Simpson as well.
Yeah, Trent Simpson,
Yep. Any of those guys, I think, would be terrific picks for the Eagles here. So.
Totally. Drew Sanders would make a lot of sense to play inside and just add another edge rush because what the hell, why not? That would make a lot of sense to me. So here's what I was going to say: that your running back point. While it's not the pick I would make because of the value at the running back position and where they're sitting right now, the Eagles are one of those few teams where if they wanted to get cute, they could, and we couldn't really knock them for it.
Right.
And I hate saying that as a 49er fan, by the way.
Yeah, and I think Bigsby and Spears in particular, I think make a ton of sense for them for what they really need out of the position that they don't really have right now. Spears has that that ability to just kind of shed tacklers. I don't think you get that from Gainwell or Boston Scott, and who knows what we had with Penny if he's even going to stay healthy enough to do much of anything. We hope he will, and when he plays, man, he's good. I think that was a terrific pick by Howie, a terrific signing by Howie, I should say. But I could see.
Yeah, you had nothing to lose.
No, exactly. And it's you're getting them basically for free almost. But I think Bigsby, Spears would be terrific picks there. Kendre Miller is maybe as a long shot if you're looking at another guy potentially to go there as well. I kind of was hoping they would take Osiris Torrance if he had fell, but they obviously didn't get him there. They traded down. There's really no.
Calm down over there with you.
There's nobody left
in
in guard.
You don't need more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really now there's nobody left in
pull your
guard.
boat.
Yeah.
Good.
So I
Who
don't know.
didn't want Osiris Torrance?
I can't see any more
Teams,
offensive
I
linemen
guess.
worth a pick here right now. From a value standpoint, and Howie's a value guy, I think, especially when it comes to the trenches. And so, we'll be interested to see what happens picks in. So.
Well, the only thing I would say that they could do is possibly go offensive tackle because you do need to start getting some depth in there, just with the injuries they've been having, everything like that. So I could see them wanting to go that route, but and that's exactly what they did. Actually,
Ron Jones.
Did go Tyler Steen, offensive tackle out of Alabama. So I do like that pick. I had Steen about in this range. I maybe like Donwin Jones, like you guys were mentioning, a little bit better, but they needed to get some depth. And look, guys are aging out and across that offensive line. This helps make sure he's a developmental project. He'll have time to develop. Go ahead, I want to get your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Stoutland, work your magic. Go ahead, do your thing. So he's the best offensive line coach in football. Look what he did with Jordan Mailata. I think either one of those picks, Jones or him, would make a lot of sense there. Lane Johnson's 33 years old, getting a little long in the tooth, but I still think he's got a couple more years left in him. But you lost Dillard in free agency. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Did they move him? Did they kick him inside the guard then to take over there?
Yeah, it could be if he has that versatility. That's something too they like is they like having players that have that versatility as well.
To take over for Sumalo inside.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, I think he could be really good. He could be really good there if they wanted. So yeah, I think it's
Chris, what's your reaction here?
Yeah, I like the position. I don't want to like the pick. Steen's a guy I think is a good player. I don't have a highest grade, the second round grade on him, but I do think that the Eagles had to address the offensive line. I think the tackle is something that Howie Shodney has always been, very conscious of. And Lane Johnson's 31 years old, so you do have to have some guy waiting in the waiting. Lane Johnson's also a guy who gets hurt quite often. So you have a guy that you can kind of groom, and as you guys talked about, has some versatility that maybe you can slide him in the meantime, or if you can kind of utilize him as a swing tackle, he's back up. They lost Dillard in the offseason, so they have guys who kind of play that role if need be. So I think the Eagles, as you talked about, can get cute. They're making sure that one of the most important positions, offensive line in football, is being addressed for them, and that's what smart football teams do.
Let him play right next to Lane Johnson for 2 years, like you said, Drew. I don't think Johnson's done for a while. I think he has too much fire left in him for at least a couple of years. Let him play next to him at the right guard position, and then and learn from him.
Yeah, this is another great pick. I'm trying to pull it up now. Here we go. Sidney Brown for the Eagles now goes to safety. I like Sidney Brown a lot. I actually like him better as the safety than I like his brother as the running back, but we can go into that as far as we go on all those things. But Sidney Brown, athletic safety, hybrid safety, can do a little bit of everything. Also good playing downhill, has ball skills. Go ahead, Drew. You can just keep lighting up. The Eagles they haven't missed yet.
Yeah. This is awesome. It's been a great weekend so far. So it's pretty nice. So yeah, this is a need. I mean, it is. Like CJ Gardner-Johnson, I think had that role of that safety slot corner kind of a player, has that versatility. And they needed somebody there. So I know they signed with Justin Evans and they brought in Edmonds from Pittsburgh. But there's really no standout. Blankenship's okay. He's just, there's nobody there that really excites you. And I really like the pick. I like the upside. I think this could be a huge get. I mean, you got Slay and Bradbury on either side of him. Let's go.
That's the key, because some people were disappointed with Gardner last year, but look at the games that he missed, especially towards the end. All of a sudden, that middle of the defense for the Eagles was wide open, because when they didn't have that guy in the middle who was athletic to take it away, you could attack them over there. Sidney Brown, what he allowed them to do is he just takes that away from them, and he does a good job of it. And because he's younger, maybe you won't have the injury issues, you're going to be paying him a hell of a lot less. Everything works out pretty well here, I think, with this Sidney Brown pick, and he does a lot of things that you were asking Gardner-Johnson to do in the first place. So just smart pick all around here. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's have a different conversation. So who is your guy's favorite fantasy weapon? And therefore, a running back, a wide receiver, maybe it's still a tight end. Who's your guy out there? I want to see where this guy winds up. I want to know why he's still falling. We'll start with Chase.
Oh, geez. Okay. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm still wondering, why hasn't Hendon Hooker gone yet? There are enough teams that I think still want or need a quarterback, unless they're being scared off by his age. What's
your thought? But the Denver Broncos just took Drew Sanders here, so very nice pick. We've been talking about him pretty much all night long. So go ahead, finish your thought and react to Drew Sanders for the Denver Broncos.
Well, no, like I was saying, I'm surprised yet that Hooker isn't off the board when this is a guy that we were talking about people maybe trading up for or taking in the first round. Was Minnesota going to take him, or would somebody want him? I'm not sure why he's not gone yet, if these teams really think that they want quarterback this season. But as far as the Drew Sanders pick for Denver, yeah, inside linebacker was one of their needs that I had on the board for them that I really wanted them to address. Drew Sanders is going to be a good one for them, I think. I like Trenton Simpson a lot too, but I think that Drew Sanders, 6'4", I mean, he's got some size. He's got good size. He's going to be able to take a pounding in the middle there against teams that, I mean, he's going to be facing the Raiders and Josh Jacobs. He's going to be facing teams like San Diego and Kansas City 6 times a year. He's going to be facing these high-powered offenses, and then Josh Jacobs pounding the rock there. I like the Drew Sanders pick. It was a position I thought they needed to address, and they grabbed it. And they didn't reach.
Go ahead, Chris. React to your boy. You've been salivating at the mouth for this guy for a while.
People are going to regret not taking Drew Sanders, and then mark my words, this is going to be a little different situation. I'm not going to say he's going to be the exact same player, but there was a lot of talk about who the best player was coming out a couple of years ago, and I loved Micah Parsons, and I could not understand.
He's off the board. The
Finally.
Detroit Lions took Hendon Hooker.
Yeah.
So smart, Chris. Finish your thought and react to Hendon Hooker off the board for the Detroit Lions.
So Drew Sanders, I think, is a guy who's going to be a stud because it's very, very few times in football you can find a middle linebacker who can also be a pass rusher. Had 9.5 sacks for Alabama 2 years ago. Converted to middle linebacker, inside linebacker this past year for Arkansas. Has a little bit, issues with missing some tackles, but the guy is a really good player. 6'4", almost 6'5". He can get thicker in his body. He can line up, has long arms. And a great pass coverage guy too. So he had over 20% on all three things. Very few guys can do that in today's NFL. A 3-down linebacker who can also pass rush. This guy's going to be a mismatch nightmare for people. And that's for Hendon Hooker. Outstanding pick. Way to try to save yourself in a sense. If you would have flip-flopped the picks that you would have took this guy earlier versus some of the head-scratching moves you've done, it would have been okay. Hooker is a perfect transition from Jared Goff, and I think it's going to be the replacement for Jared Goff sooner than later because he can do everything Jared Goff can do, but is more athletic, has a better arm, and is more consistently looking to push the ball down the field. So I think this is a home run move and a guy that I still love where Hendon Hooker did. Maybe not this year, but sooner than later, once he gets that Jameson Williams, St. Brown, Gibbs, all the different weapons they have kind of in place, this guy's going to thrive.
I was going to say, is this the smartest pick the Lions have made so far this entire draft?
Yes.
Not only that, this is we talked about it leading off the show. I think this was the best landing spot for Hooker to be successful because I think you can do a lot of the same things and ease him in, kind of similar to what was happening at Tennessee. Jameson Williams
Adam,
can
not
play
to cut you off,
role.
but if you guys listen to Adam's advice before the show, we did our preview, plus 1,800. He said go to Detroit Lions. I put half a unit on that. We just hit big, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. Because again, this is like the situation. Ben Johnson can do things, can set up an offense very similar to what was happening in Tennessee. Jameson Williams can fill a role very similar to what Hyatt was doing. I think you can get something with Amon-Ra St. Brown, very similar to what we had with Tillman.
Yep.
You can set him up to be very comfortable, and then I think he has the ability, accuracy, looking down the field, the vision, to expand past that and work his way into a more
Houston Texans are now on the clock. They made a trade with the Los Angeles Rams to number 69. So go ahead and finish your thought there, Adam.
Yeah, I think you can let him be comfortable to start out when you're ready to move on from Goff, make it very similar to Tennessee. And
talk, Adam.
Go
They
ahead,
said
Adam. Talk about Adam.
they want Tank Bigsby here. So go ahead, finish your thought, and then react to Tank Bigsby getting drafted by the Houston Texans of all teams.
that's an interesting one. I feel like they have bigger holes to fill than that. Even as far as weapons go, I feel like they have bigger holes than that. So certainly a little head scratching. I disagree that Tank Bigsby is a fair third-round pick, but I don't think he's a fair third-round pick for them. Now, one of the better teams in the draft picking Tank Bigsby in the third round, perfectly cool. Like, Drew, like you were saying earlier, Tank Bigsby for the Eagles at the top of the third versus the Texans picking at the top of the third are feel like very different things. So I just feel like it's a luxury pick for a team that shouldn't be making luxury picks at the moment.
That's perfect. I mean, that's awesome, man. You're exactly right. I agree with you. The landing spot lottery winner for go back to Hooker as well. So perfect commentary, I think, on both of those. That's fantastic. Yep.
So Damian Pierce's value, where does that just go?
Should we take our lap now, Dan, or should we wait to take our victory lap about David Pierce?
I'm just glad we're not gonna have to hear about it anymore. I'm not even the hugest Tank Bigsby fan, but I'll take him over Damian Pierce 10 times a week and twice on Sunday. So
Damian Pierce was already in jeopardy with Singletary there anyway. So I mean, now they got.
Well, I don't think he was in jeopardy with Singletary. I think they were gonna play two different roles. But now this just crashes all that because Tank Bigsby is going to come in there and play all three.
There's a three-headed monster there now, and nobody has the role. They all just
monster might be a bit.
Well, monstrosity maybe.
There we go.
It's a 49er system, guys. If he runs it like Shanahan, they're all going to be great for 2 weeks apiece. Okay,
it's running back roulette. Who is it this week? Tossing the dice.
Oh, man. But I do want to talk about Hendon Hooker. I'm a huge fan of him. I love that he was going to Detroit. And while they've been making me scratch my head all day long, the speed is going to be there. I mean, you have, Jameson Williams on the outside, Amon-Ra St. Brown, even Laporta as a tight end, a good pass catcher now, Jahmyr Gibbs. We'll see what they wind up getting because they're going to have to trade DeAndre Swift at some point. But the speed is going to be there. And with Hooker's already coming from an explosive background for an offense, this is going to be a very vertical offense. And the team, by the way, who gets to play in the Dome, not 8 times a year, but 9 times a year because they get to play against Minnesota in the Dome as well. So this is a team that's going to be very fast on turf. They're going to be a lot of fun to watch. Let's put it that way. When Hendon Hooker gets his opportunity, maybe if it's not this year, it'll be next year. But still, Jared Goff showed he can run this team at least when they're in Detroit anyway. So they're going to be fun to watch for the next couple of years until Hendon Hooker gets his opportunity to go in there. So great pick there. From a dynasty standpoint, I have him ahead of Will Levis. I'd rather take the shot on Hooker over Will Levis in Tennessee, without a doubt. I think a lot of people probably disagree. Maybe you guys don't, but
nope, I don't.
No, I think if you did before, you can't now with these looking at the landing spots. So,
Yeah, I mean, and this is a move that I actually said in my article when I previewed the NFC North and their draft needs. I said they don't need. They say that they like Goff running the offense, and he's one of my guys, man. You know, Dan Campbell loving him, but this resets the clock then and resets the budget for the team. They don't have to keep throwing a $30 million cap hit at the quarterback position if they don't want to now. And they can pull the blueprint of the rest of the league. You want to try and hit that window with a guy on a rookie contract at quarterback, so you can keep filling the roster out around him for 4 years. I think it's a hell of a pick for Detroit. That team is on the way up.
Yeah, and then a pretty good offensive line. He's good. I mean, definitely underrated. I think. Yes, I mean it's fantastic. I mean for as awful as the lines were on day one, I can't remember who the tweet was from, but I saw the Lions went to the steakhouse and came out with a hamburger. So that was kind of day one.
Yeah, but I saw that too.
But they're killing it today. They're doing.
He protects the football, and I mean he wasn't asked to do a whole hell of a lot. With scheme wise, read wise. But hey, he'll learn whatever offense they need him to learn, and he's still Hendon Hooker. Yeah, that's a huge
let's look back around, because when we started the conversation off, I asked you guys, what was the player that, from a fantasy standpoint, that you're asking yourself, why is he falling, and were you really curious to see what winds up? And then Chase mentioned Hendon Hooker, and of course you went off the board. So let's see if we can start a trend. Adam, your turn now. Who's the guy that's still falling on the board, and you really want to see where he winds up at?
I'm going to say the two guys who I think are the most landing spot dependent that are left, and that's Akane and that's Hyatt, because both of them, depending on the landing spot, I think could be nearly nothing, or either of them could land in very interesting landing spots. If Akane sniffs anywhere close to any of the Shanahan disciples, I am all in on that man. If he lands somewhere where they're going to try to pigeonhole him into some receiving back position, I'm out. So it's very dependent on where he lands. I think Hyatt is really similar. You're going to have to figure out ways.
Sorry, I have to cut you off. We do have a mix-up. It was not Tank Bigsby. It was Tank Dell. Houston Texans took.
Okay.
They take the wide receiver.
I like that. I like
And
that.
yes, we can all now. That's my bad. It was a correction that's got made on here. It is Tank Dell that they went with, not Tank Bigsby. So yeah, let's react to that much differently now that people are going to be like, "What?"
Much better pick. Much
Adam.
better pick. Keep a Houston guy in Houston, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
Yeah.
interesting there. Get a weapon for your new quarterback that feels a lot less like a luxury than prior.
It's a need. Yeah.
Yes, it's a need. So happy for them. Get an explosive guy to pair with Stroud, a guy that can throw down the field. I think that's a much better pick.
I mean, he's a Smurf, but I mean, he's a good receiver. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, do they use him in like a hybrid role? Do they try and use him like a Debo Samuel, Curtis Samuel type? Because he is so small. I mean, he can play. He can maybe line up in the backfield sometimes, line up on slot other times. Do they move him around, use him as that jack? That kind of Swiss Army knife player.
I could see the Curtis Samuel. I can't see the Debo. He's what's
Well, but I'm saying that
for
he's
sure.
not ever going to be as good as Debo. Debo is who he is.
Or running through tackles.
But I'm talking about that like jackknife piece, that Swiss Army piece that you can move everywhere.
I think
You
you said
put one-
Curtis Samuel. I think you said that. I can see that for sure. It gives you that versatility and that you can move him around. You can do different things. Exactly what we're saying. I think that makes a lot of sense from that perspective. So, since Tank
special teams too.
yes, yeah, and since Tank Bigsby's not there anymore, I mean, now that's more. There's might be a little more more balls.
They've got more room in the backfield.
More life for Damian Pierce.
Damian Pierce is not dead yet, right?
What does this mean for John Mechie?
Until next round.
Yeah, right.
What does it mean for John Mechie, though?
I don't think it means anything for John.
Do you think it-
First of all, he still has while he's getting back and healthier, he's going to be able to play. He still has a long way to go. Remember, James Conner took a couple of years before he was physically up to speed after he came back from cancer. And so I'm kind of curious from that standpoint. But also at the same time, Mechie's more of a perimeter wide receiver. This isn't going to affect them really at all as far as what they're going to do. But we have a couple picks I got to get you guys caught up on. So I'm missing the player now. Oh, here it is. So the Raiders go Byron Young here to go with the edge rusher. And then the Saints led that up with Keandre Miller, the running back. So that's what the Saints go here. So those two picks back to back. Let's get Chris in here. Your reaction to Byron Young to the Raiders and Keandre Miller to the New Orleans Saints.
Byron Young to the Raiders is an interesting pick. They had already kind of added edge rusher earlier in this draft. They have Max Crosby, but I think that you have too many good pass rushers, and this guy's a really tantalizing player, incredible at combine, but also was productive in college in Tennessee. Had 8.5 sacks this past season, so the guy that isn't just a physical phenom. 250 pounds, ran almost below 4.5. The guy's ridiculously gifted athletically. I think you're gonna have a little bit to work on his technique a bit, but it's a good pick by the Raiders. And then I like Keandre Miller a lot. It's a little high, I thought, for him. I mean, I'll say a second round grade on Keandre Miller, especially with some of the other guys on the board. But I think Keandre Miller's a guy that I think you can debate that could be a guy that could be out there at least at early downs, but could be also a third down guy. He can do a little bit more than just be a banger. I loved him until this past season. He wasn't as productive as he had been necessarily, but a guy that can just do a little bit of everything. Keandre Miller's a guy I've been watching since he got to TCU, so I do love Keandre Miller. It's an interesting pick, interesting fit, and I'm a little fascinated to see, will he just be kind of that Mark Ingram role? What's going to be his feature kind of moving forward, or he actually be a guy who could play 3 downs?
He's going to have to
and they also brought in Jamal Williams, so I'm kind of curious here because yes, we all think Alvin Kamara is going to get suspended, but we still haven't found out exactly how long that suspension is going to be. So the fantasy-wise, this is going to be kind of a headache to figure out for 2023, but dynasty-wise, Keandre Miller could be really, really interesting. Go ahead, Adam.
I mean, even along that, guys, one, Alvin Kamara is getting up there in age. Two, it seemed like they didn't know how to use him the last couple years. And three, even when they did use him last year, he didn't really seem to run the same way he had been. He had certainly some spurts, that awesome, what was it, like a 45-point fantasy game late in the season. But outside of that, Alvin Kamara really hasn't been Alvin Kamara for about a year and a half now. The looming suspension on top of that. I think he's in a similar situation really to Mixon in Cincinnati. We just haven't talked about it as much. He's one that I wouldn't really be surprised at all if there was a change of scenery for Alvin Kamara in the near future. And I think this sets him up to have that immediate piece to move over to.
So the only reason I fight back on the idea of him having a change of scenery is because everybody and their mother's trying to trade away their old prime running backs right now. I don't think everybody can move. So being that he's the one suspended, I'm going to go on the limb and say he's the one who doesn't get moved out of all.
But on the flip side, I think
his
the
contract
receiving
look like?
skill set makes him the most attractive after the suspension. Of course, after the suspension.
Kendre Miller was a guy who had a lot of deep runs. So him and Jamal Williams pairing does make a lot of sense from that standpoint. But I'll be curious to see how that's all going to break down here. I think a pick is imminently in. I'm just trying to get confirmation at the moment before we officially say that for the Arizona Cardinals. The Rams are officially on the clock. Just waiting for that pick to come in as of right now. But what do we think about Kendre Miller? Are you going to be, Chase, are you going to be excited about him from a dynasty standpoint long term? Do you think he's really going to be the answer? Or do you think he's a guy that...
Dynasty, yeah. I mean, I don't know if how long Kamara's there. He's got a weird contract. He's due like $25 million, a cap hit in a little bit here or something. But I don't think that he's long for the world because of this legal trouble that he's got. I don't think he's going to be around in New Orleans for too much longer. Jamal Williams, they're not paying him barely anything. So, I mean, they cut him tomorrow and they basically haven't hurt themselves at all if they wanted to. But long term, yeah. So long term, I like Kendre Miller there. He can do a little bit of everything there, and that's what they like to have in their running backs, or at least it used to be what they like to have in their running backs. I think for this season, if Kamara or when Kamara is suspended, Jamal Williams has shown in the past that he can be the guy in short spurts. Whenever Aaron Jones was injured in Green Bay, Jamal Williams stepped right in and was a fantasy week winner for you. Right. And I think that we saw last year, we saw how he can operate as that hammer role, as that Mark Ingram type role. So I think they won't have to worry about so much. They won't be giving away which running back is in the game and are we going to pass or are we going to throw. They can interchange Williams and Miller right now, and it gives them it allows them to keep the same versatility whoever's in the game.
So I don't know why we're skipping picks, but I got a couple things here. So the Giants made a trade. They jumped in front of the Cleveland Browns. I still have not been able to find what the Cardinals pick is, but the Giants apparently took Jalen Hyatt. So we can kind of react to that one as well.
They needed that.
While I figure out what's going on with the Cardinals here, yeah, Jalen Hyatt to the Giants. They desperately need a weapon. They definitely needed a deep threat guy. Can Jones hit a deep threat guy though? Because he's never been good with the deep ball.
Sorry, I had to laugh.
No, go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, no, I that's true. I mean, that's one of the knocks on him is the deep ball accuracy. But it is a need. That wide receiving core for him has been pretty pathetic. I mean, Hyatt was pretty high on my board actually. So as an Eagles fan, I don't like this pick, but for the Giants, I do like this pick. So he's 6. He got a decent size, 6 feet. He's pretty slight, 176, but man, he can fly, right? And one of the fastest guys at the combine. I think it's a terrific pick. I mean, it's an absolute need. So you were about to come to me, I think, asking me like who was still on the board, trying to figure where the fits are and everything else. And Hyatt was there. I don't know this is the perfect fit for him, but it's not. It's certainly one where he should, I would think, play himself into a sizable role. Well, he'll be fantasy relevant for sure.
Mm-hmm. Big time.
Just to give the trade details here, the Giants gave up their 89th pick and their 128th pick to move up to that 73rd spot where the Rams were to go ahead and make that pick. Yeah, I love Jalen Hyatt, and the fit is definitely. Hold on. Cardinals pick worked out here. Garrett Williams came off the board for the Arizona Cardinals. So there you go. They're addressing the secondary. Not as fun to talk about from a fantasy standpoint. So we're going to go ahead and skip to the Giants and talk about Jalen Hyatt instead. Yeah. But I love the kid. My one fear would be, do we find out he's just a one-trick pony? That's the fear because of the way he was used in Tennessee. I don't think that's the case. given his, again, I watch receivers' hips very, very closely. I want to know, can you run routes if I tell you to? I see no reason why Hyatt doesn't display the ability to sink his hips and become more of a route runner. Now, I think he's still best suited to be a deep bomb threat off the line of scrimmage. Now, whether that means lining him up on the offside or on the opposite end on the perimeter where he can be off ball, that comes at a question mark because he doesn't use his hands the few times he did get on the line of scrimmage. He does not know how to use his hands to get off that press break.
No.
Not at all. But as long as you keep him off that, I think he'll be okay. Chris, what do you think about this pick?
Well, I think the line of scrimmage thing, this is a good fit for him in the sense that Brian Dable does a lot of stack formations. That's kind of what he's notorious for. That's why he has a bunch of Smurfs out there a lot of times. And I think what's also good for him is that Hyatt will be probably moved around and utilized more than just kind of a deep threat. Where I agree with you, Dan, he's probably most skilled. I think what he also could bring to the table is those crossing patterns, the quick little things where he can use his speed and kind of outrun people, the quickness. And you've seen Brian Dable kind of utilize that in other schemes. That's kind of a staple of his. So I think where he can have a lot of value is you're going to see him be moved around a lot of formations in those stacked formations.
You can finish your thought here, but the Browns went with another Tennessee wide receiver. They go with Cedric Tillman. So that's really interesting. That just became a very crowded wide receiver room. So Chris, finish your thought with Hyatt and then tell me about Tillman.
Yeah, so the one thing with Hyatt was I do question some of the fantasy short-term value because you have a hard time kind of utilizing all of your receivers. You have Alger Robinson, they spent draft capital last year. You have Darius Slayton, who basically was just forgotten about until he had to be remembered. So this team has other guys that they kind of, have mismanaged or misused in a sense. They struggle to kind of incorporate them. But I do think when it comes to his actual ability to get off the line of scrimmage and his formations is going to be utilized, it is a good fit for him. Tillman, this is a home run pick by Cleveland. Tillman is going to be one of the better receivers in this draft until he faces injury. He could do it all as an outside receiver. I have him higher than Hyatt on my board because I think the Hyatt is explosive, but Tillman could be a guy that can just be a true number one, if at worst number two receiver for you. And when you look at Amari Cooper's skill set and look at Cedric Tillman's skill set, they're very similar. So he kind of can be a transition from him, but also a guy that can be utilized with him right away as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Tillman's going to make a big
top
impact
four
this year. Yeah, I was going to say, because it's Amari Cooper, you got Donovan Peoples-Jones, Elijah Moore, and now Cedric Tillman. And I think that could be a good thing for Cedric Tillman, who's coming off of a few injuries throughout his collegiate career. Get him adept to the NFL standard conditioning, get his body up to speed, let him be the replacement for Amari Cooper after that, because he fits perfectly with Elijah Moore and Donovan Peoples-Jones. They all fit around each other and complement each other quite well for Deshaun Watson. By the way, you still probably, I would say, have at least 2, maybe 3 years of prime Nick Chubb on top of it. So this is an offense that gets real exciting. Let's not forget about David Njoku. Again, 2023, I don't think I'm liking Cedric Tillman too much. But when we're looking at this from a dynasty perspective, Adam, what do you think? Round 2 rookie mock drafts? Rookie leagues?
I think mid to late round 2 sounds about right. Probably even closer to middle, just because this is an offense where as soon as he does find himself on the field, I think he's going to be really interesting. Another thing to point out is I would wager that how they're going to set this up is they're going to have him learn both Amari Cooper's position, which I agree that's the position that ultimately he's going to live in long term. But I would wager they're also going to try to get him caught up with what Donovan Peoples-Jones is doing on the outside. Mm-hmm. Both of those spots let Elijah Moore kind of live in the middle.
Actually like this pick by the Falcons. They go with Zach Harrison out of Ohio State, another edge guy who's got a bigger body build. So I like this one quite a bit. But Adam, finish your thought and then you can give me your reaction to Zach Harrison there.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I think they're going to rotate him in not super often, not enough to be necessarily fantasy relevant week 1. But I can't imagine that he will be completely washed on the box score week in and week out as a rookie. Just because I think he will be rotating in a lot of spots anytime anyone needs a breath effectively on that Cleveland offense. And then, I think as far as Harrison, finally, listen, Atlanta, I love the Bijan Robinson pick from a fantasy perspective. It's amazing. And it's hard for me to knock. In my opinion, that was the best offensive talent in this draft was Bijan Robinson. That being said, Atlanta is a team that needed to start focusing on some of their bigger problems, defense being one of them. And I think this is a big step towards addressing that now.
Yeah, I Harrison, one of those guys I thought was getting undervalued because I had a second round grade on this guy. Because he has the bigger bodies, he can actually set the edge. He's not just a pure pass rusher, a little bit more all around. And he does have more than one move. Now, it's only 2 moves, but he does have the bull rush and the rip move. And that's still more than a lot of other guys. A lot of other guys kind of just pigeonhole with the one move. He does have a couple of moves. He can react a little bit off his offensive lineman. So from that standpoint, I've been a big Zach Harrison fan. Chris, I see you shaking your head. Yes, you want to say something about Zach Harrison and the Falcons there.
Well, no, I was just thinking what you were saying because I don't have to just point out about, Quentin Johnson getting knocked because he didn't necessarily play like a big receiver that you wanted him to be. So therefore you knocked him for the other things that he could do really well. He's an outstanding guy at yards after catch, for example. This guy, I think because he wasn't a Bosa and he didn't play us like a Bosa, he got a lot of hype coming into the Ohio State was supposed to be the next, big thing. And because he didn't play like they did, he just got basically dismissed as like, oh, he's a failure. But as you pointed out, Dan, he's been a solid player. He's been able to pass rush, he's been able to run stop, and he's got a good physical skill set. So he's still got upside on tap in a sense. And I think that scouts has got down on him because he wasn't what they expected him or wanted him to be versus what he looking at what the guy brings to the table and has been done well since he's been at Ohio State.
Yeah, he may not be a guy you ever take in IDP, but like you just said, he does everything. He can be a solid player out there at a position that they needed. I agree with you, Chris. He doesn't have to be. He didn't have all the flashy numbers. He didn't need all the flashy numbers to be a good player, and he's definitely fills what I had as their top need on defense.
Here's a good question. I'll kick this to Drew.
Okay.
We saw the Tennessee wide receivers go back-to-back, Hyatt and Cedric Tillman. Who are you taking in your fantasy leagues first?
From of those 2, I mean, hold on a second.
I got notes. I got to get ready. Hold on.
No, I said I didn't want to cough in your ear. Sorry, I didn't want to cough in your ear. So yeah, I guess from a board perspective, I've got Hyatt higher, but I think Tillman has that size on the outside. So, but as long as Amari Cooper stands in his way, I think Hyatt's probably going to have a be more fantasy relevant more quickly. But I think Tillman, long term probably has the higher ceiling just because he's able to do more. So
redraft versus dynasty.
Yeah. So yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because Hyatt's going to play sooner. We all know that. The question is going to be, from a dynasty perspective, who is going to be more prolific down the road. Yeah. And that was a big thing while they're in college together in Tennessee. Because a lot of people say, well, if Tillman was actually healthy, it would have been Hyatt getting the Biletnikoff Award. It would have been Tillman who would have been the number one receiver in a lot of people's estimations. And I don't necessarily argue with that too hard because Tillman's a very good receiver in his own right. I like both these guys quite a bit, though. So interesting conversation to have, especially since both those guys just went back to back. I was still just getting caught up.
I think the quarterback is tiebreaker for me, Dan.
Well, go ahead, Chris. Elaborate.
I was going to say, I think the quarterback is the tiebreaker for me. I mean, I love some feedback, but I think for myself, when I'm looking at a situation where you like both players a lot, or both guys you have higher on your board, it's about Daniel Jones's inability to push the ball down the field consistently. While Deshaun Watson was not Deshaun Watson, I'm not sure if he'll ever will be necessarily. I still trust him a lot more than I ever will trust Daniel Jones. I trust him a lot more that he can actually make a guy relevant offensively, and the system kind of fits those guys. So I look at Dable, and then you have Aldrick Robinson, you have Slayton, like I talked about earlier, you have Hodgkins, you have a lot of different guys who can kind of play that slot role, and therefore Daniel Jones prefers, we know, the Sterling Shepherds of the world in a sense. He lets it dump the ball 8 yards down the field. So is this guy going to be able to be utilized enough to kind of be productive? I think Hyatt has the speed to make some big plays, but I don't know if he's ever going to be kind of targeted on a consistent basis. Where you look at somebody like Tillman in Cleveland, there's an opportunity for both sides. He can be out Peoples Jones, maybe he can replace Amari Cooper, but he can be a guy that can do multiple things with a quarterback who can actually feature him.
That usage is an interesting point because Hyatt may be on the field a lot more than Tillman, but like you said, is he going to get looks when he's on the field? Who's going to get a higher targets per snap kind of role? So, yeah, I mean, I don't agree with you that I agree with the premise of going with the quarterback over the other quarterback. but I just don't see the role there for Tillman this season
Right.
to justify redraft formats going Tillman over Hyatt.
I want to add this in, then we'll get our reactions to Marte Mapo going to the New England Patriots here. This is where the Giants stupidly giving Daniel Jones a contract extension and franchising Saquon Barkley instead of going the other way around comes back to bite a guy like Jalen Hyatt, because no matter what, he's stuck with Daniel Jones for probably at least 2 years, if not more, because of that contract extension. But our reactions to the Patriots taking Marte Mapo, this is a hybrid guy who can probably – he's your modern-day linebacker, safety type of hybrid we've seen come into the league more and more here. Chris, what do you think here? You got a little reaction on your face?
I'll be honest, guys. This is a guy I don't even have on my board. Like I don't even have this guy on my board at all. So
well, then this is a true Patriot pick. So what are you complaining about?
Here,
Yeah, I was gonna.
That's
I
exactly
saw the
right.
name flash, and as soon as I saw that, I was like, "This is so Patriots."
Who
Yeah.
the
I'm just gonna read real quick a tweet from Daniel Jeremiah about him that's interesting though. It says he's one of his favorite players in the draft. He didn't get a combine invite. He's been navigating an injury, and if he falls because of it, then somebody's going to get a steal. He can run and cover, and he's a playmaker. He posted that about a few days ago at 2. So that I guess was it 29. 5 days ago he posted that. So he's been on some people's radar. So definitely not on ours, I think. But it's just like you said, it's a total Patriots pick, because they've it sounds like just the kind of thing they do.
So I will clarify to what you just said. So, a guy not invited to the combine, a guy that probably nobody has in their top 200 on their boards right now as
He's
a
like
result,
my age.
and not a player that I don't think he can't make it in the NFL or be like a try-on guy. But that's what they're taking in the second round here, basically.
Third-
Yeah,
That's
third
Well, third
yeah,
round.
still.
We're the third round.
Still.
third round. Sorry,
Yes.
third round.
Yeah.
Second
Anytime
round.
they
Look,
do,
too,
that's
though.
a
He was
little
in
weird.
the top 200 of
Yeah.
my. Hold on. He was in the top 200 of my board. I actually do have a scouting report, believe it or not, on Marte Mapo. I'll give it to you now. Okay, this guy's 6'3", 216. They're not. The problem is that we didn't get to see him run the 40 because he wasn't invited to the combine. We still don't really know what his speed is at. So the question with him coming in is, does he have to be a weak side linebacker, or can he be that true safety linebacker hybrid? Now, from what I have gathered on tape, believe it or not, Chris, he does show some decent ball skills, and that's why I think he could wind up playing that more safety, especially when they do their big nickel, which the Patriots are known for doing that, playing their three safeties.
In the
Hold
sixth
on, I'm
round,
just
you
giving
can
some
find
numbers.
guys like that. Go ahead.
He was also 11th among safeties in coverage stops. So just trying to give you a little bit of context here when it comes
Who
to
did he
Marte
play
Mapo.
against though? He was at Sacramento
Sacramento
State,
State.
for crying out loud.
Yeah.
This isn't a guy from the
A lot of these
SEC.
guys didn't play against anybody.
6.5 tackles for loss in Sacramento State. Just, I mean, come on. Look, I'm not
this
This is
is
going to
downhill
Belichick being
guy.
smarter than everybody in the room. It's a
Exactly.
quintessential.
I'm not going to argue that he
quintessential
can't be a
New
guy who can play in special teams, and a guy would be that who make your roster.
It's
But
third
there's
round.
actual players that you should be drafting right here.
Well, here's one for you that is shocking to me. This Chase, here you go. The Packers took Tucker Kraft. So they took Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft. So they're going full 2 tight end set, baby. Go ahead. Give me your
Yeah,
reaction.
we're going 12 personnel, I guess, for every snap.
I can see
What
it.
the hell? Yeah, that's a bit of a shocker. I don't mind it, but
And Reed.
That makes it weird.
I don't know. I
And who?
Did they
he
take 3
renamed
from
the
Michigan?
bunch.
Michigan
Yeah,
State?
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
No,
Aiden
yeah,
Reed, yeah.
but now they have 3 receivers they
Yeah,
drafted. So it's like, well, what are you trying to run out there?
Musgrave, Kraft,
Well-
and now Reed, and I mean,
Running-
Musgrave and Reed, and now Kraft, and I don't know. Wow, man. Hey,
Look, it's 2 tight end sets. It's, you know what, maybe they're maybe it's going to be a lot of Aaron Jones, a lot of
My
A.J.
dynasty
Dillon, a lot
shares-
of taking the ball out of Jordan Love's hands.
my dynasty shares of Josiah DeGuara are through the floor now. But I mean, I like it. I guess I'm wondering what Rodgers is thinking, sitting wherever the hell he's sitting right now, thinking, oh sure, give this guy all the people to throw to and
Here you go, Adam.
bend me over.
Josh Downs goes to the Indianapolis Colts.
Lucky
5'9"
bastard.
wide receiver. Got somebody who does complement pretty well with Michael Pittman, I have to say, doesn't get in the way. Here's my question. Can Anthony Richardson anticipate enough to throw him the football?
Well, I'll say this. The one positive that I can say about Anthony Richardson when it comes to the passing game is that when we're talking him setting his feet and going down the field, there's something to at least not dislike. Now, the dude can, on a 5-yard pass, miss by 5 yards. However, going down the field, it's arguably fine. So I actually think someone like Josh Downs does make a little bit of sense for him. I think him and Alec Pierce are going to be able to challenge down the field. Now, my idea for what I think an Anthony Richardson offense looks like, at least early, includes a lot of 2 wide receiver sets, kind of similar to what it seems like the Packers see with Jordan Love. So that's kind of why I'm a little bit surprised by the pick. I prefer to go interior offensive line or on the defensive side of the ball. But that being said, I comprehend the logic that I think getting him speed to go down the field, let him get guys that can separate so that you don't need to exactly be super precise with where the ball is placed, does make a little bit of sense.
So much for Isaiah McKenzie in free agency.
Yeah, who needs him?
Yep, he's out. Out the window.
Well,
So the Panthers have traded up with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are now on the clock, the Carolina Panthers. Adam, I don't think you should ever be a spokesman for your team. I'm just saying, at least not PPR, or not a PR guy anyway. Because I was like, if I can find a way to justify this, even though everything in my brain is telling me not to, like, which as a 49ers fan, I completely understand. So it's okay.
I was really looking forward to seeing. I was waiting to see where Downs was going to go. I was just why is he still on the board? Why hasn't anybody picked him yet? I had him a lot higher on my board than where he went. But I'm off him now. I don't like the landing spot for him immediately. It's not something. It's not something that excites me really from a fantasy perspective. And I just, the fact that he's fallen into the third round, the less and less draft capital, that's just, I like him. He's just kind of tumbling down my board.
I like the landing spot from the standpoint of the team a lot more than I like the landing spot from the standpoint of fantasy.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with that as well. Chris, what are you going to say?
I was going to say definitely agree with the team thing over fantasy, but where I do see fantasy value is if Gardner Minshew is starting quarterback for them to begin the season, because he will throw to Downs, and I think that Downs would be very effective with having those two connected together.
That's where you get your little guy that you get at the bottom of the draft or undrafted. Have him for 4 weeks, trade him before Richardson gets the start, and screw over someone.
And I was already got this thing planned out. He's like, "This is how, okay, I'm going to trade him right here at 12:01, right before week 3."
All right, now when's our bye?
Well, I was going to say that before you trade him, Adam, you also would consider what's going to happen with your Pittman contract. If the Colts don't pay up Pittman and they let him move on, Downs could also have at least a little transition to becoming just the guy. So whether Richardson can complete 10 passes or not, at least if 8 of them are thrown towards you, you can do something with them.
I don't know that 5'9" can be the guy in this league at receiver. I think he can be a very good player. I don't know.
I don't think he's a elite guy per se, but I'm just saying as what's left. Like you saw the Giants last year. Sometimes you just make do with what's left, and you're the guy because you're the only one who has any talent on the field.
The Giants also only signed 876,543 slot type receivers. I mean, they didn't have any.
Can you repeat that number?
876,543. I've done the math. That's the only freaking people in the wide receiver room in New York. But no,
and I just say, look at the Colts room. Austin Doolin. Look what they have. Michael Strachan. What are they really going to do in that receiver room that you're worried about, beating you out necessarily? So that's what I'm just saying.
That's true.
Easy transition to becoming a B guy.
I don't think they can leave it at that, though. I don't think if it comes to that point, they can leave it at Josh Downs is our guy.
Yeah.
I just have to go free agency.
T.Y. Hilton been with that guy for a long, long time. Just pointing that out, saying.
Yeah, it's just the nature of that offense too. Just doesn't excite me. I mean, Jonathan Taylor's he's there. Richardson's going to run.
I don't think I
too,
have a graphic
right?
for this guy, but
So.
the Carolina Panthers selected DJ Johnson, the edge out of Oregon. You guys can continue and discuss because I don't really care about this pick, to be honest with you.
Fills a need.
So,
Fills a
yeah.
need, and we leave it at that.
Yeah, right, sure. So yeah, but I just felt that the nature of the offense, it's not an attractive offense from my perspective of from a landing spot perspective. It's kind of what I was trying to follow before. I was thinking of a fantasy standpoint. It's just not something that really excites me in that role. I'm already a little more down on Pittman than I was before with Richardson going there, and I just don't. I think Downs is going to need volume as a slot guy to really kind of maximize what he can do from a fantasy perspective. And it's just not a role that in a landing spot really that does it for me.
It's similar to what we were talking about with the Giants. I do think that as of a week from now, that's the receiver 3 on the Colts. But great, you're the receiver 3 in an offense that's probably going to run mostly 12 and might throw 25 times a game.
Right.
So fantastic. You're
Well,
on the
they
depth
may
chart,
be
it looks
forced to
great,
throw, but it won't be
but-
good throws. Yeah.
Yeah, but to Chris's point though, as long as Minshew's there, I mean he's at least he's worth definitely worth rostering in most leagues, I would say. So
Well, here's what I'll say about Josh Downs. I am a big fan of Josh Downs, and it's amazing to me, a guy 5'9", how good he was in contested catch situations. But on the flip side of that, the thing that bothered me about Josh Downs is that unless he caught the ball in space, he really didn't make guys miss. He didn't do much with the ball in his hands after the catch either. And the other thing I don't really like about him is play strength. This dude, you want to talk about guys who get bumped off their routes? He gets tossed like a rag doll off his route. So when you have that, to me, he's an anticipation wide receiver slot guy. I don't see that having with Richardson and with the whole Minshew thing. I said earlier in the show, I don't think Minshew even gets one start this year. I don't think they're going to be able to justify having Richardson the 4th pick. I'm not even sure if he gets a single start.
Dan, you're breaking Chris's heart.
I
Dan,
tend to do that. We're brothers. We typically do that.
we didn't get around to it when you were talking about that, but I watched the Ballard and Steichen presser about Richardson last night, and they were saying the number one way to develop quarterback is that quarterback needs snaps. And for Richardson, only had 13 starts. The only way he's going to get better is for him to play. So I don't necessarily disagree. I think Richardson's going to play a lot earlier than people think. Again, I think when he starts playing, he might max out at 25 passing attempts a game on a bad day, but he might play early.
Why would he play? Here's my question for you guys. If he's going to play early, everybody keeps saying that they give Sean Shicken he's going to be the reason they're going to be successful. Look, he did Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts didn't play early. Why all of a sudden is this guy who's even rawer than any quarterback we've probably seen in the last decade come out going to be the guy who's going to be raw off the bat starting?
When Jalen Hurts was drafted, he wasn't drafted to be the starter. They drafted him as a just-in-case measure if Carson Wentz did not work out. This is not the case with Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew is not there to be the starter. He's there to be a stopgap.
Who got drafted in the last decade at quarterback like him that just gets thrown out there right off the bat. That's all I'm going to say. It's not that I don't think he's going to play at some point this season, but almost nobody's just going to throw a guy out who has 13 starts and just put you out there and hope the guy you're going to be okay.
Because
Chris,
he's top 4 capital, I'll take that bet.
Chris, I'm with you on this one.
With every quarterback they've ever drafted, for Christ's sake. But I mean, I think that, like you said, it's not nobody brought Gardner Minshew in to be a starter, and this team doesn't look like they're going anywhere anytime soon. And so I can see Indianapolis being like, yeah, toss him out there, baptism by fire. Here, kid, sink or swim, throw him in the river, and see what they have out of him. And they're going to have to know sooner rather than later whether they have anything.
And then he sinks in the first 4 weeks. What happens then?
I don't think they care. Logically,
Here's the reason that's not going to happen, because they're not going to bench him after it hurt his development in a sense. You suck for your first 5-6 weeks of your career. Look at Zach Wilson. Everybody's going to harp about Zach Wilson should have sat. You're going to put him in an even worse situation than Zach Wilson was in, and then you're going to be like, go ahead and shine. You have Michael Pittman to throw the ball to. Good luck. That makes no sense.
I think it's 100% what they're going to do.
He sucks. Yeah. If you're the GM, keep your job. You're going to buy your time as long as you can to have him as the cherry in a sense to kind of be out there at some point. Even the Bears did that with Justin Fields. They didn't want to start Justin Fields right off the bat, but then eventually they were forced to. I'm not going to argue that he might have starts this year, but I will say he will not be the starter week 1. I almost bet money on that. We should bet on that.
Take a quick break here. The Tennessee Titans did go Tajay Spears, so that gives us something to talk about there as well to pair up with Derrick Henry for maybe just one season. But it is Tajay Spears, the pick there for the Tennessee Titans. So probably a good way to segue off of our debate here. We'll talk about what our bets are going to be, Chris. Don't you worry. But guys, let's react to Tajay Spears on the Tennessee Titans. Let's start with Drew.
I love this pick for the Titans from a dynasty perspective. This really excites me. I think it's a great fit for him. Obviously, I don't know what's going to happen with Henry. There's been talk of potentially him being traded. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. It doesn't look like it. But I think this is you talk about Bijan and being in Houston and what a fit that is there. I think here similarly. This is running back heaven as well in Tennessee. I love Spears a lot. I really do. I was kind of secretly hoping that he's one of the guys I had my eye on for my Eagles to look at, and like we said earlier on day 2. But he broke tons of tackles. He's such a hard runner. He's super high on my list. I have him as my running back 3 in the class. I actually had him above Charbonnet, and I could take a lot of heat for that. But I'm a big fan of his. So he had 11.9 yards after contact or at catch, and then was it a 20? He's also was a 90.2% or 90.2 PPR film grade, and the yards after contact per attempt, there it is, 4.54, which is one of the better in the class as well. So.
Yaya Diaby comes off the board here with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the edge. Just to put that out there, but I want to continue on with the Tajay Spears conversation because this is somebody we've been kind of waiting on. Mm-hmm. So, what do we think his potential upside is, Adam?
Oh, I think it's great because we can talk all day about whether Derrick Henry is on the Titans this year, but I think we would all agree that there's upwards of a 75% chance he's out after this season. It certainly seems like this is a team in flux. The Will Levis pick points to that. This pick points to that. The contract certainly points to that. They're going to need to move on from Tannehill and Tajay Spears to have any chance.
Sorry, but the Denver Broncos just made a trade with the Seattle Seahawks for the 83rd pick, and the Broncos are on the clock. Go ahead.
Russell's made a lot of trades recently, yeah.
They are.
But, yeah, so I think this is a great landing spot for him. Derrick Henry's not getting any younger, so there's certainly potential for him to be a little bit of a fill-in this season if Derrick Henry stays. And then after he's gone, I think he's going to have the reins, especially if they move on to Will Levis, because I don't think that you can run any type of offense outside of an RPO with Will Levis, and I think you're going to have to be very run-focused regardless of what you do with Will Levis.
Go ahead. I think it means that they're moving away from the Derrick Henry style of running. They've already got Hassan Haskins, who in theory should have been able to move right into that kind of role for them. But they've got Julius Chestnut, and now they've got Spears. I think they want a more versatile running back, and they may try to go away from that just absolutely grind everybody into dust running game that they've relied on for so many years.
Well, Spears, I think, is the perfect middle because you've got a little bit of weight because you can run inside, outside. I feel like Chestnut, you were kind of forced one way. Haskins, you were forced another. Mm-hmm. Whereas Spears actually has both. You can throw to him. He can run up the middle. He can run to the outside. He's got all of them. I think that's what makes him interesting. I think you're opening up a lot.
Yeah, and you brought up the throwing too. He's a better receiver than Henry ever was, and he's a weapon in the passing game as well. And I think he also brings that element for sure.
I want to throw this out there, and I haven't done enough research on this yet. This is just off the top of my head. I'd have to look into this further, but I want to see what you guys think. When I watched tape on Will Levis, I didn't see a guy who checked the ball down a lot. And we've run into that in certain situations where I think of the Kansas City Chiefs, I think of the Buffalo Bills, when guys get really, really excited about these running backs who have these really athletic profiles who really catch the ball, but a quarterback is not a check-down type of quarterback. Does anybody agree that could be a problem, or do you think Will Levis will check the ball down enough for that to be okay?
I don't think so, but I'm not really planning on him being the quarterback that long anyway.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, in most situations, I'm taking the talent of the guy that I'm drafting, in this case Spears,
Mhm.
I'm going to assume that he's going to find himself into a role where he can catch the ball, because I think he has the talent to outlast a Will Levis in any team that you put both of them on.
Well, and,
Yeah.
and is the check down thing more a product of what Levis wants to do, or is it more a product of what he was schemed to do?
Right. And honestly, too, he might have found himself in a different situation. Game scripts or play a role in that as well. There's so many factors. I think you're right with that completely. And this is the NFL. This is not even the SEC anymore. So he's gonna have to at some point check the ball down. And I think that more frequently than he would have been able to go downfield in college for sure.
And all that's fair, but I'm just a lot of big arm quarterbacks. That's not their natural repertoire, and we've seen that time and time again come into focus. I just thought I'd kind of put out the question again. Not something I've been able, obviously, have not had enough time to dive into the research on that, as we just got the picks here. We'll definitely take a look at that during the offseason.
Yeah, and there's
Chris,
also a
what's
lack
your
of
comment?
weapons too.
Okay, go ahead, Drew.
Yeah. So it's also this lack of weapons too in the passing game as well, for sure.
Right.
I mean,
right now they don't have a whole lot of options.
You got
To Adam's point.
Riley Moss comes off the board here for the Denver Broncos. Just kind of keep you guys up to date there. Chris, I want to get your take on Tyjae Spears, and then you can give me your reaction to Riley Moss.
I'm a little toward Tyjae Spears. Now, the argument you're talking about makes sense to me, definitely. But what I struggle with is that everybody seems to assume Tennessee's is going to change their style now because of this draft. They've drafted a running back almost every year the last 3 or 4 years. Almost always a pass catcher. It was Drayton Evans. It was McNichols. Go down the list. They had Hilliard last year. So I don't know his immediate value this year per se. But what I think the difference between all those guys I just named is I think Spears is a little bit better than all those guys. And to your point, Dan, when it comes to Levis, while I don't think he's necessarily a check down guy, he will check it down sometimes. But he also will do, as Adam kind of pointed out, they'll do a lot of RPO action. And I think what you see is Spears can actually play early downs. He's not just a pass catcher, which is why I liked him in this draft more so than some other running backs. I think he's a guy that can do a little bit more than just be a pass catcher. So as the transition from Tennessee, if Derrick Henry's got them is 29, whether he's there next year or not, I think Spears does have some value moving forward. I have a cap of what seeing that is, or I should say caution, I could say, see that is, because we've seen this show before in a sense in Tennessee. But I also think he's a little bit different than those other players are, where I think he can be a guy who can play early downs and bring more to the table. And also a guy that can move around the formation. He's not a guy who has to just come out of the backfield. He can line up in the slot. He can move around.
Chris, finish your thought, then give me your reaction. Devon Achane just went to the Miami Dolphins. So finish the Tank Bigsby thought, get that started, and we'll kick this over to Adam because he's been clamoring for this exact move all day long.
Yeah, that was the finish of my thought. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, this again, he was the guy similar to Hyatt that I was very, very, very landing spot dependent. And this is the exact landing spot that I'm looking for, because he fits right in that mold of the running backs that kind of fit into the Shanahan little system they've got going on, that Mostert type speed, the speed that they really value in these types of offenses. So I think he fits in right in there. He's a guy who I was worried about, depending on where he landed, if you get kind of pigeonholed into certain spots. But I think this is the perfect fit for him. Someone who's going to get pretty interesting as soon as, unfortunately, Mostert gets hurt and some of these other guys who are a little older, aren't playing.
This is the only this landing spot is the only reason I'm going to pay attention to Devon Achane.
Exactly.
Because I have not been a fan of his. You have to you're even more of an outlier than Darren Sproles was, who never got 100 yards or never got 100 carries in a single season in his career. So this is where I always struggle with the whole Devon Achane being a scalable aspect. But now if you put him on this team, what they do, if you replace Raheem Mostert, giving him 12 carries and just letting him run the outside edge, now I'm intrigued. Go ahead, Drew. What do you think about this?
I agree 100%, Dan. I'm with you on that one. I was not high on him at all, and I was out on him pretty much. The size, just the whole profile, just wasn't appealing to me at all. But yeah, I mean, you got to pay attention.
Chargers select Deion Henley, the linebacker out of Washington.
Nice. Yeah.
Go ahead, Drew. Finish your thought and then give me your reaction there.
Oh no, I'll start with the reaction. I think my thought was kind of done there, but I like the pick a lot. I mean, he's one of the top 2 or 3 running backs in this draft. you could have made an argument, take him in the second. Nobody would have batted an eye. And you're getting him here with the 85th pick overall. I think it's great value, and it feels a need for sure for the Chargers.
Chris, this is just linebackers just not being valued enough for him to slide all the way down here because this guy's good. I love this guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is another guy I had really high on my board. I actually have a first round grade on this guy because while he just transitioned to linebacker, he can cover anybody out of the backfield. We look for all these guys and we try to make safeties turn or turn into the defenders. He already can do it. A converted guy who has a natural knack for the ball. He's got a good tackler, still filling into his body. I love the hips, love the ability. And in today's NFL, you talk about a guy who can play all three downs and could be also a guy that you don't have to take off the field, worry about being a mismatch in any kind of out of the backfield or even line up in a slot. He could do that all. And I think the Chargers, he fits a great need for them. So I love this pick.
Yeah, that's the big key right there. They needed an inside linebacker who can just cover up the zone so that way their guys on the outside can play man because they're best when their secondary is playing man. The problem is a lot of times you can stretch them out in the seam, hit them over the middle. This guy takes that away. I do love the Henley pick quite a bit here. Do we have any more? Did anybody else have any more? Chase, you had to disappear. Do you have any more thoughts on Devon Achane? Where do you think this does for his fantasy value? Where's he going to be out on your board? A guy that was an outlier, but now maybe landed the perfect situation.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I said Chase. Go ahead.
Well. I mean, Achane, yeah, he's not the biggest guy, but I mean, he's going to a place we already said they've got 400 guys at running back. They brought everybody back from last season. Everybody in that running back room, 5 deep now, is a fantasy relevant player. Even Salvon Ahmed has been when he's been forced into the lead role for 1 or 2 games. It makes for a crowded room. Fantasy-wise, I'm not thrilled.
Trenton Simpson just got picked by the Baltimore Ravens here. So we're getting a little run on linebacker and another nice pick. Chase, finish your thought, and then we can react to Trenton Simpson.
No, I just said fantasy-wise, I'm not thrilled about the Achane pick short-term. Long-term, it's a better look in Dynasty than it is in redraft for me.
I love the Trenton Simpson pick, man. Especially the Ravens just pump out linebackers. It's all they're going to do, and they're going to continue to do that. If they did want some insurance there for Patrick Queen, they just got it. He can do a lot of the similar things. Yeah, this is just a fantastic pick. Drew, you need to get heading out, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out soon. I'll just pop in on this pick too. I'm a Clemson fan. I like Simpson a lot. I think it's a great value here. I was kind of looking at him in the second for the Eagles, and for the Ravens to get him a whole round later is just. I think it's a coup. So he's a number 2 or 3 running back or linebacker, I should say, on most people's boards, and probably could be number 1 on some.
And he comps to Patrick Queen.
Sure,
he comps to Patrick Queen. That's who he's going to be playing with. Yeah,
it's just a great. That's just the Ravens. It's what they do. Like you said, they're just linebacker central. Is what they do. So, but yeah, I mean, I will say this, and I'll get ready to hop off before. I'm still waiting for Washington to go. You know, I guess I think someone by now, guy his size, his upside, I think it makes a ton of sense for somebody to pull the trigger on him, and just gonna matter who. I can't wait.
Maybe we'll see that soon.
So them and
I want to thank you so much for coming on, man, because we weren't planning on even staying on this long, but what the hell? And I want to thank you for going to overtime with us. You're a great guest, and I hope we have you on again soon. Let everybody know where to follow you at, and also what you got coming up next. You want people to check out.
My pleasure. Sure. I'm Twitter Drew Delaware, and I'm on the QB. I write for QB List, and I'm a ranker on Fantasy Pros, so I'll be continuing with that as well. Every week, and then also with the draft rankings too. So, check me out there, and I appreciate you having me on.
Take care, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. Thank you, Drew.
All right, fellas. All right, well, go ahead. You guys go ahead and react to the Trenton Simpson pick. We'll start with Chris here, work our way around.
Yeah, I think the pick's definitely an interesting pick. I mean, Patrick Queen is definitely not in the long-term futures of the Ravens. They just, re-signed Robert Smith to a $100 million contract, so this is another guy that can slide in next to him. Maybe Queen gets moved later on today or tomorrow, so that could be interesting to kind of watch out for. But I think this ensures that the Ravens continue to have good interior linebackers, a guy that hasn't really reached his ceiling in a sense. I think he has a lot more room to improve. A good athlete, a guy who can cover in space, guy who can cover guys out of the backfield. Got a little stiffness to him, I think, sometimes with his hips, but I think he can kind of work on that. So overall, I think this guy is going to be a very productive player for them and a good fit for the Ravens.
I'm just mad that we're waiting till now, the third round, to finally have this run on linebackers who all have really good grades. Like I had them in the top end of the second round, borderline first round picks because of this draft class the way it was. Oh, here we go. The 49ers have made a trade and are now on the clock for the first time this draft. We'll see what they just tried to trade up for.
What did you bet on them to pick?
What's that?
What did you end up betting on them to pick? Position.
Oh, that's a good question. What did I had them at
O-line?
O-line.
Yeah.
I had it O-line at plus 200.
All right.
So that's what I'm hoping for here.
Juwan Jones still on the board.
I wouldn't be mad if it was Darnell Washington. Just saying, maybe George Kittle will be allowed to freaking pass once in his life if we had Washington out there and go 2 tight ends.
Oh,
Just
well, we got to pick
there.
in.
We do.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to look. All right,
Not a
just
running
get back to the trade real quick. The 49ers gave up their last pick of the third round. Remember, they have 3, so they gave up their 102. They gave a 5th and a 7th rounder to move up to the 87th pick right here. And so it's not a bad one. I'm trying to get the. Here we go. I'm okay with it. They do go safety. By the way, I did have half a unit on safety. That was plus 800, so I hit a bet there. So I'll take that. They go Jair Brown out of Penn State, San Francisco, going with their hybrid safeties. Like I said, they could potentially do. They like those guys. They think they can drop in and play that Jimmy Ward type of system, play that corner, and that's exactly what this guy is probably going to do. Not about his athleticism, but that's par for the course when it comes to the 49ers. They just want guys who can tackle. They don't want guys that can run. What's your guys' reaction to this?
Yeah, I think Jair Brown was a all-around player. I mean, he was productive at Penn State, a guy that had some, good numbers when it comes to production-wise. Didn't have such great numbers to talk about athleticism-wise. Disappointed a lot of people. I mean, people had him going late first, early second round at one point. After the combine, kind of people cooled down on him. But he is a guy who can always run the ball, keeps things in front of him, a good safety valve, like you talked about, can play some nickel corner as well, fits that 49er mold. Kind of like a mixture, I think, of what's his name, Torrent, you guys used to have, and some other safeties you talked about, like Ward. So it's a guy that I've kind of seen before in the sense of the 49ers, it seems like. And I think that he'll be a solid player and a guy that, isn't necessarily a wow player, but a guy who could do a little bit of everything and isn't going to lose you any games.
Well, you kind of allow him to play cleanup while Hulafongo is the guy that kind of goes in the box and plays downhill and kind of gets to make all those kind of plays and stuff too. I am seeing that the Jacksonville pick is about to be in, so we'll see what that is in just a second. Let's see, where should we take this conversation now? We went Dynasty picks. Jacksonville's been iffy today. They've been very Trent Baalke-esque. What was their outlook going to be this year, though, Chase? I mean, Trevor Lawrence looked like he's going to take the next step up. He did finally make the playoffs. Christian Kirk, I think, was more successful than people thought he was going to be. But at the same time, this is a team that managed to be healthier than anybody else. They do add Calvin Ridley. What do you make of the Jacksonville Jaguars this year?
I think they're hands down the best team in the South. I like them offensively from just about every angle. If they just execute, I think Trevor Lawrence showed last year that he was the quarterback that they wanted him to be when they drafted him. I think it's.
You'll be able to add this to your analysis. Now Tank Bixby comes off the board. He goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars to pair up with Travis Etienne. So that is pretty interesting. 2 very athletic backs going to Jacksonville. So speed all the way around. So Chase, go ahead and finish your thought there.
No, I like that pick, but I think offensively we knew they were going to be. We know that they're going to be good. I mean, they were good this year. Like you said, Christian Kirk, I think everybody gave him a hard time, or not him a hard time, but gave the Jaguars a hard time for the contract that they offered him. But I think he played up to it, and he proved that he could do that. I think if Calvin Ridley comes back and looks like what Calvin Ridley is supposed to look like and what he looked like 2 years ago when he was playing, with Zay Jones as the third wide receiver and now Etienne and Bigsby in the backfield, with Ingram, this is a team that is stacked offensively. I really think they needed to hammer defense a little more than they have so far. But they're hands down the best team in the South. I'll give them that. I don't think there's any way anybody beats them.
Well, and I think that was going to be the case almost no matter what they did in this NFL draft.
Even with their Bruce Miller pick.
Even with their Bruce Miller pick. Yeah, correct. Chris, what do you make of Tank Bigsby here? Because I think you were, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you were on the same lines as me where we were not huge Bigsby fans, at least not as much as everybody else was. But I do think this is an interesting pairing with Travis Etienne.
It's an interesting pairing. I think it's guys who could play the hammer back in a sense and do some of the dirty work for ETN. Be that red zone guy, that short yardage guy. Usually you see Doug Pearson traditionally usually has that early down kind of smasher guy that he likes to kind of just get out there, take some hits, eat up some of the yardage in a sense, but not necessarily enough to affect ETN's fantasy value too badly. I just think overall, Tank Bigsby, he's a guy that's a good running back. I just think that he doesn't really bring anything special to the table. There's a lot of different guys who kind of have similar skill sets, bring some of the abilities. What he was known to kind of be able to do was be able to kind of carry Auburn on his back because the offense was just so pathetic for basically his entire career there. He struggled a crappy offensive line. He kind of made things happen. So I can give him credit that he's able to kind of create what he can make out of things. But there's nothing that really jumps out at you. He's not overly explosive, doesn't break a lot of tackles all the time. Sometimes runs a little high. So Tank Bigsby's a guy I think that was kind of, a legend for a long time there just because he would be a guy that was hyped a lot coming out of high school, a guy that kind of carried the offense of Auburn, but just isn't a guy that I've really seen that makes me feel like he's anything special, different than any other running back kind of coming out in this draft.
Yeah, I had problems with his vision, and he stands up a little bit too quickly. So this is where I bounce off of you because you said he probably will play that hammer role, and I don't disagree. That's the idea. But I literally have in my notes here, Tank Bigsby will not be good in the red zone because he stands up at the point of attack. So Chase, you agree with that? Go ahead, you can elaborate.
Yeah, I know. Ryan Grant, Packer fan, Ryan Grant was always a guy that ran straight up and down as well. I agree with you. Yeah, that they may want him to be a hammer, and maybe they can. I mean, I don't know. Can they coach that into him playing at this pad level? I don't know if they can or not. But I mean, hey, for a team that on offense, like I said, it's one more weapon on offense that they can have. I don't think that he'll be in on a whole lot of passing downs. I think that if he's in the game, it's a run. For right now, I mean, that's what I would look at right now. If I was a defensive corner, if I see him coming in the game, I think it's a run.
I will say for Travis Etienne, I think it's a good thing to have someone be able to pair with him because he's not a guy who's at his most efficient if he's carrying the ball or touching the ball, I should say, plus 20 times. He's a guy who's better if he's somewhere between that 15, 17, maybe 18 range total touches. So this could help his overall efficiency, and he becomes more interesting for me from a fantasy standpoint with Tank taking off some of that workload from that aspect. I don't know what you guys think about that. Maybe I'll shoot it down to Adam here.
Oh, yeah.
No, I agree. I think he's someone that certainly, early in the season, even when James Robinson wasn't performing very well for Jacksonville before he got traded, I think Etienne benefited from that. And after that,
the Rams take Kobe Turner, defensive tackle, here with their pick. So, Adam, you can finish your thought and then react to Kobe Turner going to the Los Angeles Rams.
I'm just saying that I really do think that Etienne benefits from having that other body. He can make some really explosive plays, but I think he kind of gets worn down when he's touching the ball 20, 25 times a game. But that he's similar to the Miami backs in a lot of way in that sense that at 15 touches a game, he's very, very exciting to watch. Now, as far as the Rams, I don't know if this is necessarily the best player, but what I will say is I really appreciate just seeing the Rams finally appreciate the trenches when they really should be doing so. So I can respect that.
They've gone all trench. It's been either defensive line or offensive line so far.
Hats
so
off
I'll
to them
give them
there.
credit from that standpoint. Yeah. I'm a little surprised considering what I was hearing about Sean McVay this year and what he kind of wanted to do, but maybe he understands you got to start. They're getting beat up too much. And with Seattle getting bigger, and of course San Francisco there, you're getting beat up too much across the line of scrimmage all the way around. And that's frankly why they lose their divisional games that they do lose, in my opinion at least.
I agree. Definitely agree.
Chris, what's your thoughts here?
Yeah, this is not a guy I have that high on my board at all. The Rams, I'll be honest, I agree with Adam. I'm glad they're addressing the lines. They needed to do so. I just don't see the fit. You put him next to Aaron Donald. I don't know if that's going to be a line that is going to be big enough for you, as you're trying to point out there, like you're trying to get more physical. Is that really going to be a physical line to stop anybody? I don't know. He's not a guy that just jumped out to me and any kind of stretch to me. So I'm.
Chris, you can finish your thought here and then also react to DeMarvion Overshown being drafted by the Dallas Cowboys against the stay in the state of Texas.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm just not a big fan of Turner, a guy that just wasn't highly productive necessarily, isn't going to really wow you with anything. I don't think he really has the body to take on blockers per se either, so I'm really interested to see what he winds up being as a pro. And then Overblown's a guy, we talked about earlier, yay for the linebackers. This is another guy who's actually a good linebacker, can cover, can move his hips pretty well. Mostly a classic outside linebacker, in my opinion. Maybe he'll push try Simon inside. I think he's better than the outside. But he's a guy that can kind of match up as tight ends, can kind of play that zone role as you talked about earlier. So the guy that I think has definitely going to be a starter. How productive will be as an NFL IDP guy, and maybe not. But a guy that you could definitely kind of have a defensive staple around. It's going to be where he's supposed to be and has a quickness and speed to kind of fill in gaps.
Talk about a team that's going old school too. I mean, you got defensive tackle, tight end, linebacker, really trying to clean up the trenches there.
Yeah, it's nice to see in the NFL because that's still where the game's won and lost.
Bigger, stronger, faster. Bigger, stronger, faster. And that's what they got beat up at. I mean, Dak Prescott had a bad game in the playoffs, sure, but they also let San Francisco kind of beat up on them for 2 years in a row. And it seems like they're trying to address that exact thing with what they've drafted so far here. The Bills selection's about to come in probably 2.2 seconds. And we'll see.
And
they went
in the division, Dan, too. Like you have the Jalen Hurts of the world, you have those RPO quarterbacks.
Right. You got to match with the Eagles. Got to match up with the Eagles. It's a lot of physicality. And you know what, Chris? We talk about this all the time, and I want to see what Chase and Adam. The NFL for so many years was going to this finesse, faster, lighter. Last 3 years in particular, suddenly, and I think this kind of change started happening with Lamar Jackson, and then when Kyle Shanahan became the head coach of the 49ers, I think we started to see this take the league by storm. Physicality and a revert to what we saw in football 20 years ago. I don't know. To me, it feels like it's kind of on the way back a little bit.
Well, yeah, I think it's a natural counter to where all the teams that are super.
Dorian Williams goes to the Buffalo Bills, so the linebacker trend continues. But Adam, continue with your thought there, and I want to get Chase's thought on this too.
Yeah, again, it's just like the natural counter to where the NFL has been, so where every team's running, 4 corners that are all sub 210. Then all right, I'm gonna run on the outside with my Derrick Henry, and he's going to run through all 4 of you. And I think that teams are starting to take that concept and run with it. Again, that's kind of what I'm hoping the Colts become, because I think that's the only really pathway to success for the Anthony Richardson thing, is if you kind of go a little flex bony and you can kind of get him to the outside, get Jonathan Taylor to the outside, let them play against much smaller players, all these quick finesse teams. That's how you can win, and that's why I really do hope that they can address the offensive line in some capacity here soon, whether it's a DeJuan Jones or one of the remaining centers. But yeah, I wholeheartedly.
I was about to say something, and then the Chiefs decided to go ahead and make a trade to jump into this pick here. So the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. And I'm making that observation, but also gladly making that observation. I think football's better when you're bigger, stronger, faster. No, I don't want to see arena football. That's why I watch NFL football, not arena football. I don't know. What do you think, Jason?
No, I agree. You remember when the Houston Oilers ran the run and gun, Jerry Glanville, the run and gun, and it just took the league by storm, and it was different because everybody was running and running and running. And now here comes a team that wants to throw the thing all over the field. And we've been going progressively farther that direction in the NFL, to where now the league is a passing league. But the other thing I'll bring up is, you guys ever play the regular ice hockey on the original Nintendo. You had the fat guys, the skinny guys, and the medium guys. And if you were playing all fat guys or all skinny guys, yeah, you could run around all over the place. But if you ran into somebody, you were shot. And it's kind of the same thing going on right now, where, you know, yeah, if you can be that team that is just hands down more physical than anybody else, you might be able to really punch a team in the mouth and shock them if they're just a straight finesse team. I think it'll be interesting to see how teams start to meld the two, physicality combined with the spread concepts. I think you make a point that it does seem like a pendulum swing almost the other direction, but I think that the successful teams that come out of this will be the ones who find a way to meld that physicality with those same spread offense formations.
Chris, go ahead and give your thoughts. We talk about this off air all the time, but I want you to put this on the record.
Yeah, no, I echo everybody kind of mentioning. I think this is something that's just kind of a counter to, if you want to win, then you do what you need to do to win. And teams need to start remembering that, stop copycatting everybody versus thinking, I could do that too. A lot of times, I'll give you guys an NBA analogy in a sense where Steph Curry is one of the best players in the league. He shoots his ass off. Everybody was trying to get the next Steph Curry. How many teams have won with the next Steph Curry since that? You don't necessarily emulate what just wins because you don't have those same players necessarily. It's because they're the same.
Talk about bigger, stronger, faster. Darnell Washington to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chris, you can finish your thought and react to Darnell Washington now, pairing himself out with Pat Freiermuth. I think, just real quick, didn't we see an increase in Big 12 personnel last year? And what I'm seeing a trend right now, a lot of 12 personnel is going to be happening in the NFL next year. That's what I'm saying. How about you?
Yeah, and I think this is reaction to what we mocked last year. Nobody understood how to play the cover 3 zone. They're like, oh, what do we do to stop this zone defense? Everybody's just found out for the first time in the NFL. Well, that's existed for a long, long time in the NFL, and how you kind of counter that is with different personnel groupings, by showing running groupings, by having the 2 tight end sets more often out there. Now teams don't necessarily know what you're going to do, and you can get those mismatches. One of the things being lost with the spread offenses is these tight ends who flex out. They're easy to take away because most of them can't beat anybody off of one-on-one press coverage. But now if you have 2 tight ends down, and you're not sure who's going to go out in the routes, or you can't get your hands on them, now it's a much different thing to kind of block or keep these guys in front of you. You can attack the seams differently. You can expose these zones, and I think that's what you're kind of seeing teams realize, like, hey, wait a minute, teams have done this in the past before. This is how you beat this defense.
I'm not a fan of Kenny Pickett, but they just made the game really, really simple for him. Say about Darnell Washington, I skipped the fact that
you got to
Wanya Morris before that. I saw Darnell Washington. I was like, no, that's what I want to talk about. But yes, the Chiefs did take Wanya Morris, offensive tackle from Oklahoma, right before that pick. That was who they traded up to get there in the 3rd round. So the Chiefs continuing to address the offensive line, continuing to address the big investment that they made in Patrick Mahomes. So can't disagree with that. I like Wanya Morris too. He's actually got a good first step against bull rush, pass rush in particular. Now, the one thing he does need to work on, and I'm an ex-offensive lineman, so this is something I always pay attention to, he needs to work on his lean. If he gets off balance a little bit, especially off the back pedal of the foot, you can trip him up and throw him to the side quite easily. But I do like some of the talent here, especially the value in particular. Chris, you look like you have something to say.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dan. I was going to say this guy, I think, is easy to start as a right tackle. There might be questions whether he can play the left tackle position, but I think he could definitely be a right tackle in this league. So I think that's where he has value, and a guy that can be somebody that the Chiefs are going to look for to get in our lineup sooner than later, possibly.
I'm not crazy about what the Chiefs are doing at tackle right now. Bring in Jawan Taylor, and they're going to stick him at the left tackle when he's been a right tackle, and now they're going to bring in a rookie who is a both right and left tackle. I'm not crazy about what they're doing right now at tackle, but they are the defending world champions, and I'm sitting here talking about it on the computer. So,
and Dan, just real quick, the Washington thing that we kind of talked about real briefly. I think that this is going to be a big boom for Najee Harris in the running game. You have a left tackle is actually good now, as it was, physical guy in Georgia, and you add to Washington next to him, another guy who's very physical. Pat Vermouth is a good blocker as well. It seems going to be hard to kind of keep in front of you and not allow some of the running attack to be able to be effective. And you talk about make the game easier for Pickett, the running attack is going to be a lot easier for them to get all accomplished as well.
Well, and I didn't get to elaborate, and I'm glad that you did, Chris. Part of making the game easier for Pickett is the fact that the running game will be there. Play action will be there. And if you're going to have Matt Canada, who's as vanilla and balanced as it freaking gets, then you better be bigger and stronger than everybody else to make those running lanes open up. That's exactly what you're doing here by adding in Darnell Washington. I love this for Pat Freiermuth. I mean, the guy's going to be able to just do what he wants now, run wide open. He doesn't have to worry about coming in and blocking. Kind of already saw that last year, already transitioning to that. Didn't necessarily want to trust him in the goal line situations, wanted him out running patterns more. I worry that Darnell Washington maybe doesn't get his crack to do that necessarily, but we have seen the Steelers have success with 2 tight ends in the past. So I'm hoping that can be the trend again here. But exciting stuff there. Pat Freiermuth, that doesn't hurt him at all. He was going to probably be a top 8 tight end for me in redraft leagues upcoming in 2023.
Is Pittsburgh trying to copy the Eagles, by the way, because they seem to be getting all Georgia players now as well?
Why are only Georgia players allowed to go to Pennsylvania?
Just gonna say,
I want to know.
move them north.
I've always said Pennsylvania is the south of the or the north, the southern state of the
South
north.
of the north.
Yeah, the south of the north. Yeah. I've always
Once you
said
get
that.
outside Pittsburgh and Philly, it kind of is. It's yeah.
No, once you get outside Philly, it's included into that. I'm gonna let you know that right now. It's very much included. No knock on it. I'm just saying.
Blue collar, industrial. We don't
All
want
right,
to
so the
alienate a
Arizona
quarter of
Cardinals-
our audience here, so we better. Moving right along.
The Arizona Cardinals are going to be on the clock bench to do what they do. Now, remember, the third round is where we start to get those special compensatory picks. So the third round does not end until the 102 pick for the Minnesota Vikings. So it is the longest round that we're going to have thus far. But in this draft, again, we keep harping on this. This is actually where the value is. A lot of you see our reactions. Maybe there's guys we like a little bit better, but there really hasn't been any bad picks. There's value to be had once you get into this territory of the draft. You start to question things a little bit less. It's all about who has everybody else on their board at the moment. Let's kick this into gear here. So, never mind. We can.
Dan, I don't elaborate.
Michael Wilson, the wide receiver of Stanford, comes off the board for the Arizona Cardinals. And if you're wondering why I didn't put a graph up for him, it's because I did not think this guy was going in the top 3 rounds. So we can react. I just said there wasn't any bad picks.
I was about to say.
Have me stand corrected. But you know what? Arizona, I'm happy. Go ahead. You guys react.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not really even quite sure if he would make my top 10 remaining receiver.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Wait, let's see. Where do I have him? I got to try to find where I. No. Oh, there he is. Wide receiver 25. That's where I have him ranked at.
Yeah, I mean,
Now,
I
this
would
is a
certainly...
guy that did have some. I do remember a time in which he was getting some hype to be like a borderline second, first round wide receiver that quickly went away when they realized he could produce.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly would prefer Perry, Scott, even like a Ronnie Bell or a Wicks or a Wheaton out of West Virginia. Not at all.
A.T. Perry.
Yes,
Trey
A.T.
Palmer.
Perry.
There's a lot of receivers with a lot of interesting
Hutchinson,
skill sets
Demas.
available too. I would take
Or a
Andre
different position.
Eubanks.
Yes,
Or a
correct.
different position.
But even that receiver, like,
Where you had a need for crying out loud. A Stanford wide receiver.
Well, they might have a need because maybe they're still planning on trading DeAndre Hopkins, and that could be the line of thinking here. But
Michael
even
Wilson ain't
still.
going to step in for.
Oh,
no.
I know.
Take Rashawn Johnson.
Chris, are you just
take a
echoing our
running back.
sentiments? You look dead in the eyes.
I
like,
no,
pretty
I
quiet
definitely
about
agree with your segments. The only thing I can say Mike Wilson does good is he has a good physical skill set. He did have a good combine. He's a taller, faster guy. That's what he's kind of made his name in a sense for, and he's willing to get physical. From what I hear from Scout Wise is he's going to be a hell of a special teamer. but I don't know actually
In the third round, that's
offensively
great.
wise what he's going to bring to the
The
table.
Patriots take special teamers in the third round. Like nobody else needs to.
Well,
Nobody
John
else can do
Cannon,
that.
I'm not really trusting what he's doing in our whole Arizona regime to begin with anyway. So to me, maybe they're trying to copy the Patriots because we're seeing some head scratchers earlier in the draft. Now I think Arizona's been one of those teams where you're kind of like, what are you really trying to do?
Yeah,
And this
Paris
is a pick
Johnson
where I
at
think
the
they
sixth pick, which I guess there's some people who had Paris Johnson out that high. I didn't in particular. And then I just lost where they go in the
Paris
second round. I
Johnson's
just kind
probably
of
their
lost
best
that one.
pick so far.
Paris Johnson
You
is
have-
by farther. Yeah.
You have to at least give them.
Yeah, I mean, at least it made sense. At least that pick made sense.
We're talking about a GM who was on the job for about a week before he illegally tampered. And that cost them draft picks in this draft. I don't know what you're doing, Monty, but you got to figure it out, dude.
They don't have to figure it out. Arizona
Well, no, they
ain't
don't
the
have
crappy
to.
franchise
I know you don't
they've
give a-
always been. that's somebody in the NFC West has to be bad. Okay, I'm tired of everybody being competitive. It's really annoying. Someone's got to be bad. Now I want to see what the Bengals do here. The pick is in, so I'm waiting for that announcement as of right now. Bengals is another team. They could go. They could get cute if
Rashawn
they wanted
Johnson.
to. They could do defense.
I want Dawan Jones here. I want Dawan Jones and Orlando Brown pairing. That's what I've been clamoring for, and I've been hoping for.
That's actually
I would
a
love
very
that.
good idea. But I keep coming back to the fact that, like, can they keep Joe Mixon? Do they keep Joe Mixon? But they can't afford to lose him because they don't have anybody behind him anymore with Ryan gone, and they missed on all the top guys.
Well, Chase, let me ask you about that real quick then. With all these different running backs that we've kind of seen go off the board, and some of the talk about like Alvin Kamara, Austin Eckler, is there guys maybe they're just waiting, like Dalvin Cook? I could just sit here and wait for a veteran in the sense that replace Joe Mixon if he doesn't play.
That's a complete. Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's been no market for any of them, but there's about to be, and by Sunday, there's going to be a big market, I think, for veterans of all different kinds.
Yeah, when are these guys going to get traded? DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook.
But do you want to take on? Do you want to take on that veteran salary at what we've all kind of been led to believe is a replaceable part position, or do you want to try and draft Israel Abanikanda or Rashawn Johnson and try and just put a rookie in there at your interchangeable part? You want to wait a while, deal with it tomorrow, but bring in a guy that still might be able to. Well, we just saw it last year. Isaiah Pacheco from the 7th round was a starting running back on the Super Bowl winners. So I don't know that.
Well, and
it's definitely a tack to take to wait to see who comes available, but I just
to echo that sentiment, that is why I think DeAndre Swift, as far as the running backs who could possibly get traded, is the most interesting one because he's still technically on that rookie deal, and there are people who do have a high opinion of DeAndre Swift, and he's also young enough, especially compared to those other guys. I don't think they move on from Joe Mixon, and if I'm Joe, I'm in a situation where if they do come to you and say, hey, it's got to be a pay cut or you get cut, I think he actually will take a pay cut because he has kind of screwed himself a little bit too much this offseason to think that he's going to be in a good spot no matter where he winds up landing.
He's got too much historical baggage off field to
yeah, and that's kind of where I think he winds up being a Cincinnati Bengal no matter what. But here's the newest Cincinnati Bengal. It is Jordan Battle here, the safety going to the Bengals. Makes sense. Again, the second time they've addressed the secondary, this time going with the safety position. Chris, your reaction to Jordan Battle, you look confused.
Yeah, he's a decent guy. He's more of a box safety. I don't think this guy's going to be utilized in coverage very much, if at all, if you avoid doing so. I think this guy's going to be a decent tandem with the Michigan kid that they had drafted last year. He's going to fill that Von Bell role when Bob Bell moved on to Carolina, I think, it's off-season. So he's kind of that thumper and a secondary for them. That's the role he'll probably want up being ready. So it's not a bad pick. A guy that I didn't necessarily think there's other players on the board who I think will be more impactful, but a guy that I think when you look at this defense, it kind of fills the role they lost this past offseason.
They lost
Who
a
is
lot.
your top guy on the board right now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Who is your top guys on the board right now? As we close out,
one of those guys that does. I love Phillips Clark Phillips, third, a corner, a guy who is just awesome I think in Utah this past year. A guy who has great ball health skills. A guy who maybe is more so.
I'll let you finish that thought, Chris. Broderick Martin, defensive tackle out of Western Kentucky, was selected by the Detroit Lions. We don't care, so go ahead and finish your thought.
Well, I'll pause for that because what in the hell?
I'll pause for that. Hold on.
Like, really, the people have to give this some, wow, the Hayden Hooker was an awesome pick. It's like I take one good pick and I just take two. Where the hell are we thinking picks?
Amir Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta.
It is every
Hayden
other.
Hooker. It's
every other.
Is it like somebody's kid picked this the next pick? Like, hey, your son could pick this pick next, and you push whatever button you want, and you get that player because it's just. The randomness of these guys that they're selecting are just really odd for me.
Especially just considering how this team's drafted the past 2 years, they had a very methodical, strategic plan in place. It's been very, very strange. There's a question I've been trying to get to, though. Michael says, hey, y'all, question for you. Should I trade Derek Carr, George Pickens, and the 103 for Mac Jones, Garrett Wilson, and a 2024 first-round pick in a Dynasty Superflex?
No.
Let's go with Adam and Chase here. Chase, you're shaking here. No, Chase, go ahead first.
Oh, I just, if it's super flex, I'm not necessarily sold on Mac Jones. I don't think that the Patriots are sold on Mac Jones necessarily. I mean, we've heard all offseason these rumors now that they were looking that he had a falling out with them. We saw Bailey Zappi come in and basically do the exact same thing Mac Jones can do. I love Garrett Wilson, but in super flex, Carr is the better quarterback than Mac, and I realize he's older, but Pickens. We still don't necessarily know. We haven't Pickens yet, but he showed enough last year. I'm willing to hang on to him. And it's the 1-3 for next year's first, and you don't have any idea right now. Unless you think that 24 first is going to be the first. I don't know who you're trading with. I don't see a lot of upside in the trade, in making the trade. I'd probably stand pat.
I
think if you can confidently say that 24 first is going to be in the top half, I like that side. I think Garrett Wilson is the best player listed.
Yes.
Mac Jones and Carr, I agree Carr is better, but I think about maybe a tier apart at most. And I think the 106 in next year's class is worth more than the 106.
Just to make sure we're staying up to date here, Ricky Stromberg got drafted by the Washington Commanders. Yeah, who?
Yay.
Go ahead, Adam. Finish your
He's a center. He's a solid center.
No,
Yeah.
I know. But I have him in the 5th round. I didn't have him.
I would say the 106 in next year's class is worth more than the 103 here, unless you're super
Really?
into one of the quarterbacks, because it 106 and then you're in position to potentially trade up for a May or a Williams or a Harrison or one of the elite prospects next season. For me, pairing Wilson with someone like that is way more enticing than Carr, Pickens, and
You can't count on the idea of being able to trade next year, though. You can't count on that, and it's super flex. So right at the 1-3, at worst, you're getting Bijan or your pick of the top 3 quarterbacks. You get
if you are super high on this year's class of quarterbacks, then 103 is going to be more valuable to you. I'm not, so I don't care about 103. Past 102, they're all the same.
I mean, yeah, if you're trading with a guy that you think is going to be, it's going to be the 2nd overall pick next year because the guy sucks.
Yeah. Well, and if you're giving them Carr, Pickens of 103, I think that's probably the case because even if they do go quarterback and that quarterback ends up being great, they're not going to be great year one. Carr's a QB2 at best. Pickens.
Here's the other thing, though. If this team is trying to grab the 103 and they're giving away future picks, a team that's giving away future picks thinks that they're a contender right now. So that pick may not end up being that great. That pick next year may not end up being that great if they think that they're the contender that they think they are. And if you're giving them Carr in a Superflex league, you may be giving them their number 2 quarterback. where they didn't have that.
And
before.
that's where I think Michael Essery needs to read the league a little bit. If this is Carr, okay, Carr's going to be their quarterback one, then you go slam dunk.
Yeah,
this is awesome.
Yeah.
Versus these are the finishing pieces for them to build a contender.
Exactly. Yeah. What are you giving
don't do
them?
it.
Yeah.
So that's where you
here's
need to read
my
the context of the league.
back to that. There's no way in my mind Derek Carr, George Pickens, and whatever you're getting at the 103 is the finishing pieces for a contender. I'm totally for this trade. I know. So the only thing that holds me back about Mac Jones is that the Patriots still don't have a lot of weapons. But Chase, I am not with you at this at all. I am completely on the Mac Jones trade as far as being a longevity starter here, and I don't see any difference between him and Derek Carr as far as their ability goes. The only difference is that right now Carr does have more weapons. He's going to be the more fantasy valuable asset going into 2023. But beyond that, I don't think so. And if you're making this trade, you're making it for beyond that. You're getting 2024 first, so you have 2 firsts next year. I guess I will these, theory anyway. Give me the best player of the trade, which by far is Garrett Wilson. And because the Jets are doing a contract right now with Aaron Rodgers that suggests Rodgers will play at least for 2 years. So if I know I got Aaron Rodgers quarterback for 2 years,
with Garrett Wilson, yes.
That's what I would want to do.
That's the other. That's the other side of this. That this guy's trading. If Michael's trading away the 103, he probably is building for the future. And so now,
Yaki Ika from Baylor, defensive tackle, is off the board with the Cleveland Browns. So, Michael, thank you for a question. It actually led to a really good conversation there. Let's go ahead and react to some of these guys in the trenches coming off. Again, we'll go back to Peter Stromberg of Arkansas, the center there, coming off the board to the Washington Commanders, now defensive tackle. On the flip side, it's Yaki Ika. Chris, give me your thoughts on those two players.
Yeah, I think both teams are filling needs. I think there's, you could talk about Stromberg first as a center. There's some other guys maybe on the board that people might like a little bit more, but a guy that you could debate, as one of those next type of tier centers. And if it's a guy that you like, a guy that can get to the second level as well, the Washington Commanders need to be, improve that interior offensive line.
Please
think
tell me
centers
this is
that
not
they
real.
is he going to
It's
play
real.
guard?
It's real. It's on ES.
Oh no.
The 49ers take Michigan kicker Jake Moody with a 3rd-round pick.
I made that call. I made that call in my article this week. The article that came out yesterday morning, I said they needed to look at kicker and they could look at Moody. Boom. You're welcome, Dan.
The 3rd round. The 3rd round.
Hey.
The 3rd round. We're taking kicker in the
Not
3rd round.
Janikowski. What the hell else do they need? It's the team who has everything. Now they have a kicker to compete with Zane Gonzalez. In the 3rd round.
It's not even good to take a kicker in the 7th round.
It's perfect because you're the 49er fan, and so we can rub it in. Otherwise, we wouldn't be laughing so hard about this.
I'd probably be laughing regardless.
Oh my god!
Anyone picking a kicker in the 3rd round is really funny, and to have a fan in the chat makes it a little funnier.
Yeah, right. Hey, listen,
When has
Zane
he
Gonzalez
come
was not going to move the
right
needle for
now?
you guys.
Matt Gay didn't get to stay on the same team. Was the one kid from State, Roberto Obora, whatever the hell his name is? He was awful. 3rd round. You need offensive linemen. You need corners. You need there's value. All that's what we talk about all night long is there's value all around the draft board. You went.
It's okay. They have the
They're
next
going to
pick.
check
in the
off
3rd
kicker
round.
on my needs list for San Francisco. They picked a need. That's
I
good
broke
for
my
them.
camera. That's how upset I am.
They have the next pick. They can redeem themselves.
They'll come back around. Yeah.
Yeah. Or they'll draft a punter.
Or a long snapper.
Long
snapper,
snapper.
yeah.
Got to have a guy to make the connection.
Need an air at fullback?
I hate you
With
guys.
Juszczyk. Yeah. We need a backup
my camera.
fullback.
The Raiders draft Trey Tucker, BT Dub, while I try to fix this thing.
Jake Moody.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Just what you want, a Moody kicker. I'm sorry. No, hey,
You know,
he
it
was-
was really bad when all the Seattle beat writers are all jumping for joy and laughing and making jokes. They're like, "Oh, this is the best thing that's happened all night."
they're still
Now-
not as good as San Francisco, so it doesn't let
On
them
to
laugh.
Trey Tucker, though, are we even convinced he was the best receiver on his team?
No, not
'Cause
at all.
I'm
I don't know
not.
what the Raiders are doing here.
I don't think on his non-Power 5 team he was the best receiver. So that's certainly something. Yeah, Trey
Yeah.
Tucker, receiver out of Cincinnati, certainly a choice in the 3rd round.
Wait, it wasn't Tucker the running back. It's Trey Tucker receiver. You said?
Yes,
Well,
yes, Trey
5'9",
Tucker. Sean Tucker.
182, yeah.
Trey Tucker, the receiver out of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So it was a Tucker.
For the
It wasn't
Raiders.
Sean Tucker, and it was
All
a
you
Tucker.
guys gotta say, we talked about this about the Patriots earlier, being the smartest person in the room. They always want to be the smartest person in the room. That's Kyle Shanahan, the ego. You just felt that last pick, and here's Josh McDaniels' ego right after it. And how does that
Just
happen?
get Tyler Scott.
Terribly.
You want to pick a small school receiver? Tyler Scott's there. but-
And Dan, you shouldn't be so disappointed. It's like you guys are given to waste your 3rd round picks. It's a given every year since the 49ers, since the regime took over. I mean, how many guys have actually made the roster from that 3rd round, or I should say, the 2nd year from that 3rd round pick? Even Banks took like 2 years to get to your lineup. You guys just love to throw your 2nd and 3rd round picks away. So, and this shouldn't be a surprise. Chase said maybe it's actually a guy who plays and starts for you.
What you're saying is maybe he'll actually play for us, and I should be happy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy will actually see the field probably for you. And hey, you have the late
your
rounds
positive
left. You're
spin.
looking for offensive linemen. So
Well, let's save those for running backs. Chase, don't. He's got to have at least 2 running backs.
Dwayne McBride's on the board.
Shanahan
I'm
won't
just
let that
saying.
go. Shanahan's not going to let Israel Abanikanda
Adam,
go
you
for too
shut
much
up.
longer.
Michael Esri, to answer your question on why is Kelly Ringo falling, I think he's another case of a guy who the 2022 wasn't exactly what he hoped.
Wasn't kind to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Talented player who's flashed before, shows a lot of promise, but certainly recently hasn't performed at the ability that you would want for a 3rd rounder.
6'2",
Although-
206 is a big guy though. At
Although
corner.
sometimes you get Jake Moody and Trey Tucker in the 3rd round, so I would pick him before I picked either of them. So I don't want to get too.
I don't remember
crazy.
who we were talking about earlier, but I think Dan, you made the point that you like a guy that can make that turn and in his hips. And Ringo, he's not quite as fluid in his turnaround and taking guys deep. And when you're 6'2", 207, changing direction is hard unless you are completely natural at it. He's a big guy, he's a physical guy, and that's great. And that'd be awesome to see against some of these bigger receivers in the league. But if the guy can't turn and run with people, you're going to see some problems there on the outside. He has to be able
So
to.
I only like Ringo if he's going to come in and play safety game 1. I don't like him otherwise because of that reason.
You want to move him over, yeah, so that he's playing downhill more than he has to play turn and run with a guy. It's one
Right,
thing if he can turn around because he sees the zone developing and he has to get back up over the top. It's another thing to be trying to play man-to-man up on somebody and the guy breaks your and now you've got to turn your hips and go. So, and yeah, maybe that's what the problem is with him.
Okay. Whatever. The 49ers draft Cam Lutu with their next pick. Yay.
Someone really thrilled about this, dude.
You really do. Or was he on your board?
Undrafted.
We haven't seen a graphic yet.
In case if anybody's watching right now, you know who Cam Lutu is. He is the tight end for Alabama who provides you nothing. He's not like
you took?
Cam Lutu. Cam Lutu.
Oh, Lutu. Oh, wow.
This is someone who, yeah, I'm not even seeing.
I scouted the guy, but I will say that I definitely think this is a guy that has some potential to be something, but usually you see these guys going like the 6th, 7th round. So it's not a guy that expected to go this early, but he does have some skill sets that have been, interesting to kind of compare and see that they could maybe project that he could be a second tight end maybe someday starting tight end, but I think more so with a paired tight end.
It's
In
the
my
end for
opinion,
Moss
if we're picking a project tight end at this point, certainly it would be a Will Mallory or a Zach Kuntz, right?
Kuntz.
Zach Kuntz
Yes.
is 100%.
Like,
Well, I love Zach Kuntz. That's why I was going to say that.
I would way
But
prefer
nine,
Zach
what I
Kuntz,
would
but
say-
at least if you fall for the he ran a 4.5 at the tight end, like okay, in the third round,
No, no, no.
sure.
6'4" under. No, we want an undersized tight end who ran a 4.73. That's what we want.
Yeah, I like.
That's what we spent the third round pick on. After we just spent it on a kicker. Thank God this draft's almost over because I'm ready to kill myself right now. What's Minnesota going to do here?
Charlie Warner and Ross Dwelly have to be looking over their shoulders right now.
Totally.
Yeah. I mean, great.
Just like Zane Gonzalez does.
That's rubbing it in. No, Kuntz would you have been happy? Would you have been okay if it had been Kuntz?
I would have been more okay if it had been Kuntz.
More
'Cause
okay,
at least,
but I mean, yeah, either one of those.
no, more
positions
than
is something
okay.
you want
I would
to
have been
see.
happy if it was Zach Kuntz because what they need is another playmaker, especially in the red zone,
Yeah.
to be able to pair him up with the George Kittle.
And Kuntz is
George getting
free,
older. Yeah.
But I they needed offense.
I would have been 100% on top of that. I also, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah.
Well, just
Awan Jones.
listen. I'm gonna add some kudos for a second there because Adam did say, are you guys looking for like a developmental fullback in a sense, and this could be that guy who could be that use check replacement at some point.
Yeah, your air for use check. There we go.
I don't think Chet's still.
I would love to get another San Francisco fan on here just to feel the pain. You wait all day.
They're probably
for them
happy,
to
Dan.
finally
You know
make
it's
it.
Lance. They didn't share your pain.
You waited for
They were
2
excited.
days. 2 days, Dan, because you didn't have a pick yesterday.
All right, we do.
Well,
have
I,
a
do-
pick
well, I knew
for-
it was going to wait. Yesterday
You
I wasn't
waited for
waiting
2
for it. I'm
days.
waiting all day today. Yeah, with 2 days for you to take an okay safety, a kicker, and a tight end who probably wasn't even going to be drafted. If he was, it was going to be the 6th, 7th round, the 3rd round.
Got an
When you
Alabama pedigree.
desperately need offensive linemen. You're trying to compete with the Philadelphia Eagles, and look what the Eagles have done. Where's the comparison?
Had it been DeJuan Jones, would you have been happy?
Absolutely, I would have. Yes,
Who's
I
the
would.
best
It would
offensive lineman left
you
on
know
your
how
board?
happy I would have been if it was DeJuan Jones. You know how happy I would have been. I would have been fine with the Jack Moody pick. That's how happy I would have been if it was DeJuan Jones. That would have made me okay
you
with the Jack
switched them,
Moody
yeah.
pick if it was DeJuan Jones.
Who's the best offensive lineman left on your board? Dan.
That DeJuan Jones.
Okay. Who's your best interior lineman left?
My
They
best
could use
interior
both.
lineman still left is Chandler Zavala. Is my next best
Yeah.
interior offensive lineman.
So if it had been either one of those guys, I don't. That end wasn't a giant enough need. And if it was a need that big, they should have taken the big guy. They should have taken Kuntz because, 6'8" is hard to teach. But 6'4",
Well, thankfully
okay.
for me, Minnesota's finally ready to put me out of my misery.
6'4" would be good for.
Mekhi Blackman, cornerback, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. And that wraps up
Do we have
our
a
draft
card for
coverage
Mekhi
for the
Blackman?
2nd and 3rd.
That was their top need. Was
Huh?
Do we have a card for Mekhi Blackman?
No, we don't. I don't have a card for him.
Oh,
Should I have? I don't think I should have. At least not according to my
you
board.
shouldn't. I'm giving you a hard time.
The end of this the compensatory picks from everybody at the end of this 3rd round were highly
underwhelming.
questionable at
Horrendous.
best. like really like wow. Like you guys just
30th
like
ranked
compensatory.
cornerback.
Well, they're free picks, so we're just gonna do free things, I guess. That make absolutely no sense and pay attention to what talent is on the board. A really sour way to kind of end it, but let's recap this thing real quick, guys. So we had the 2nd and 3rd round today. We had the 1st round yesterday. Is there a pick in anyone's mind they can pick out that was their favorites of all 3 rounds so far? Or do you guys, better yet, do you guys have a team that you think had won and a team that lost the first 3 rounds so far? I'll give you guys a second to kind of mull that over. I mean, my big winner would have to be the Philadelphia Eagles all the way through because I don't think they've missed on a single pick as far as that goes. My loser would have to be the Lions. Now, while
Well,
the
the
Lions had a lot of
49ers are trying to catch up.
yeah, well,
They gave a hell of a run there.
you know what, my big loser is San Francisco 49ers. I should say that. But I was thinking I was going to throw out the Detroit Lions because they're a team that's had a lot of picks and yet seemingly have not hit.
They haven't come away with anything.
If
really
the Niners had better draft capital, they would be the.
Agreed.
I'll-
1,000%.
I'll throw a team out there. I'm just curious to see. I'm not going to say they had the worst, but with trading down, if they didn't get DJ Moore, the Bears have done very unimpressive things, in my opinion, during this draft. Where you look at the kind of what they've had and the moves and the draft capital they had to spend, what have they really changed for their team?
Been a lot of like
And that's
C
really disappointing.
minus moves. Like nothing has been awful, at least in my opinion. But there's been nothing that's like, oh yeah, they did this great. Like
Chicago's done so well all offseason that it's disappointing to see the last 2 days and that they haven't been better, in our opinion, because they were literally making all the right moves up until yesterday at about 7 o'clock my time. So yeah, but I agree that they've been a head scratcher. I don't know that they've lost necessarily, but they've been a head scratcher.
They haven't done a lot of things to make you feel go impactful. They're actually heading in the right direction. And just to switch this from a fantasy standpoint, they still haven't taken a running back. Where's Herbert's value going now? Because there was a lot of question would they take a running back to replace Herbert. I think Herbert's value's on the rise at the moment. I know there's still a lot more running backs.
They still have Deontay Foreman. They brought Foreman in.
Yeah, but I think Foreman's there to be the backup. I don't think he's there to actually be a 1A, 1B to Herbert necessarily.
I think it could be those two. I don't think it's that crazy.
Yeah.
Foreman in both of his last spots has been pretty efficient.
He was very good. He was very good
These
the
are
last time.
actually realistically over the last 2 years, while both being very unheralded, on a per touch basis, these are probably two of the most efficient backs in the league the last couple of years.
The Bears don't like to play Herbert because he's not a great pass blocker. That was, I think, the one thing that probably held him back from taking over.
But neither is Foreman. He's a better pass catcher than Foreman is. That's why I think it's a little interesting. And that's why I think it might lean towards Herbert a little bit. Chris, what were you going to say?
I was going to, outside this, the earlier point you were talking about some of the winners and losers, I just want to throw two teams that we kind of didn't mention a lot in terms of the Eagles being a winner. I think the Chargers and Buffalo both walked out, these first 2 days smelling like roses right now. So that's two teams I think should be kind of commended for their draft so far.
Absolutely.
The fact that we're saying the Bills and the Eagles are two of the teams that won this whole thing should really the rest of the league should be very, very distraught at that concept.
It feels like it could potentially be a preview for next year, doesn't it?
Right. Like they're both.
I mean, the Bills have been knocking on the door for a little while. If they can actually keep Josh Allen healthy, which that Osiris pick goes a long way to help that. I'm going to tell you that right now, guys.
No, the rich definitely did get richer in this so far in the first 3 rounds here. That does appear so, and it's unfortunate because the whole point of the draft is supposed to be to bring you to get what you need to your team to raise it up, and yeah. The fact that Chicago's been a little
this shows you good organizations versus bad organizations, and it doesn't really matter what resources you're given.
A well-run franchise knows what the hell they're doing, and that's why they're up at the top. Yeah.
Well, I think the Chiefs are a good example of that, man. I don't think they necessarily knocked it out of the ballpark, but they've been very, I like their picks a lot too. I think these are going to be guys who are definitely impactful for their team right off the bat and can be productive.
They're ticking off all the boxes that they need, but they're getting good value where they're getting it. They're not reaching for anybody, and they're just filling holes that whatever hole they had, they filled. Like I said, the only thing I don't like about Kansas City is I'm not crazy about what they're doing with their tackle position, but like you said, we haven't seen a single pick of theirs and been like, what the hell are you doing, Detroit?
Yeah. Or apparently the only playoff team that can do that is San Francisco.
You guys brought in Sam
in the
Darnold
third round.
like a draft pick.
Oh, Lord have mercy. All right.
When's the last time
So
we saw
that's
him?
going to do it for our show today. We went 4 hours. We almost went 5 hours, guys. We went 4 hours and 50 minutes. We almost went to the 5-hour mark. Congratulations. A lot of streaming. I think all in all, that puts us at almost 10 hours of streaming time between yesterday and today. We did it. It was great. Chase, having you on with us was absolutely awesome. Adam, you too. You know, I want to know what you guys are going to be doing. Where can we follow you at? Just kind of close this thing out. Chase, we'll start with you.
Well, as it says there on the screen, always you can find me on Twitter, STT Chase FFB. There, I've also recently started up a Facebook page too. You can follow me on that as well. I post all my thoughts fantasy wise on there, plus links to my articles. I'll have articles coming out left and right here going forward for bellyupfantasy.com, bellyupfantasysports.com, I should say. Recapping the draft here and finding out like what a team still need to do. Obviously, we'll have reactions coming out as guys get cut now after Sunday. We know we'll start to see some of these veterans get cut loose. We might see some of these running backs turned loose. But then, give me a look at bellyupfantasysports.com, and you can always find me on Sunday morning at 11 o'clock Eastern on Belly Up Fantasy Live. Myself and Kevin Wilson, if he hasn't gone too crazy over the Zach Charbonnet pick. Right. But yeah, and I will be there 11 o'clock Eastern on Sunday morning for Belly Up Fantasy Live, recapping our thoughts on the draft.
Excellent. Adam, what do you got coming on, man?
Yeah, same. You can follow me at the on the screen if you're watching in. Chris and I going to get back to the Belly Up Fantasy Live Tuesday show here rather shortly, going every other week until we get a little closer to the season. Other than that, I'll hopefully have a dynasty ranking of the new class out here pretty soon. And yeah, just keep tuning in to the Belly Up Fantasy socials. Check out all the good work that Chase is putting out, and Dan and yeah, come in.
Excellent. We'll be back next week. We're going to do a rookie mock draft because it's going to be rookie draft season all next week, probably all through the month of May. And then the plan is we're going to probably take a little spring break, a little 3-week spring break, come back in June and kick off the team profile series. That's what we have to look forward to with the MD's Fantasy Football Show. Will be on Thursday night, 9:30. I got to see what guests we're going to have for that. Maybe we'll Chase and Adam. We'll see what they're doing. But make sure you tune into our YouTube channel, subscribe, hit the bell notification. Guys, thanks so much for being here. This is the third year in a row we've done this NFL draft coverage to give you the most complete experience ever. Presented to you by Belly Up Sports. It's been an absolute blast, and we hope to see all of you soon. And everybody, take care.